can we test with the other panelists, please?
Yeah, this is Andrea. Can you hear me?
Perfect. We can hear you and we can see you very clear, Miss Andrea. Thank you.
Hi, this is Çağlar Özden. I turned on my camera. I don't know if you hear me or you see me.
Yes, we can hear you, but your camera is in black. I don't know if you can move the. That's it. Okay. Now
is it working now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Perfect. Thank you.
Because I don't see myself. So.
Okay, I think if we can with the presentation, you can see you. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Well, can you stay muted, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Arnaud, can we test with you?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clear and
Okay,
and see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Those who are joining us today in person in Santiago, in the beautiful city, we continue to enjoy. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope not yet good night. Who knows? Who is joining us online and following via transmission online. We are very thrilled to be connecting yet again for the third day of our forum. It's been a lot of exchanges. We are gradually becoming a family. We've been friends, but really these interactions, we had a lot of informal exchanges So I'm very happy to be opening today's day, or the third day, the final, unfortunately, day of the forum. But remember, we also have the annual conference of the International Data Alliance for Children in the Move tomorrow. But the forum will be concluding today, and the opening session of this day is about capacities, about development and supporting and investing in statistical and migration data systems. And for me personally, this is a very, very important area of work. It is objective number 2 of IAM's migration data strategy, helping to build capacities of partners, of data producers, those who generate information and data, transforming it into statistics, but also capacities of users, those who work with migration data information, for them to properly interpret and to know what to say based on the graphs, based on the numbers, how to place this information in a broader context. To recall, my name is Marina Manke, and I am managing the IAM's Global Migration Data Center based in Berlin. I do hope all of you will come to us and visit. They're a very friendly team. You've noticed a couple of colleagues who are members of my team here, and over the last few days engaging also those who used to be part of Global Migration Data Analysis Center. It's a big community. And today's session is all about continuing to build that community of experts, of practitioners, of those who care, who continue to care about the quality of information on migration, human mobility. We spoke a lot about very rapidly changing dynamic environment where human mobility is happening. Remember, Director General spoke about the multiple huge transformations which happened in the world since last time we met. So how do we continue producing and sharing and interpreting information in that context of constant evolution of the external environment? But despite all the complexities, there is optimism. And I'm very optimistic because the topic of becoming, of staying in touch, the topic of supporting each other and sharing experiences is very, very central to our work. And over 3 fora that we've been getting together, either virtually or in person. So we have managed to develop those ties, those connections, and I do hope that we manage to strengthen them even further. So it is about that. It is about personal interaction. It is about knowledge sharing. And for today's panel, we prepared a very exciting group of professionals who are going to share with us today their experiences, both as data producers, but also as data users, those who are working to create those connections, to enhance existing structures, processes, capabilities to generate reliable, comparable data. And also particularly interesting today, we want to go beyond methodologies and tools, how we develop capacity from the mechanics of it. We also invited colleagues who are also working from the side of countries which already have established approaches to statistical work, to work in migration data, but also are taking up the importance of supporting and investing in the capacity development. So it's an exciting panel which will be looking into the data needs in the ways how we enhance migration data quality and how we enhance the sustainability and invest in the sustainability of processes. It's very important. I will be bringing a little bit of here and there experience of our own organization. As I mentioned, it is one of the top 3 priorities of work in migration data for us. So I'll be interjecting a little bit references here and there. But just to recall, for me, I started working also in the area of migration data myself. That was my first thematic area in our organization in 2004. And since then, I've done a lot of trainings, a lot of engagement with countries and governments, both from the migration authorities, but also statistical offices in different parts of the world. And it's amazing to see how the topic of the importance of investing in capacity development remains very, very fresh, very important. And also the understanding of capacity development has evolved. So at the beginning, we were thinking we're having a training, we organized, we meet, and we're doing capacity development. But right now, I think we're all speaking about more longer-term collaboration, longer-term processes, because indeed, capacities are not necessarily systems and IT structures, but capacities are all about knowledge, connections, enabling frameworks, legal frameworks, policy, and interconnectivity between all those enabling environments which have to be in place. So, not to steal too much time of our distinguished panelists, I would like to mention that today's panel is also a very hybrid. Following COVID-19, unfortunately, we could not really welcome all of our panelists here with us, but I hope that Technic is going to work with us. So let me just briefly say a few words about the panel itself and who is joining us today for this exciting topic. The first speaker is virtually with us, I hope, Çağla Özden. We have him here, who is lead economist in the development research group of the World Bank. And he's right now co-director of the 2023 World Development Report on International Migration. Indeed, next iteration of World Development Report from the World Bank will be devoted to international migration. So we're hoping to hear from Çağla information a little bit about the report, but also a few reflections on the role of World Bank in terms of supporting countries in strengthening their capacities. Then we also have additional colleagues joining us online, and I would like to mention a few words about Silviere Agnao Dagbene, who know, a statistician and economist from the ECOWAS Commission, and right now occupying the position of program officer in the migration statistics at the Directorate of Research and Statistics. He is a senior specialist, and he will be sharing experiences both of working in ECOWAS and a few countries in the region. We do have guests and panelists from Mongolia. I'm very thrilled to have on our panel, though virtually, Mr. Badava Batmung, the chairman of National Statistical Office. And he has also interesting background, master's degree in banking and finance from the University of Luxembourg, and worked over 15 years as economist for the Bank of Mongolia. It's interesting background that economists we have today, both with, of course, our the guests from the World Bank, Çağla. So I'm happy to see that also it's not so much the experience of demographics, but also economics are becoming a very important background where we discuss migration, human mobility. But in addition to Mr. Batmung, we also have Mr. Lham Suren, Damdin Suren, so the deputy vice chairman with us in person. That's excellent that we have the delegation from Mongolia with us. And Dr. Katie Steidl is sitting next to me, is a fellow in the global migration data with the Bureau of Population, Refugees and Migration of the US State Department. And Katie gave me a little secret that in addition of her experience right now in the US government, she is actually a professional archaeologist. So it's interesting to see again the richness of context, how colleagues are joining the world of migration and migration data specifically. And our dear colleague and friend from Switzerland, Andrea Ries, is also with us virtually. We've been interacting with Andrea very intensely in the last few months in the preparation to the summit of official development cooperation in Geneva. I would like to hear from Andrea both in terms of some sort of key takeaways from the summit, but also the work of the Swiss Development Corporation and the importance of supporting work on capacities in data in general, but also migration specifically. So that's a very rich panel with me. And without further delay, I would like to give an opportunity for
Chaglar to say a few words, whatever you prepared, to share with us reflections on capacities, and then in the context of working in the World Development Report. So over to you, Chaglar.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna now try to share my presentation, and hopefully let me know if it is working or if it is not.
It works very well.
Okay.
Just need it as a full screen.
All right. Now, hold on. All right. You're seeing the title page, I hope. Okay.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me. And second of all, I really regret not being able to make it. I wish I was there and enjoying the camaraderie and intellectual outputs, and also learning from all the colleagues. Hopefully next time. Now, I don't have much time. I'm going to speak really, really fast. And if I confuse anybody, I apologize. So the WDR, as most of you know, is the annual flagship of the World Bank on a different topic every year. This year is on migrants and refugees. It's going to be launched at the end of March. And what you're seeing is like a preview, which has not been cleared perfectly yet. So it might change. We still have the board presentation and the senior management approval. Because it's, as you can imagine, the political sensitivities surrounding the issues. So let me go through. We start in the WDR. What I'm going to do today is just go through our overall framework and the policy messages we identify and where the data gaps are, right? Now, there's a huge literature on the determinants of migration, but I want to show this map. It's not all about income. All the metrics of human development do matter. So if you take the familiar human development map of the world, this is what you get. What I want to show, if you look at the migration map, so this is the share of foreign-born in the population in the destination countries, actually there's a significant overlap, right? This is to be expected, and people are moving for not just higher income, but better opportunities for themselves, their children. Education matters, healthcare matters, so on and so forth. So we emphasize that. The other thing we emphasize, and this is going to be familiar to most of you, is the increasing importance of demography. Now, the top row is Italy. We all know that, right? There's New York Times talks about China, basically the inversion, especially in high-income countries. Italian population is projected to decrease by 50% in the next 2-3 generations. Everybody also knows the bottom row. This is Nigeria, rapidly expanding population, the typical population pyramid. What we do not talk as much, or is happening too fast to actually put our fingers on perfectly at the right time, is what's happening in middle-income countries. Fertility rate in India declined to 2.1. In Turkey, now it's below replacement, and so on and so forth. The key thing in the context of migration is the following. These middle-income countries, India, Pakistan, Mexico, Turkey, Thailand, Indonesia, Tunisia, Morocco, are also the main migrant sending countries. These are middle-income countries with decent education systems. But what is going to happen is they're going to become destination countries because they're going to need labor in the next 30-40 years, increasing demand in the high income, and it is only coming from basically the low-income countries. The problem there is the skills mismatch. The education systems are far lagging, and we're going to have increased pull and push factors, but way less match in terms of human capital needs. We also, now, I said all of this, the role of the WDR is to create some sort of a framework to guide the debate. It is not to answer the questions, it is to focus us on what matters in terms of questions and the framework to answer them. So this is the simple framework we have. We call it the fit and fear. People have immediate visceral reactions to the words. Just hold 30 seconds until I explain what we mean. Now, if you look at the migration, especially the research, the first strand is the labor economics, right? I come from that tradition, and we look at basically the migrants who are going to destinations where the fit, right, mostly labor markets, but this can be other socioeconomic variables are strong, then everybody gains, right? And the standard reaction is, well, we should increase migration because actually the gains are so much. I mean, we did it through the middle here, but it is actually this line. I don't know if you guys can see my arrow, should be way lower. There are very few cases where the costs are lower because migration is a costly endeavor. Migrants are not going to move on unless they gain, right? So this is standard. Then the second tradition is actually our international law colleagues. I'm going to be teasing them a little bit. They kind of ignore the economic aspect the way we ignore the international law, and they're focusing on the protection needs of the people. That's what we mean by fear. It is not fear from the migrants, but fear of the migrants of staying or going back home, fear of their lives and security and safety. The international law says, if that's the case, you fear for your life, the host country, the destination country, has the obligation that they have signed, vast majority of them, after the Second World War, through the UN, that they cannot send you back. They have to host you, right? There are a lot, but the one thing I want to emphasize, these are the fear of going back home, and the fit in the destination country are continuing, right? The framework of the WDR is to say, how can we increase the fit and how can we reduce the fear, right? That's the policy message. Now, when you put these together, that's our big innovation, believe it or not. I'm sure you're all chuckling, saying this is so obvious, but it creates great insights. It's me, and it's also the Indian engineers, it's the Bangladeshi workers in the Gulf, or a large number of undocumented migrants, right? They provide labor market needs in the destination countries. They work hard, they earn money, they send money back home. Vast majority of the world's migrants are here. It is greatly beneficial to everybody. The second group are the refugees. These are the guys who fear. They have legal rights to protection, but many of them, because of the conditions they have left, or they are children or elderly, they cannot actually satisfy the labor market needs, right? These are the refugee minors, people in camps who are not allowed to work, so on and so forth. So this is the second biggest group. The third group, we put the Syrian entrepreneur in Turkey, but actually it's Albert Einstein, right? Somebody who has refugee status, but addresses labor market needs. Unfortunately, there are not that many of them. I'm going to come back to it in 1 second. The fourth group are what we're calling the distressed migrants. Now, this is the actual group that creates the biggest challenge for international migration policy, because they are leaving, they do not qualify for protection because they're migrating because of their poverty or because of crime at home. But they do not have the necessary skills. These are the guys who are trying to, cross the oceans on rafts or going through Mexico to reach the US border. And a lot of them enter undocumented or they claim asylum. Their presence, their numbers are not that large, but their presence is actually shakes the foundations of the legal entry channels for the labor migrants as well as the refugees. Now, I'm going to switch 10 seconds and talk about data. We talk quite a bit about data on WDR. We identify 4 main categories and a subcategory for the refugees. We all know this. I mean, the census and the population registers, household surveys, every one of them, I'm sure you've been to many sessions at the conference on this. One category we're highlighting is administrative data. The issue with the administrative data, every government, that's the role of government, collect tons of data on you, your education, your healthcare, taxes, car registrations, you name it, but they're not integrated and they're not shared effectively. What we need to work on is to reduce those fears and opposition, integrate these data, but share them in a way that the privacy concerns are addressed. They can go a long way. Right? And then we talk quite a bit on the data requirements for identifying the needs and of the forcibly displaced people. Now, let's go back here. Quick policy messages. What do we need to do for the labor migrants? Again, it's not just the highly skilled people. We're talking also a large number of undocumented migrants. The issue here is for the destination countries, obvious, increase the legal channels, compensate actually your natives who are negatively impacted. There are a large number of them and they're vocal. And that's not that difficult to do. That way you reduce political opposition to migration. But the one thing the WDR emphasizes, which I think has been kind of ignored in the policy circles, is the responsibility on the origin countries. Unfortunately, a large number of them are just simply bystanders. They collect remittances, they complain about brain drain, but very few of them integrate immigration into the national development strategies. As the Philippines, for example, has shown, this can be an effective anti-poverty and pro-development strategy. What you need to do, the most important thing is actually redesign your labor market and education policies to address not just your domestic needs, but also the global labor market needs, because we are living in an integrated global labor market. Second is protect your diaspora, consular services, stay in touch with them, help the returning migrants integrate back into the labor market. But the important thing is also think how you can mitigate brain drain. We talk effectively long term. For the refugees, it's an international obligation. As I say, it's a legal requirement. Some countries try to shy away, dodge their obligations. The problem arises because actually very few countries are the hosts and the financial providers. This is a global public goods problem. The responsibility and the burden need to be shared much more fairly. Neighboring developing countries, low middle income countries, are the vast majority of the hosts. At the same time, only 2 or 3 high income regions provide the financial support. Fairness is the key here. Now, going back to the distressed migration, this is the challenge. Number one is development at home, so that you reduce the reasons for distressed migration. So people do not try to cross the oceans. People don't try to cross Mexico in caravans, right? That's number one, but that's a long-term strategy. In the shorter term, one is some of them are truly qualifying for protection because their lives are in danger. So we need to expand complementary modes of protection. So that's this arrow at this is the responsibility of the destination countries. Destination countries actually need to expand legal pathways of entry. Now, one thing might be controversial. For the system to be effective, destination countries, rightly so, cannot accept everyone. Right? So there has to be internationally accepted, humane, and legal return policies that involves both the origin country as well as the transit countries. Now, going back to the data, to implement all these policies, one of the things I'm saying is the policies need to be context specific, depending on which group you fall. And again, it's a continuum. And for example, for the refugees, if we give them the right to work or recognize their credentials, we push them from this category, basically weak fit and high fear, to actually strong fit. Or we implement, the origin countries implement proper education policies, so you reduce the distressed migrants and again reduce their increase their fit, right? So how do the data help? Number one priority, and this is what the World Bank does, is this is integrated national data systems. Migration related data has to be part of it, whether if you're an origin or a destination country, right? This is critical. Smaller things, I'm sure people talked incessantly, nonstop about this, but the harmonization of the census questions. When we put the migration data sets together, global migration data sets, it is, you know all the shortcomings. And it is also important to collect in a very smart and intelligent way and politically acceptable way citizenship questions. Because if you're a citizen, then the issue becomes actually a domestic problem, less of an international migration problem. All right. Surveys are critical. There are tons of issues. Again, we talk about them. I don't want to get into the details. We don't have time on questions, frequency, and sampling, and also complementary surveys, because I don't need to just know who the migrants are and where they are, but I also need to know how they impact the community they're in, right? I need data on education, on the natives, on healthcare and entrepreneurship, so on and so forth. The one important dimension here is we need longitudinal surveys where we track individuals over time and over space. If we can track migrants both at home and abroad, and possibly back home, right? This is the importance of longitudinal surveys. There are almost no examples, successful examples. Administrative data, it's a huge governmental responsibility. Scandinavian countries or Turkey have examples. They have gone far, but we're not there. And then, of course, very, very big issues about privacy and confidentiality, especially given large number of migrants are in vulnerable situations, whether due to their legal status or other issues. So we have to be extremely careful there. So the modern data, this is basically, as my kids say, Facebook. For them, Facebook is now passé, but it is how we can use, I'm giving Facebook as an example, but for the, statisticians cringe when you're talking about the modern data. We're calling it modern because of the issues of sampling or statistical rigor. We need to work with the providers of this data, which is sensitive, because at the end of the day, these are for-profit companies. Development is not necessarily as high on their agenda. So I'm going to stop there. I have slides prepared for the World Bank support data and statistics, but I think I will get to them when we're talking in the Q&A. Thank you so much, Sal.
Thank you so much, Agla. As I promised, the context setting and the data needs from you as a data user for producing the report and your initial slides. Yes, we know about demographic constraints for the development in a number of economies and countries, including the middle income countries, but not only, also in the low income countries, we see mismatches about and projections in terms of the pathways, development pathways. What is also important when we analyze, we're not speaking about supply demand parameters here, we're speaking about people, and I think the focus on social. How do we actually incorporate the social elements, which are very hard to calculate in terms of numerical value? So this is why I think the UN system right now is looking into ways of speaking about development going beyond the GDP calculations.
Absolutely.
So it will be very interesting to see how you will tackle that challenge of speaking about human mobility and migration in the context where we have to focus on the human rights, on the social aspects, on the connectivity which is emerging, transnationalism, there are mega trends affecting, and the role of data, the data which can really speak very, very, very loudly. And interesting, your visualization, which is not numerical, but really schematic. So very good basis for us to now start looking into actually what to do with the recommendations. The list of sources of data you put together, also we all kind of understand them. We've spoken about them quite often, but how do you do that in practice? How do you start improving? How do you take steps forward to ensure that we are not stagnating and really losing our patience, but really there are some sort of elements of knowledge emerging. So I would like to turn right now to Silverev, Chief Statistician from ECOWAS Secretariat, where we will try to look into the context of the Western and Central Africa region, and then try to also hear about attempts to improve quality, availability of data on human migration and mobility, human mobility and migration. Silvere, over to you.
Okay, merci beaucoup, Maria. Thank you, Maria. You allow me to go in French. Be comfortable for me. Merci beaucoup, Maria. Et je vais partager mon écran. Ok, merci. Et donc, à la suite, Monsieur Chalas Et je vais vous présenter l'expérience de la CEDEAO, en particulier de 2 pays, en termes de collecte des données et du rôle de ces données dans les stratégies politiques développées. Alors, pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas la CEDEAO, c'est la communauté économique des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, composée de 15 États membres. Et actuellement, c'est la Guinée-Bissau qui assume la présidence. La commission de la CEDEAO même est basée à Abuja, au Nigeria, dans la République fédérale du Nigeria. Alors, parlant du réseau régional que nous avons mis en place pour la collecte et la gestion et la dissémination des données sur la migration, il faut dire que nous sommes partis des lignes directrices qui ont été développées au niveau de la région, et ces lignes directrices ont bien tracé les méthodes de collecte, les méthodes de collecte qui contiennent également les définitions harmonisées des concepts aussi, sur 12 indicateurs au total qui ont été choisis et de combien avec des acteurs nationaux. Nous avons constitué un groupe régional sur les données de la migration, et ce groupe régional est composé également des experts au niveau de chaque institut national des États membres. Donc, chaque institut national des États membres nous a officiellement désigné un expert qui s'occupe des questions liées à la migration, et au niveau régional, nous avons constitué ce groupe. Et ce groupe constitué nous permet en même temps de partager. Puis au niveau régional, on s'occupe plus des questions d'harmonisation et de partage des concepts de définition, des méthodes que nous développons ensemble. Donc, ce groupe, ces experts au niveau des États membres nous servent de relais et au niveau de ces États membres. Alors, également, au niveau régional, cette liste de points focaux, nous les partageons avec toutes les institutions internationales qui s'apportent de nous pour les questions de comparabilité des données. Parce que par le passé, nous avons constaté que plusieurs institutions viennent dans la région collecter des données, mais les données ne sont pas exactement les mêmes, parce que ça dépend de l'acteur qui fournit ces données. Donc, au niveau régional, toujours, nous avons développé ce groupe régional, et en même temps, ce groupe régional, nous les avons étendus au niveau de chaque État membre. Au niveau de chaque État membre, nous avons mis en place un comité chargé de la coordination de la collecte et de la gestion des données sur la migration. Donc, c'est une ramification de ce groupe régional qui a été étendu au niveau de chaque État membre. Donc, au niveau de chaque État membre, il faut noter que le comité national est constitué de toutes les institutions impliquées dans la gestion de la migration, tous les acteurs possibles, que ce soit les institutions internationales qui ont leurs représentants dans le pays, que ce soit les ONG, l'administration publique qui s'occupe de la migration, font partie de ce groupe au niveau de chaque État membre.
Sylvia, I'm so sorry. We're having a bit of challenges of following up the speed of your talk. Could you slow down a little bit? There's a little bit of technical quality issue. If you just speak a little bit slower, that would be great. Thank you.
OK, merci beaucoup. J'irai un peu plus lentement. Donc, je disais qu'au niveau de chaque État, nous avons installé un comité national chargé de la coordination de la collecte et de la gestion des données sur la migration. Donc, ce comité au niveau de chaque État membre est constitué de tous les acteurs possibles au niveau de chaque État membre, que ce soit les institutions internationales qui ont leurs représentants dans ces États membres, et les partenaires techniques et financiers, les administrations publiques qui s'occupent des questions de la migration font partie de ce comité au niveau de chaque État membre. Et il faut noter que partout, ces comités et au niveau de ces comités nationaux sont
Allow me to mention as well that each committee works quickly and quite in an agile fashion to standardize the data, because later the data is shared with the other member states. And the committee is a liaison, one could say, to share the national information with the other regional members. Here we have some experiences from Burkina Faso and Cape Verde. The Burkina Faso committee has been operational, has met once or twice. Unfortunately, the signal, the speaker's internet signal is very poor. Let me repeat that the Burkina Faso Committee has been instrumental in compiling national and regional statistics and has shared the national statistics with the other member states. The committee compiles, again, national and regional statistics. And these statistics are sent to the Secretariat. And the committee works closely with the National Statistics Office, which in the end ends up being focal point for the Commission. The same statistics are shared with the Commission and with our other partners. The subcommittee also works in capacity building, regional capacity building. Again, there's a focal point for the subcommittee to serve as a liaison for the other national groups. All of this information clearly is of interest to our partners working in migration statistics. Now, Cape Verde has a different system. The Secretariat has communicated directly with Cape Verde for following up and reinforcing some of the activities. We do not have migration data for Cape Verde, and that's a problem. Cape Verde is in the region, but we have had some communications issues with this nation, and there's also a dearth of statistics there. So now Burkina Faso has a hub as well, and Ghana, Gambia, Nigeria, others have worked with this migration module as well. And the module is standardized at the regional level. So again, this committee is present. This National Coordination Committee works with all of the member states of ECOWAS. And we have worked on closing data gaps as well. For example, we have issued the first regional statistics report applicable to member states. But we need to be more realistic with regard to migration statistics. We need more data. We work on compiling data for the 12 international indicators. We also need to analyze the data. In the past, well, before we were talking about complete data dissemination, integral comprehensive data dissemination. Well, there we really need to conduct some additional activities to strengthen the dissemination activities for development policies, strategies, implementation. We want, one of our goals is to make sure that all of the members have available migration data, and these national committees, we work on making them operational so that all of the member states will be able to systematically share their migration data. The committees should also work closely with us to boost national capacity and to improve the regional migration data capacity. We have a list, we really should have a bare minimum list of indicators that would allow us to conduct comparisons among the countries. We've agreed on a minimum list of indicators. The idea is to share this information systematically with all. We have also worked on creating a network. Oh, well, we're working on creating a network of partners and for also frequent, regular discussions regarding their interventions, so we can better coordinate the production chain of migration statistics. So it's important to involve all of the countries so that we can come up with the best possible regional estimates. I would like to again emphasize that statistics generation and dissemination are key activities, and we work even closer today with our partners than in the past, and we have seen growing interest among our partners regarding migration statistics. And in upcoming years, we aspire to having greater participation by our partners, and we aim to have regular migration statistics meetings. Thank you. Again, the internet signal was not quite reliable.
Thank you so much, Silvia. Indeed, very interesting overview of the work which has been done in the last, I believe, years. I remember some joint initiative between our teams and the colleagues in ECOWAS in an initiative which was financed by the UK government. So I think there were a number of trainings, assessments conducted.
And it's great to see that within ECOWAS, this work is continuing. And you spoke about the network among focal points from countries, challenges which still remain. But at the same time, what is crucial, I think message from you resonated with me a lot is synergies. It's amazing. I mentioned today at the beginning, I started work on migration data in 2004. And that was something which nobody really was interested in. But now there's so many interests from everybody. So we have the forum, we have so many different initiatives at regional level. We also have a delegation here from African Union, the colleagues working at the African Union. And today we'll speak a little bit about some of the initiatives also which are ongoing at different levels, at the country level. But the methodologies, the need to bring all those efforts together really is not disappearing, becomes even stronger. So, and again, as I said, that is the beauty of the forum, the beauty of really staying in touch with each other, because then that allows us to really not start things from scratch, but really deepen each of the initiatives. And that was very interesting presentation. So moving on, let's now go from, we started in Santiago globally, paid some visit to Western Central Africa. Now we're moving to Mongolia, to Asia, and also would like to now hear a little bit the work which is happening at the national level in a different context. So I have a pleasure to give the floor to the chairman of the National Statistics Office, Badava Batmung. You're with us, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Marina. Good morning to colleagues in Santiago. I hope you are having a wonderful session. So today I have prepared a small presentation on the migration statistics on Mongolia. And hopefully you can see my slides.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so I'll just briefly touch upon the main challenges and the solutions we have proposed on improving the migration statistics in Mongolia. And I understood that I have given 5 minutes to make a short presentation, so I'll be very quick on this. So let me first touch upon the data flow of the official migration statistics. So basically, we do disseminate migration statistics on a quarterly basis, using the data from the admin data from the immigration agency. And also we do disseminate the internal migration statistics based on the population and housing census. Specifically, when we conduct the population and housing census, we ask questions related to the place of birth and the place of where the citizens have been staying in the last 5 years and last 1 year, etc. And every time when we do our population and housing census database is updated through the immigration agency and also the civil registration authority data electronically on a regular basis. So we do try to update the housing databases based on that. And in terms of the new projects to improve the migration statistics, we have been working very actively with the IOM since last 2 years. So we have started 4 new projects in Mongolia. So first one is called reverse migration. So the main idea is to conduct analysis on reverse migration from the capital city to the rural areas, because in the last 30 years, the capital city has grown into housing almost 50% of the Mongolian population. So government policy has now shifted into induce the reverse migration to the countryside. So together with the IOM, we've been studying the number of factors that has been motivating the citizens to move into the rural areas. To conduct this survey, we have used the civil registration data, specifically on the address change from the capital city to the rural areas, and we made a sampling from this frame to conduct the specific factors affecting the citizens' decision to move away from the capital city. So we hope that upon ending this survey, we will be able to provide the government with the main reasons the citizens move to the rural areas, and plus the main challenges the citizens facing when they move out to the rural areas. And second project we have conducted so far is the DTM, as you know, with the IOM. So our local administrative governors have been working with us to collect the survey for the short-term population migration using the standard IOM DTM matrix. And the third project that we have started just a few months ago is use the alternative data sources, or namely the mobile big data, to assess the national and also the local migration flows of the population on a seasonal basis. So we have actually in Mongolia, we have 4 mobile operators, and we have been able to contact with one of them to test the mobile data to assess the migration flows on this. And for this, IOM has helped us to find the external advisors, namely from the Oxford University, on working on the mobile big data. And hopefully within this year, we'll be able to come up with the results using the mobile data. And if this project goes successful, we've been talking with our telecommunication authority to produce official statistics using the mobile big data on migration flows. And we think this will help the rural areas, especially the areas which will attract a lot of tourism during the high seasons, so they can improve the planning in terms of the business. And the fourth project we've been talking with the IOM is the diaspora project. Actually, the Parliament of Mongolia has requested the NSO to conduct the analysis on improving the diaspora's information sharing or inviting the diaspora population back to Mongolia or inviting them to invest into Mongolia. So we have been talking with the IFM to conduct two set of surveys on this. The first one is we will be conducting an analysis on the effect of the household livelihood, from the diaspora population, because some of the almost 3% of the Mongolian population is living abroad, and some of them majority of them are working as migrant workers in advanced economies. So we want to conduct how their remittances are affecting the household income and also the social situation of the household. And the second survey will be conducted from this diaspora population living abroad. So for this, we will ask specific questions about how they perceive the current Mongolian socioeconomic situation and their willingness to come back to Mongolia to work, and also their willingness to invest into Mongolia, and what are the factors that is hindering them to come back to Mongolia. So based on that, we will be producing a specific paper submitting specific paper to the parliament. And based on that, what the parliament is expecting is that they'll be passing necessary policy documentation to help the diaspora population to more connected to Mongolia. So these are the four the projects that we have been working with the IFM in the last 2 years. And for last two projects, we've been talking with the IFM to receive a specific technical assistance. Because on the diaspora project, we don't have a specific methodology in place. So we are talking with the IFM to come up with the methodologies and also the ways to successfully conduct these two sets of surveys. And lastly, on the mobile data, we have legal challenges that we are facing at the moment, because there's a specific privacy legislation which prohibits the sharing of the mobile data information of the users to the third parties. So for that, we need to work on our legal environment. So the solutions to improve the immigration data and to successfully conduct these projects, we have proposed 4 sets of tasks. First one is we have actually already started on renewing our legislation on law and statistics. We have started this project almost starting from November 21 with the technical assistance from the Paris 21. So we are aiming to submit the draft legislation by the third quarter of this year. So in this legislation, we put the specific clauses on the data sharing between the private organizations and the government organizations on the statistical purposes, especially the granular data. And the second issue for us was the use of the alternative data sources, because it's mostly related to the human resource capacity faced at NSO. So we need to improve the capacity on the working with the big data. So starting from this January with the technical assistance from the ATB, we are embarking on a new project called the Government Integrated Database. On this part of the component of the project is to work on improve the government's capacity on working in the big data. And third thing, I think it's mostly faced by the NSOs around the world is the human resource capacity. So it's not just on big data. I think it's facing on every other areas of the NSO. So for that, we have proposed a set of training programs, introducing a set of training programs to improve our human resource. And this training program and online training platforms are jointly developed with the technical assistance from the ISCAP and the SIAP on this. And lastly, the NSO of Mongolia is trying to work closely with our colleagues from the different NSOs to learn from their experiences and practices. Specifically, last year, we conducted a set of virtual meetings with the New Zealand statistics and also our colleagues from the Switzerland and our colleagues from the Korea, specifically on the big data and then the use of the integrated admin data. So that's basically the current projects that we are implementing with the IOM to improve the immigration statistics in Mongolia. Thank you very much for your attention. Back to you, Marina.
Thank you very much, Badava, for sharing your experiences and also coming up with a lot of food for thought in terms of common challenges that you're experiencing. For me, it was interesting to see that you are now focusing on a new form of human mobility, reverse migration, so the movement from the city to rural areas. And as I mentioned at the beginning, human mobility migration is such a complex phenomena, then we really need to remain agile. And I guess approaching and looking into various data sources allows us to be more experimental in the way how we capture all these nuances, because indeed it's not only come up with a number for a country of how many international migrants, but really being attuned to really the various processes and to transform those numbers, those data collection into action. So I was really impressed and interested to hear that actually the request to collect data on diaspora came from the parliament. So that means that you're working really to directly collecting data to really serve the policy agendas of your colleagues within the government, within the legislative branch. So that's exciting. And in terms of diaspora, I hope you are aware about the mapping tool, which we developed and presented. So that was our attempt to systematize ways of how we collect information on that very challenging notion of diaspora, which doesn't only include immigrants, but also second generation of immigrants, something which also becoming very big policy agenda. We had a global forum on diaspora in April in Ireland with lots of governments and ministers convening. So it's very interesting how you're also experimenting. Hamsuren, do you want to complement with anything or we move further? We go further with our next speakers, because we spoke about the importance of consistent approach. We spoke about the importance of sustainability and the importance of investing and supporting countries which maybe have the knowledge and eagerness to work to improve the situation, but not necessarily maybe have the means or feel alone in their aspirations. So how do we connect? How do we support those initiatives? So I would like to turn to you, Catherine, now. So to share your thoughts, your ideas. You are new getting into PRM, into this area of migration. Then maybe you already have collected some ideas. And just to everybody, to the benefit of everybody, the US government has been absolutely critical in supporting the role of our organization over years. Actually, I referred to my work in 2004 in the region of Eastern Europe, Central Asia. Already back then, we were receiving financial support towards strengthening data collection in the region of Eastern Europe and Central Asia. So it's been a decades of consistent investment in capacities on migration governance, but specifically also the data angle. So over to you, Catherine, please.
Great, thank you, Marina. I want to thank our IFMS organizers for hosting this week's events and for the chance to participate in a panel on such an important topic. NGOs, international organizations, and academic researchers play a really invaluable role in informing how we collect and use migration data at the State Department. And as an academic myself, I have really great appreciation for the interplay between our different sectors. And I know my colleagues at the State Department value the input from all of you as collaborators just as much as I do. IFMS plays a really crucial role, as I'm seeing firsthand, in facilitating our conversations around migration data. So I really am truly grateful to be here this week. I've learned so much already. I'd like to talk briefly today about PRM's capacity building through its 3 regional migration programs, and specifically how a third program using IOM's migration governance indicators both provides data to inform that work and also helps to build capacity around data with our participants. So first, just some brief context. The US government supports international organization partners to strengthen data on migration and displacement, including the IOM's Displacement Tracking Matrix, the DTM, the UNHCR World Bank Joint Data Center, and the work of the UN's Expert Group on Refugee, IDP, and Statelessness Statistics, EGRIS. With our partners, my bureau, the State Department's Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration, or PRM, is in the process of evaluating what data gaps exist as barriers to optimal policy and programming decision-making and how best to fill them. PRM provides annual funding, IOM annual funding contributions for 3 regional migration capacity building programs in Asia, Africa, and the Americas, as well as standalone global migration projects. These programs and projects promote safe, orderly, and humane migration by strengthening regional migration collaboration, by addressing modern drivers of irregular migration and displacement, such as climate change, and working with partner country governments to improve migration management capacity and access to protection. The 3 regional migration programs, the RMPs, are designed to focus on capacity building with governments on broader migration management issues, while also serving as a complement to PRM's direct humanitarian assistance to refugees and other populations of concern. These programs have 3 complementary lines of effort, including sustainability, partnerships and burden sharing, and migration emergency response preparedness. One additional global program, which makes a significant contribution toward the identification of data gaps and building of migration management capacity broadly, is the Migration Management Framework, the MMF. This is a PRM-funded, IOM-implemented project that responds to direct government requests to IOM for support to assess migration management framework. The assessment identifies strengths and areas for improvement within the migration governance framework of individual countries, but also a number of local municipalities, which we're very excited about. A set of 94 migration governance indicators, the MGI, is used to conduct the assessments and to engage in a non-prescriptive discussion to focus on priority areas that would benefit from greater resources and capacity. I probably don't need to tell you that that can directly improve the overall effectiveness of migration policy. To date, more than 90 national assessments and more than 50 local assessments have been funded, with a robust new set already underway this year. And if I sound very impressed, it's because I'm biased. I have the privilege of helping to manage this program for PRM, and I get to see the progress as it comes in. It's always very exciting. This project reflects PRM's wider commitment to whole of government approaches to migration capacity development. This is key. Whole of government engagement in migration management and policy is not only essential to ensure protection for the most vulnerable migrants, but I think it also contributes to the sustainability of new programs and initiatives. The MGI assessments serve as a critical baseline to inform priorities for each of PRM's regional migration programs. Several recent examples of direct outcomes of participation in the MGI illustrate the interaction between this whole of government assessment approach, data, and capacity development in countries that are part of our regional migration programs. So I'll give you 3 very brief examples. In Bangladesh in 2020 and 2021, as a response to a gap identified through the MGI, the national government developed an information management system to support the sustainable reintegration of refugees. IOM provided technical assistance for the system's development, and the government of Bangladesh now has ownership over the system. In the Dominican Republic, the national government uses the MGI as a baseline for tracking progress on the country's achievements in relation to target 10.7 of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is orderly, safe, regular, responsible migration and mobility. The National Statistics Office has now taken ownership of that tracking tool and plans to carry out regular updates to track progress on its migration policy. And in Ethiopia, again, following the MGI assessment, the Central Statistical Agency has started conducting a labor force and migration survey to regularly monitor the capacity of the economy to absorb shifting labor force dynamics and to adopt appropriate employment policy in response or in preparation. PRM's regional migration programs also supported several events with partners to promote data capacity development amongst themselves. And I should add, these are again just three very brief examples here. Our colleagues in the Horn of Africa in 2022 were especially busy with similar really excellent events. So these are limited examples. In Costa Rica, the Institute for Municipal Development and Services trained 38 municipalities in the use of the vulnerability matrix. This matrix uses a very simple methodology that allows local authorities to assess the specific vulnerabilities of migrants and communities and to use the findings to develop very targeted response strategies to reduce those vulnerabilities. A regional forum on migration data and statistics was also held in July 2022 through the support of our Western Hemisphere migration program, and included the participation of 50 representatives from migration and statistics related government entities, as well as international agencies. The forum concluded with a series of draft priority actions, including the establishment of a regional mechanism for migration data and statistics exchange and the facilitation of cross-sector alliances. And finally, a delegation of 11 Kenyan officials enhanced their knowledge on migration data management in a best practice learning visit to Statistics South Africa and Pretoria. The delegation from Kenya reported they're now better equipped in the analysis of data sources and the storage and sharing of data. And likewise, officials from the government of South Africa learned from the Kenyan delegation about the establishment of the National Coordination Mechanism on Migration and several other agreements and programs related to migration management. These kinds of regional peer-to-peer learning and capacity development events are, I think, a highlight of the intersection between the work done by MGI and PRM's regional migration programs. They're an example of capacity development in action and the benefits of a whole of government approach to data-driven migration policy. National level capacity development, like the examples I just shared, is critical, and it's the first step in a longer process. Ultimately, the US government as a donor and as a community member is interested in how localized capacity development can impact the movement of people ultimately across regions. How does the data from the NGI help us to collectively decide across countries how to focus our efforts to create more regular paths for migration and how to respond appropriately to irregular migration routes? I look forward to your questions and to discussing how we can simultaneously support more of these country-initiated regional events and projects alongside work toward wider goals that build on them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine, for this brief overview. It's always impressive when we concretely look into a concrete example of the impact of our engagement. We think that we're bringing people together and then it's 3 days and nothing, but how do you measure actually these networks which are growing? How do you measure the actually continuity and this aha effect in the head of one person? I remember when I was returning to a country where I had done some sort of discussions on the migration profile. It's another methodology which we deploy in bringing data sources together. And then I see the colleague from Ministry of Interior of that country approaching me. We were going somewhere together and said, Marina, by the way, 3 years ago, you told me this on migration profile. And by the way, you know what we have done? That was a challenge, but we are doing this and this. And for me, that told everything. The fact that you go, you explain, you discuss, you share, and then it grows in the minds and people and the colleagues are doing that. And again, I think the biggest success from our experience is that we're not coming as if we know it all. So I actually learned from each trip to a country, each discussion, I learn much more than I share, than I give. And that is the peer-to-peer approach. I think this is absolutely crucial. So thank you so much. So Andrea, now to you to conclude the spectrum of different interventions from panelists. I don't think we have collaborated with Swiss Development Corporation very consistently on the topic of migration data capacity development, but we were together with you recently in maybe in exchanging in the forum, in the summit in Geneva. So what do you have to share with our participants today in terms of capacity development, the importance of supporting national data systems?
Thanks a lot. Yes, indeed. We had a major conference end of the year in Geneva, and the issue was really on effective collaboration between different actors in the space of the development actors. And one of the topics, and Marina came also on the panel, was really to look on data and how the importance of data, but also the reflection, how we can effectively support that. And maybe I'm not a migration specialist, so I'm taking maybe a step back and reflect a little bit on the larger ecosystem in data. When we had the SDG agenda adopted in 2015, there was kind of an enthusiasm in the statistical and development community because with the SDG indicator framework, there was sort of the hope that this really would drive massively capacity building and capacities in data also at the national level. Now we're halfway into the Agenda 2030, and that hasn't really happened. I mean, we have a lot of progress, and your conference speaks to that with regards to migration in many sectors. But at the same time, we have a very complex and very fragmented global data system, and some of the weaker countries are actually overwhelmed with interacting with that. And many of them are important clients of yours because they are having complex migration sort of challenges around. But actually, it's not only those. I mean, we looked at a situation, for instance, in Malaysia, how they report to the SDG agenda and to the SDG indicators, and even a middle-income country like Malaysia has challenges around that. And often, you know, because of that, we have a system where we have custodian agency, like IOM being a custodian agency on migration data or FIO on agriculture data. So because of that discrepancy, many custodian agencies do a lot of modeling, and that leads to some frustration because the national statistical offices doesn't quite understand what's that data being internationally published and where does that come from and why are the discrepancies. We also heard from Carla from the World Bank, you know, the importance of new data sources. That system worked very well if we do just surveys, but if we want to tap on administrative data or if we want to tap on new data sources, we do need solid national system legislation and solid national statistical system to actually manage those. So my reflection is a bit more on sort of that general challenge. And let me just quickly pull up, I hope I can do that. Can you see that colorful picture?
Not yet. Are you sharing slides?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it coming up or not?
For now, not yet.
Okay, let me see. I'll try again. Doesn't seem to work.
Yes.
Okay. What we have worked with the Somali Statistical Office to actually develop their voluntary national review, and of course also you know, kind of collect the indicators around that. And part of that work, we have actually looked with them, you know, where data collection is happening in Somalia. And that's kind of the picture of international agency collecting data in Somalia. So somewhere You also see IOM, but there are many actors around, and much of this data isn't actually shared, but it really sits with the custodian agencies, and particularly a weak national statistical office like Somalia, it doesn't really have access or cannot manage that. Additionally, it also is a challenge with regard of coordination around that. But as I said, it's not only weaker national statistical office face that problem, it's actually across the board with even middle income countries. So while we are developing those kind of sector specific strategy around data and sort of, you know, kind of expanding international tools and networks, I think it's really important to stop and reflect back on how can we assure that the national system is strengthened at the same time. Let me just stop sharing and come back. So by doing so, I think we need to recognize that it must be in data space, there must be country leadership. However, how complex it is, it's important to take country along and have country leadership. That means to coordinate amongst ourselves, but also particularly with the country, and also have a fair amount of alignment to country priorities, also when it comes to data, and engage in partnerships where countries have an important role. Now, when we look at the practices today, this is not always happening, and countries are sort of struggling along. And everybody, you know, all those agencies have their beautiful tools, and they often work with sector specific sectors in a country, but then we have a very weak statistical system who cannot really manage that. So there are a couple of entry points which can help us. Firstly, with the resident coordinator system in the country, we also have data focal points within the UN coordinators' offices, and it will be important to increasingly use those and work with those in order to improve coordination on the ground. They're a good fit to do that, and what we see is it's not quite happening yet. Often those kind of coordination mechanisms are used to promote the various data activities of the different actors, but it's really about coordination and optimization that should move to. Secondly, there's a lot of work being done also by the bank, by Paris 21 and so forth, to develop national statistical development systems for countries, so that actually countries have a strategy to develop their national statistical system. And it's only with a strategy that you can make meaningful investments and sort of be effective. And so it's important to interact with that larger strategy and also reflect where we are placed and to what extent certain things have priorities or support them in developing certain elements and have joint investments. I mean, the bank's trust fund is a mean to do a joint investment in national system, but there are other ways to do that. And thirdly, we have, and that was mostly the idea of the conference we had in Geneva, is really reflect how development partners can coordinate on the ground. And the aim is really to bring back data into that conversation more forcefully, because we have many actors, not only the custodian agencies, but also bilateral donors who are interested in data and do data activities. And so those coordination forums with the government are an important place where data need to be addressed more importantly in the future. So that's just a couple of reflections from my side, and also some feedbacks from the forum in Geneva. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Andre. And I think it's absolutely very critical for us to hear that feedback. We do know about that, but the fact that that should be the entry point before we initiate anything new, to always think about whether whose interests we are serving, why we initiating certain things, what has been done before, and what would be the format of engagement, so that we are maybe the best solution most probably will be always to work with somebody. There is already ongoing initiative to really latch on the work which is happening and really create this impact by pooling things together, pooling resources. We do know about the impact of the current pandemic, the challenging situation in the world, the actually shrinking financial support to our work, development work on the ground. So how do we become efficient, more efficient, and still progressing, moving forward? So this is a very critical element. And I think I'm very, very happy to actually recall everybody that that's why the objective of this forum is to really bring both the work in a specific sector, migration, but that's why a partnership with the OECD for us, partnership with the UN DESA colleagues, Statistical Commission is absolutely crucial. By the way, a quick announcement, the topic of capacity development is going to be on the agenda of the forthcoming Statistical Commission. And we are also initiating a virtual side event to bring the focus on capacity development in the context of migration. So I'm inviting everyone to join that side event, where we will continue reminding ourselves that migration is a cross-cutting topic. It's not only the topic relevant for demography, it's a topic relevant for economic development, for social inclusion, social protection, for anything. So we really, the lens of mainstreaming is absolutely paramount for us, for data, but also broader work on migration. And we developed also with Swiss Development Corporation a package of very important mainstreaming tools, how we mainstream migration into various sectors. And we partner with different UN organizations. So happy to share a link to these guidelines, which also have specific indicators on how we can track basically start monitoring the interrelation between human mobility with all the other societal elements of work. So I think we actually, the richness of the content was so big that we're running out of time, but I do want to now turn to the audience here, and there are some sort of statements, questions. I will ask you colleagues to be very brief, because we want to still go back to our panelists, and I already see Anne and Bjorn raising hands. So let's start with Anne, and then we go to Bjorn. And in the meantime, please raise your hands, and then Diego. Anybody else? Because we'll need to have a quick wrap up. Good. So we have 3 reflections, questions, starting from Anne. Over.
Thank you very much. I was responsible for drafting the ECOWAS guidelines, which were mentioned by Sylvain Arnaud, along with the IOM GIMDAC team and the IOM team in West Africa. And the ECOWAS Commission and all the national actors were crucial in making sure that those guidelines were realizable, feasible, practical, and that everybody was on board with them. And I think the importance of a strategic approach is paramount. If you're going to improve national practices, it's much better to do it with a regional perspective and a strategy that acknowledges how to prepare data that are going to meet the global needs for the regional and the national level data. So I'd really like to thank Sylvain Arnaud and congratulate ECOWAS for leading the way in kind of going towards a gold standard for what is needed in regional strategic approaches that then can be rolled out. This experience, I'll just be very brief, it's taken only 4 years from the publication of those guidelines in 2018. In the European Union, it took 17 years to get to that stage. So things are speeding up, and I think there's a very good example there in ECOWAS. So thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Anne, and thank you for all the support that you personally provided in that collaboration. And it's very important way of thinking about capacity development. Indeed, we can replicate things and become more efficient. But again, as long as we are coordinating and really doing things in a coherent manner. So Bjorn, please, question, feedback.
Thank you, Marina. This was a very good session. I really appreciated it. Many good input. I was particularly inspired by listening to Chala talk about the upcoming WDR. I think it's an amazing opportunity for this community, and I think we really all should take best advantage of using that as a platform for launch ideas, for coming up with solutions. I really like how he framed their endeavor as in putting a frame within which we come up with the solutions. So let's collectively think about the solutions, including the financing that is necessary to implement this. When we had the Agenda 2030 agreed, there was a lot of talk about a data revolution. I think that revolution never quite happened. It was certainly not, the funding behind it was not there. Maybe this is another opportunity. I think that was my main point here. And maybe the question is actually for you as the chair. How can we at the end of this forum come together and talk about how we should prioritize our work? What should be the agenda for the next 3 years? And how should we finance it? Thank you.
Excellent suggestion indeed, and we'll be in touch. We are in touch with World Development Report team and World Bank, but indeed it is the impact on and focus of international community on human mobility migration will be immense. So how indeed we can not maybe mingle into the World Bank's processes, but really support, reinforce some of the key statements and messages. That's a unique opportunity because human mobility is going to be looked in from the development perspective, something which is not happening. If the World Bank is zooming into that, we hope that it is really showing not only challenges and vulnerability, but also all those opportunities. So very good statement. When I conclude, I'll share one idea, but I want to also stress this with everybody. And again, at the end of today, we'll be concluding and suggesting some sort of follow-up towards the next forum. But that's a very important point. Thank you so much. And Diego, please.
Thank you, Marina. I'd like to thank all the panelists. I think there were parts of each of the presentations which resonated with me very closely in terms of initiatives that we have taken on back home. 2 points that I want to raise here is we have recently established a migration and urbanization forum in South Africa, which I'll actually be speaking about it in the next session. Unlike a coordinating committee, which is usually arranged at a political level, this is a data and research group. And I think it provides an ideal opportunity for statistical officers, stakeholders across government, stakeholders in civil society and through international organizations to be able to discuss data challenges, data needs, how data feeds into policy and vice versa. So it's a recommendation that I'd like to make that countries consider establishing something like that. Then related to this is really the issue of accountability. And I think that through evidence that is produced through statistical offices, through the academic sector, and various other actors who produce nationally relevant and nationally representative evidence, this evidence can be and should be used to hold governments accountable for the policy choices that they make, such that where policies do not work or do not have the intended outcome, the evidence should be there to point governments in the right direction moving forward. So thank you very much for this session. I found it extremely useful.
Thank you so much, Diego. Absolutely. Let's share. Let's again refine that idea. It's growing in our head, but really come back and talk to everybody in the coffee breaks and all the other sessions when we conclude and come to the end of today, so what would be the concrete next steps to stay in touch, to really consolidate that evidence? We have some ideas. We have a number of platforms where this can be happening. So, but again, let's really maybe come with something maybe not over ambitious, but very tangible and concrete moving forward. And I liked your comment on the importance of having data on the impact of policies. So it's not numbers of migrants, but really, and that is something which is going to happen in follow up to the International Migration Forum review. We are developing limited set of indicators on the progress of a global compact for migration. So which will really start zooming into, so what? We have meetings, we have policies, but how are we progressing in the actual change on the ground? We ran out of time, but if you're with me for the next 5 minutes, because I would like to ask each speaker, each the team, for one statement, either recommendation for the forum or one reflection, and very, very brief, really 1 minute. So let me start with this first speaker, Chaglar, very briefly.
Okay, thank you so much. Showing the room, I wish, seeing all these people, I wish I was there. So I want to express that, but that's not my one point. My point is that following: data for the data's sake is useless, right? I think what the World Bank does, and I'm proud to say to be a part of that process, we generate data or we contribute to data infrastructure with the end use in mind, right? Whether if it's going to go into research, it's going to go into policy making decision, and it's part of a bigger picture always. So for example, the joint data center, the goal is not there to generate the data the way I see it. It is basically to reduce the pain of the people who are suffering and to help the governments or the other organizations who are helping them, right? But so that's number one. And the 1.5 is data, again, is never, especially migration data, cannot be collected at one point. Migration is about mobility. So we have to collect data as the people move, right? Over time and over place. It has to be a dynamic process. And it has to be coordinated between origin, destination, and transit countries. Whatever data project you're doing, please keep that in mind. Put a time dimension to it and put a space dimension to it. Thank you.
Very valid point, which has been already reiterated here. Why? The question why we collect. Not for the we're collecting it, why? Silviere, your statement, recommendation, suggestion, very briefly.
OK, merci beaucoup. Je pense que je dirais que la question de la migration effective en Afrique de l'Ouest est actuellement, nous travaillons sur la qualité des données, non seulement les sécurités de ces données, la qualité des données. Donc, mes recommandations vont à l'envers des partenaires. Je profite pour remercier l'OIM et Satisfeden qui sont nos principaux partenaires au niveau de la région. Également l'Union africaine qui nous appuie dans la collecte de ces données. Mais c'est juste pour lancer un appel aux partenaires. Que ce soit des appuis d'une durée raisonnable pour permettre aux acteurs nationaux et régionaux.
It's important to have enough support, reasonable support, to ensure that national and regional stakeholders can actually steep themselves in the activities. And the national committees are very important. They have allowed us to follow up on the activities and have statistics, while also enabling the political stakeholders to inform themselves on migration-related actions and the impact of all of this. So we want our technical and financial stakeholders to have more funding regionally to make this committee operational across the board regionally. Thank you. Excellent. Excellent.
Thank you so much. Indeed, structures and importance, continuity. Dava?
Thank you, Marina. So what I would like to say is that demand-driven data has become really important for us. And specifically, it's a time when the demand from the policymakers and public is growing substantially for data. But however, the capacity of the NSO is not growing parallelly with the demand that's been increasing so much in these days. So to meet these challenges, I would suggest that we NSOs from the different countries have to work together. We have to cooperate, and also we have to cooperate with our international organizations to solve some of these challenges. And I think one of the few examples are our collaboration with the IOM. So hopefully within this year, we'll be able to conclude some of the projects that we have started so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I like this statement. So the demand is growing, and we know ourselves in our organization, the huge focus on human migration, and we are really struggling because so many meetings, exchanges. So how do we, and again, efficiency, the focus of how we clustering rather than spreading thinly, but really prioritization is crucial. It's a very, very extremely important point. Catherine.
So I think for a single point, I'd like to focus on the idea of sustainability, especially because, as I'm sure we've all experienced, the amount of funding available from year to year for given projects that we want to be working on can change as administrations change and isn't completely out of our collective control. So I think perhaps one thing that might be helpful in terms of sustainability is coming up with a set of common shared best practices for how we measure capacity building progress. This is helpful for countries who might be applying for funding, because in terms of putting together reports, applications on the work that they've been doing and the work they want to do, they can use one set of the same language for different recipients to those applications. But it's also helpful for donors and for organizations that are evaluating applications and sort of coming up with work plans, because it gives them kind of a set to work from and establish, sort of, as Chalar mentioned, in the case of a discussion framework, it sets a discussion framework that we can use to sort of be having the same conversations very efficiently. So that's what I would suggest as a concrete possibility.
Absolutely. Excellent idea. I think we should really work on that. So then that this becomes a deliverable maybe before the next IFMS, because we really need that really consistency and narrative, because then we are not all over the place, but really we are very concrete in terms of how we measure that change we want to really monitor and inflict. Not easy. Capacity development indicators has been absolutely horrible for us to report on. How do we demonstrate change? Because it's not the meeting, but really this change. But anyway, point taken. Thank you so much. And Andrea, over to you.
Yeah, what we are promoting really, because some of you have mentioned that sort of the big data revolution hasn't happened. Money is going into programs, but often the data investment is lagging behind. So one of the issues we are promoting is to bring together in a sector the various actors and try them to incentivize them to invest a portion of their programmatic investment also into data. Very few organizations have dedicated resources just for data, but to kind of make it understood that, like they have set some money aside for evaluation, they should also set some portion aside for investment in data. And then, of course, you need structures like the ones you're having at the moment to actually coordinate that into meaningful investments.
Absolutely. Attention to data investment and also innovation, new forms of data, maybe efficient ways of getting to the same information. Not the censuses are extremely important, but really they're happening not so frequently. So how do we really experiment and maybe not necessarily have a perfect picture, but some indications, some signals. So really maybe broaden a little bit the topic of statistics and complement it with additional types of information. Thank you so much, everyone, the panelists. It was a pleasure. I learned a lot. I hope everyone in the room also did. So we are not saying bye. We're still continuing with different sessions, and maybe the announcement would be great that when we come to conclude, we are thinking about setting up a LinkedIn group among all of us to continue staying in touch. As you know, that is something which we launched 3 years ago, but we have not really mobilized on this community of us. So, and all of those things, ideas that we shared today really are important. And so how do we stay in touch? How do we share things without having a big, heavy machinery of processing, but just really giving a call, sending a WhatsApp and sending linked message. So this is one idea. I promise to you that this would be something which we are cooking up. And if you like it, approach us, because indeed, moving forward, we'll kind of continue developing that idea and look forward also for volunteers to work with us on something like that. So, but thank you again. Over to coffee break, and a round of applause for all of us, the panelists, and of course, interpreters who again were abused by staying longer, and I apologize for that as a moderator. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Marina. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Wish you were here, all of you.
Bye.
Next time.
Next time.
You and me.
Muy buenos días, colegas. Ya vamos a empezar esta sesión. Mi nombre es Susana Melde, soy la oficial regional de gestión del conocimiento de la Oficina Regional de la OIM para América del Sur, y es mi gran placer abrir esta sesión sobre la integración de sistemas estadísticas de datos migratorios con un enfoque en la experiencia en América Latina y el Caribe. Y esa sesión tiene un poco la idea de compartir buenas prácticas, lecciones aprendidas, que son las principales fuentes que tenemos. Hablamos mucho de que hay muchas fuentes que existen y que podemos aprovechar mucho más. Y bueno, fortalecer el diálogo entre nosotros. Y con eso paso la palabra a Simone, el jefe del CELADE de la CEPAL aquí. Simone, por favor.
Muchas gracias, Susane, y buen día a todas y todos, y un saludo muy especial a nuestros panelistas de lujo, de verdad, Dante Carhuavica, que es el jefe del INEI de Perú, Miosotis Rivas Peña, directora general de la ONE de la República Dominicana, Adriana Oropesa, quien es la coordinadora técnica de información demográfica y social del INEGI de México, y por supuesto Zulma Sosa, coordinadora del área de población y desarrollo en el CELADE. Y desde el CELADE, la división de población de la CEPAL, le damos la más cordial bienvenida a esta sesión paralela que para nosotros es muy importante, es clave para tratar un tema que en lo cual hemos avanzado bastante en la región, el tema de la integración de los sistemas de información sobre migración. Y entonces en esta sesión primero vamos a escuchar sobre un informe que se ha publicado sobre la evaluación de la capacidad estadística de 10 países de América Latina para producir datos sobre migración internacional, que se produjo en un grupo de trabajo sobre migración internacional de la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas, y también escucharemos de las buenas prácticas y de la lección aprendida de 3 países que están acá presentes: Perú, México y República Dominicana. Entonces, el objetivo es compartir las experiencias e ilustrar cómo los países se organizan para lograr lo que todos queremos, que es tener evidencia rigurosa sobre los procesos migratorios, teniendo en cuenta, por supuesto, que necesitamos para tener esos buenos datos también no solo integración, sino que mejoramiento e innovaciones en la fuente de datos, sean ellos censos, registros administrativos o encuestas de hogares. Y también considerar el entorno en el cual se busca producir estos datos, que es un entorno de creciente complejidad de la movilidad humana. En la región.
Mobility in the region. We talk about mixed movements, and therefore this movement of people, sometimes work-related movements, or people seeking refuge and so on, or perhaps the victims of human trafficking. Data, of course, is crucial both for policy design and also for agreements around migration issues, and thus empirical evidence, impact indicators and compliance indicators are always required. And as for ECLAC, a data requirement on information systems that we would like to have related to the characteristics of migrants and the condition under which they reach their destination countries. Conditions that imply that some migrants return to their countries of origin, or that imply that they migrate to other countries. And so if we have information about those conditions, that will also enable us to better determine how we can benefit from the contributions of migrants to sustainable development and indeed design adequate public policies. In fact, in a recent study that we published in ECLAC, about the case of Costa Rica, Chile, Mexico, and Peru, coordinated by Jorge Martinez and Veronica Cano. We have been able to identify that both the economic, social, demographic, and cultural contributions made by migrants to their countries of destination has been very significant. And we also mentioned the contribution of migrants to Chile between 1909 and 1917, 11.5%, far greater than the 3.5% of migrants in the labor force. And the migrant population has also contributed to more than 33% of demographic growth in Chile. And all this data may subsequently be used in order to try to change the narrative, the very negative narrative that is sometimes established about international and intra-regional migration in our region. And therefore, I would like to comment that our studies in this parallel session is the result of a UN project on benefiting from the contribution of intra-regional migration to the socio-economic development of countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, coordinated by Zulma Sosa. So I thank you, everyone, for your participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simone, for these welcoming remarks. And thank you for referring to the very complex challenges we face, as well as the contributions that the region has made regarding migratory data systems. Allow me to give the floor to Zulma Sosa, who will be referring to a project that was launched during the first IFMS. And I just wanted to emphasize this because it's important for us to understand that these are part of the outcomes of that meeting and what we have done. So thank you, Susana. Then, good morning. Special greetings to those of you who are physically present here, and greetings as well to those of you who are joining us virtually. I would also like to thank our director, Simone Cecchini, for his remarks. This is not the right presentation. Actually, this is the presentation I will be giving this afternoon. But now I have a presentation with regard to national data capacity. So as Suzanne was saying, this is a follow-up on a project that was launched in the IFMS meeting in Paris, and we were working closely with our statistics division in New York, resulting in a joint project with the statistics division, a project that refers to an assessment of the country's national capacity regarding production, use, dissemination of migration data and statistics. Now, in that context, the project was rolled out in Asian and Latin American countries, and it was made more robust thanks to the objectives defined by the working group of the Statistics Conference of the Americas. They also were addressing international migration data, and that component was actually organized by Mexico's INEGI. So that is closely tied to the actions carried out by our colleague here, Adriana Oropesa. She was quite efficient in her work and leading the other countries. And this was also carried out in keeping with the contribution by the technical secretariat. So our project specifically, as I mentioned, was aimed at conducting an assessment of national capacity for the production of international migration data. And this was the result as well of a global assessment that was conducted by the Statistics Division and a group of experts on international migration statistics. Now, clearly, and we also all know because it's something we're addressing here at this forum, we realized that there were many inefficiencies regarding the production and availability of international migration statistics. There's also a lack of harmonization or standardization with regard to the compilation and dissemination of data. There's also a lack of integration of the various sources of information. Moreover, lack of analyses, lack of systematization, a lack of assessment with regard to the determining factors, determinants rather, and a lack of common methodology. Hence, there was a need to strengthen the capacity to produce and analyze migration statistics. So that's the background. And a survey was rolled out to essentially address a variety of different pillars regarding the availability of information, as well as characterize the status of statistics and the use of instruments, and identify the national capacity strengthening needs. Moreover, to define certain priority activities as the key areas of work. These objectives were essentially the same objectives that were worked on in conjunction with the working group of the SCA. Now, thanks to this synergy, we were able to expand the number of countries originally participating in the project, the SCA ECLAC project, and a total of 10 countries from the region actually rolled out this questionnaire. The questionnaire was 63 questions that were addressing 10 key dimensions related to measuring international migration. Now, once the survey was rolled out, the information was assessed and analyzed, and it is now available. And again, this is information related to the assessment of national capacity for the production of international migration data in 10 countries of the Latin American region. Now, an assessment of the national statistics systems included this as well, this analysis, but it went beyond that. A few key areas of action were defined in keeping with these 10 pillars. What are these 10 pillars? Well, the first is the availability of basic statistics related to international migration. This information was reported by the various competent authorities, the national migration offices, NSOs, and other agencies in charge of producing migration statistics and data. Now, the second pillar was related to the national strategy, national migration data generation strategy. Oh, here we have the presentation. I was actually just referring to this content. I was referring to the various topics under the assessment. So the fourth was traditional data sources. New data management was 5. 6 was data dissemination and communication from data to politics. 7, interagency coordination mechanisms on international migration statistics. 8 was data exchange with other countries, other counterparts. And then finally, as a result of the working group's activities, and given the period during which the assessment was carried out, this was 2020 and 2021. Obviously, this period coincided with the pandemic, so we added a few questions to assess the impact of COVID-19 on producing these statistics. And then 10, use of geospatial tools and information on international migration. So the countries had geospatial information with regard to this aspect. So we have these 10 key thematic areas. Everything was pulled together in a systematic fashion and the results were analyzed. And this is a very rich outcome. And I am going to share some of the key findings with you here today. With regard to data availability, international migration data availability, practically all of the participating countries replied that they do have information that is taken from traditional sources, for example, population censuses and other regular surveys and specialty surveys, and from administrative records as well. All 10 countries replied that yes, they do have information coming from one of those traditional sources. With regard to needs, data needs for international migration policy and governance, the results or the replies from the countries indicated that yes, it is possible to produce data for policy, but it is insufficient as it stands today. Moreover, there's a variety of different situations that the countries face, and we could categorize these into 4 main groups related to indicator availability and production. Some countries replied that they can calculate the indicators based on the sources of information available. Others said that they can calculate them as well, but they must first strengthen the sources. Some of these sources do not have regular production processes. Also, some countries were lacking in technical capacity to take better advantage of these sources of information. The other 2 categories of countries said that they can partially calculate them, and some mentioned they cannot calculate them. All countries say that they can estimate some SDG, MC, and Global Compact indicators. Other countries identified gaps and, of course, opportunities as well, opportunities for improving information generation. So that is the overall status with regard to these national statistics systems. Now, there is still a lack of coordination and a lack of harmonization with regard to the information sources. Several of the countries actually mentioned that they need to have a single password or key, for example, to gain access to the systems and where the various sources lie. Moreover, it was mentioned that there needs to be an interinstitutional mechanism of sorts that would make it easier for the stakeholders to work together in a coordinated fashion and to communicate with each other. Now, this could be at the level of the institutions producing information or at a different level of institutions, for example. And with regard to the specific statistics needs, many countries highlighted that there is a priority need to measure the impact or the contribution of migration to countries' development and the country's economy, and also to better understand the investment by states to ensure that the migrant population's rights are respected. There was also mention of the need to strengthen or expand the various approaches, the gender approach, the rights-based approach, and also to reinforce specific areas of information. For example, reproductive and sexual health rights, or information with regard to social protection, human trafficking. All of these aspects, in fact, were mentioned under the national reports. It was mentioned that statistics are required to address these aspects, and there are significant deficiencies there. Also, several of the countries mentioned the need to have sources of information that would allow them to better characterize the returnee population. With regard to the gaps identified by the countries, here we just have a few mentioned. For example, Argentina mentioned that there is a disarticulation between the statistical information provided by these studies, such as censuses and surveys, regarding the registration information managed by the National Migration Department. Now, with regard to Colombia, the DANE and the Foreign Affairs offices referred to weaknesses of the information systems and the databases. Ecuador also mentioned that specific information is required to address the specific issues affecting the country and, for example, to address the impact on development. Now, although Chile is working significantly on boosting its interinstitutional collaboration, the Ministry of Housing and Urbanization of Chile mentioned that they require more information regarding housing needs and socioeconomic characterization of migrants. Paraguay, it was mentioned that they need to have better traceability of migrants, both foreign and national, and Peru also mentioned the need to reinforce the characterization of the immigrant population. And now actually we will hear from our Peruvian representative, the National Institute of Statistics and Information Technology representative. They have mentioned that there is a need to work towards better characterizing the migrant population.
Based on these gaps and challenges when it comes to the production of information that has been expressed by countries, and as from the analysis that we conducted in CELADE together with the statistical division, we identified a roadmap and some specific actions enabling us to support and continue to provide technical assistance to countries in order to improve the production and use of data. And among these actions, we find part of what has already been mentioned by countries in their diagnosis, which is the need to define an interinstitutional coordination mechanism, and that this mechanism hopefully responds to a more formal and permanent support over time. Most countries have certain spaces, working groups and so on, but they have not always been able to provide these with continuity over time. And therefore, there is certainly a need here for this interinstitutional coordination mechanism. On the other hand, the need to enter into agreements for the exchange of data among multiple data producers. We are aware of problems in terms of statistical secrecy, institutional reticence when it comes to sharing information, but based on a work that responds to a statistical plan linked to governance and linked to a migration policy, we certainly require these exchange agreements. And likewise, in more technical and methodological terms, it's important to update and standardize a conceptual framework. I believe that we do need to undertake this very important work in terms of improvement and strengthening, and we as agencies, statistical divisions of ECLAC and the International Migrations Office and so on, organization, we're all working on this when it comes to the production of different sources of information. And hopefully we may be able to continue to bet on having these standardized questions modules on various issues in terms of surveys and censuses, despite the fact that we have international recommendations in this sense. Still, many countries lack or have not yet incorporated these modules into those the data sources. And what is also recurrent is the need to continue to discuss in greater depth and better characterize issues such as labor mobility, an issue that we will be discussing tomorrow during a panel, the issue of labor migration statistics, victimization, remittances and others, and also we need to investigate the potential of non-traditional sources. In this forum, we're also holding discussions about how to benefit from these big data sources, as they're called. Clearly, there is a potential there, but we need to have a more in-depth analysis of this to determine how we can benefit from that. And likewise, a coordination of the production of indicators to monitor national situations and also to meet international commitments. Of course, we need to make headway in the production and in the availability to the general public of so-called metadata, or data on variables and indicators that are being generated. We need to improve communication strategies between data producers and policymakers. And of course, what I mentioned beforehand is the need to ensure access to open data, establishing protocols that deal with the confidentiality of information and that also protect data about migrants. Here, we have an enormous amount of work to continue to develop in terms of how we make information available about this population group that we know are also impacted by vulnerabilities. So there is a whole wealth of information here and a whole set of actions that we hope to continue to implement both within the statistical conference and likewise in other joint work efforts in our region. So that's it. Thank you very much. And of course, we are very open to answer any questions or queries you may have. Thank you, Sulma, for this very comprehensive information on the mapping of existing sources and challenges in terms of capacity building, and likewise the thematic vacuums that we have, interoperability both domestically and within countries, and the direction in which we are heading, and to have, for example, intersectoral structures, which is something that is highlighted when it comes to the world impact of migration. Now, I'd like to offer the floor to the National Statistical and IT Institute of Peru, Mr. Dante Caro Huavilca Bonnet. He holds an MBA from the Business Management School for graduates and a master's degree in strategic leadership, and has also more than 25 years experience in the management of statistical data and also in the private sector. So, Mr. Huavilca, you have the floor. Well, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this important forum. We have been able to see how the different panels and discussions have been of an excellent quality. And please allow me to mention, as from the INEI of Peru, the results of the second survey conducted among the Venezuelan population that have migrated to our country. Over the past few years, more than 7 million Venezuelans have left Venezuela and traveled to the rest of the world in accordance with information from the UNHCR that practically 6 million Venezuelans have immigrated to Latin America, and out of those 6, 2.2 2.5 to Colombia, 2.5 to Peru, and other countries, or 1.5 million to Peru. Peru has always been a country that has expelled migrants, so to speak, but now, for the first time, we have received 1.5 million Venezuelans that have come to reside in our country. And for that reason, we are characterizing Venezuelan migrants. We conducted a survey in 2018, and now we have conducted a second survey in 2022, and these are the main results. We researched in 9 cities in Peru, which concentrates the largest number of Venezuelans. And we conducted a survey involving 138 questions. We asked them about housing, their housing conditions, health conditions, education conditions, labor conditions, salaries, working hours, among other aspects. Now, what is it that we have found? Well, we have found that practically half of the Venezuelan migrants in Peru are women, and the other half are men. 48% of migrants had a permanent partner. In terms of age, we have compared the two surveys, the 2018 and the 2022 survey, and here we found two very interesting information. First of all, those that arrived in 2018, those migrants in 2018 included very few children. Now we're receiving many more children. In 2018, 16 out of all migrants were children, and yet it is now 28%. And those between 15 and 49 years of age, that represented 78% of migrants in 2018, and now it's 63.8%. And now what these figures imply is that there is an integration within our country of Venezuelan migrants. Why? Because they're bringing their children in. Now, a second very important element related to the labor market. Practically, everyone is working. 98% are employed people. The unemployment rate of Venezuelan migrants is only 2%. In the case of Peru, the unemployment rate of all Peruvians is 4%. It's twice as much. And this could imply that Venezuelans living in Peru perhaps work in all activities, especially in the harder jobs. In terms of salaries, we have found that on average, migrants earn $318 per month, 15% higher than the minimum salary in Peru. However, we have found an imbalance here between men and women. Venezuelan men and women. Venezuelan men earn $342, and Venezuelan women earn $263 in Peru. And this is also an information which is very important, is the educational level. We have quantified that close to 40% of Venezuelan migrants have higher education, university studies. In other words, this is a skilled labor force that we should be able to benefit from in order to strengthen and increase productivity in our country. Health conditions. We asked the Venezuelan migrants whether they suffer from chronic diseases, and 13.6% answered that they had no that they did suffer from a chronic disease. And those that suffered from chronic diseases, we asked them whether they were receiving treatment. 21% said that they were receiving treatment. 10%, yes, we are receiving treatment, but not with the necessary frequency, and 68% indicated that they were not receiving a treatment. Here, clearly, we have a deficit that has to be resolved. Housing conditions. where Venezuelan migrants live. 93% of Venezuelans live in hired homes. However, a small percentage, 3% of Venezuelan migrants have already purchased their own home in Peru. In the case of the floor, the material for the roof and the walls, we find that on average, 82.7% of houses are built of concrete, solid homes, and 48% of walls are also solid walls. In the case of basic services of Venezuelan migrants in Peru, 77% has access to water and sewage within their homes. Practically all of them have electricity, and 64% have internet connections. With regards remittances by the population, we have noticed that in 2018, 2 out of every 3 Venezuelan migrants were sending remittances back to Venezuela. After 5 years, we have noticed that 55% are still sending remittances to Venezuela. And this reduction in terms of the of remittances to Venezuela could imply that now we have more children integrated into migrant households in Peru, and thus they would have no longer the need to continue to send remittances back to Venezuela.
We also inquired into their necessities, whether or not they have their needs covered, and most of them said that they were unable to cover their needs, specifically their health, food, decent work, transportation needs, and others. Allow me to mention that this survey was rolled out in 2022, and this information is really accessible to all of you. The database, the methodology, the publication per se, this is all available to any user wishing to access this online. So I am available for your questions. Thank you.
Le agradezco, señor Wilka, por destacar.
Thank you, Mr. Kowalivka, for summarizing this situation as input for public policy. It's interesting to see the diversity of migrants, the gender equality, the changing age of the group, etc. Now allow me to give the floor to the Dominican Republic. We are very honored to have with us here today Ms. Rivas Peña, the Director of the National Statistics in the Dominican Republic. She's been in that post since 2020. She has a degree in economics and a master's in human development, gender policy, and she has also worked in the Central American integration system for a while as well. I also learned that she was the Dominican Republic representative of UN Women, and she also contributes to a variety of different feminist activities. And the floor is yours, Ms. Rivas Peña. Thank you, Suzanne. Good morning to everyone joining us here today, either virtually or in person. I wanted to specifically thank the organizers of this third forum. It's been very interesting. All of the material we have covered has been quite fascinating. So I have a shared presentation for you. I will begin by remarking upon the framework, the background information with regard to what the Dominican Republic's NSO has done and how we have decided to place statistics at the heart of decision-making activities. And my colleague, Lily, will specifically refer to our experience regarding the National Migrant Survey, the 2012 and 2017 versions. And this year, in fact, we are planning on conducting the third survey. Let me first tell you that starting in 2012, we have a national development strategy, and this is in keeping with law, a strategy that will be rolled out until 2030. Once the SDGs were defined, the Dominican Republic has focused on working toward these goals because our national development strategy actually includes the SDGs, and this every 4 years is translated into a public policy 4-year plan for the government's activities. And there is alignment between the SDGs and our strategy. The alignment is 86% in fact. Now, specifically with regard to the government's vision, this administration's vision is based on what we call the quality of life paradigm. And a series of questions, in fact, are asked to determine what our people really need to have quality of life. And quality of life is understood as health, housing, citizen security, employment, equal opportunities, transportation, and other variables. And these are the key variables which are further teased out to other sub-variables. For example, territorial aspects, the digital transformation, culture. Now, these are mainstream aspects also that must be taken into consideration and addressed by the government. Now, specifically, the National Statistics Office was successful in establishing public policies that were designed to translate all of these quality of life aspects and specifically related to statistics. So we have the Ministry of the Economy, Planning and Development began launching discussion opportunities, roundtables to address these aspects. And we realized that we would not be able to bring about quality of life changes if we didn't have the data to understand the baseline. And so as a result, we determined specific results related to data generation, and we wanted to know that our public policies would be evidence-based. And so we have the overall results of this pluriannual public sector plan, and there are a series of priority outcomes as well. And the NSO actually has strongly emphasized a few key aspects related to migration. For example, we have last year in December, we wrapped up our one of our housing and population censuses, and now we are working on the other party issues related to statistics production, and this is all very much in keeping with the Sustainable Development Goal 17. We have also worked on administrative records, conducting household surveys, and with regard to administrative records, we have also, or last year, in fact, we actually published this on the Global Migration Data site. We published our most recent migration status report. Now, all of this, the NSO took the pluriannual plan and translated this into the interinstitutional policy or plan, which aims to ensure the quality of statistics for the various systems. And this includes census statistics and administrative records as well. Now, going back to this quality of life plan, you can see the priority issues with the tick here. And of course, migration is yet another important issue that is cross-cutting and related to all the various aspects related to the specific pluriannual plan. And then The previous panel referred to coordination, correct? And how we can make progress with the national statistics system so that we can have ongoing quality data, robust data. And specifically, regarding that coordination effort, we work closely with key players, and we hold roundtables, for example, on migration in 2021. In fact, there was a multiple agency effort to do so. And we have also presented our efforts to international cooperation agencies. We have this action plan that has allowed us to expand our actions regarding migration policies. Now for 2023, we will be rolling out the National Survey of Immigrants, and I will give the floor to Willie so he can actually refer to the experience that we have had with this National Immigrant Survey. Good morning. Before referring to our experience with the National Survey of Immigrants, I would like to express my appreciation for having been invited to this forum. So the Dominican Republic, as I mentioned, has rolled out the National Survey of Immigrants. It's a periodic survey. The first was conducted in 2012. And back then, there was this overall impression that there were millions of immigrants in our country, primarily Haitians. And then there was another idea, general acceptance, that the statistics addressed the immigrants' profile and the number of immigrants. Now, the National Survey of Immigrants was rolled out for the first time in 2012 and the second edition in 2017. It's a probabilistic survey that's held every 5 years, and it aims to gather information on the immigrant population, first generation immigrants, as well as descendants. And the idea was to consideration for public policies aimed at improving the quality of life of immigrants. So the idea is to understand the economic and demographic impact of the immigrant population, as well as cleaning or shedding light on the various changes in immigration patterns. It's important to understand changes at the sex level and the age group level as well. With regard to implementing the National Survey on Immigrants, the NSO worked with a model comprised of 2 key components. For example, having a rigorous methodology. And the second component was integrating all of the various country sectors in order to ensure that there was trust among this population. And this was also to make sure that this survey would be properly rolled out. So this model involved, as I mentioned, key strategies. One of these strategies was to set up a technical team with staff from the NSO, as well as a key researcher, a consultant who helped us build the survey. And then we also had a sampling specialist. A technical committee was set up, a consultative committee as well, and the support provided by the second committee was key. They guided us along the way from the beginning all the way until the publication of the results. Now, The consultative committee consists of representatives from different sectors and specialists in migration, representatives from civil society, academia, the government sector, and religious organizations as well. Now, another key strategy that we implemented was speaking with organizations that work with migrants and conduct this across the country in order to build trust. And this was very helpful in allowing us to get closer to the target audience. Also, a community ties network was created, and this was very helpful for working with the surveyors themselves. Now, with regard to implementing this survey, from the beginning and all the way until the end, it was understood that in order to be successful, it was necessary to build trust among the immigrant population. We understood this as a key aspect, and so a series of activities were carried out to create awareness regarding the survey and to create a better understanding with regard to identifying key strategies to do this. So from the very beginning, focal points were identified to make sure that the population was aware of the survey. These focal points identified the various fears as expressed by immigrants with regard to participating in the survey.
And meetings were held with UNFSPA with meeting with members of civil society, with NGOs, neighborhood organizations, churches, and so on, with a clear objective of generating trust. And also in order to identify strategies enabling us to deal with that population. Experts on migration issues were also consulted in order to define the scope of the survey and also to adapt the methodology that was being implemented to the context of migrants in the Dominican Republic. During those meetings held in the whole national territory, interpreters and community facilitators were hired to support all the teams that worked during the collection of information. Now, with regards the definition of the scope of the survey, interviews were held with government institutions such as the Ministry of the Economy, Planning and Development, with the Labor Ministry, and with other organizations in order to know the main information requirements or the main information needs. For the production of the questionnaires, what was used as a reference was a census of 2010 and the questionnaires implemented in the different household surveys conducted in the Dominican Republic, such as the National Survey of Multiple Purpose Households and also the National Survey on the Labor Force that was conducted by the Central Bank in order to safeguard comparability between the NE 2012 and the NE 2017. Practically the same questionnaires were implemented, both surveys basically encompassed the same issues. In the specific case of the 2017 one, that included an additional module in order to measure the scope of the national standardization plan, and also a module on health, on sexual and reproductive health. An innovation to the National Migrant Survey is evidenced in the design of the sample. Beforehand, the sample takes into consideration the context within which migrants live in the Dominican Republic, its spatial distribution. A probabilistic sample was selected of a compact segment sample was taken, dealing not only with private occupied homes, but also other places and not considered to be suitable for living conditions, such as workshops, agricultural land, stores, and so on, and also including homeless people. And as a stratification, we took into consideration the degree of the agglomeration of migrants in accordance with the economic activity that they have. It is worthwhile highlighting that in order to make the sample much more efficient, we used auxiliary information, both related to the 2010 population census and to other surveys conducted in the Dominican Republic. In addition to awareness creation activities conducted throughout our country in order to generate trust among migrants, for fieldwork purposes, a whole set of strategies were implemented that contributed to the success of the survey, including the implementation of a structure to guarantee an organized fieldwork. And that structure also included hiring community facilitators to support teams when dealing with migrant population, and likewise interpreters in order to support in the interview of people who were not Spanish speakers. Both community facilitators and the interpreters were immigrants. Now, for fieldwork, or for the organization of fieldwork, an efficient training strategy was implemented in order to empower officials with regard to the procedures that had to be put in practice in accordance with their own functions, and likewise to create awareness about the importance of the survey. For fieldwork purposes, a work burden was defined per day. In other words, a number of interviews to be held per enumerator as an optimum number. And we also defined an effective supervision of fieldwork that envisaged 6 different supervision levels. Undoubtedly, the National Migrant Survey of the Dominican Republic led to different lessons learned. Among them, the operational and strategic methodology has been effective in order to collect data from the migrant population, and this relied on the implementation of an organizational structure that was efficient, and in turn on activities helping to create trust among this population. Another lesson that was learned is the consideration of users specialized in the process. both from government institutions, civil society, and academia. One of the lessons learned is the hiring of immigrants to form part of the surveys. And this in order to also contributes to creating trust. Now, another lesson learned is the importance of the change in the name of the survey. For the field worker during the survey, we used the name National Demographic and Socioeconomic Survey because the term migration in the Dominican Republic is related to the migration authority as such. The implementation of an advisory council comprised of different sectors of the Dominican Republic was also relevant. And finally, an innovative aspect of the survey was the use of a sample design that included the compact segments, thus making sure that no immigrants or no migrants were left aside. And in order to conclude, for the next versions of the survey, our main challenges include the measurement of some basic indicators for the native population in order to make this comparable, and likewise the use of mobile devices. Thank you very much. Thank you for this very interesting presentation on how you are dealing with the data system in the Dominican Republic. You highlighted that institutional structure, the intersectorial working groups, the integration of the migrant community in the design and implementation of various tools, and in such a social approach, not so much a government-focused approach, but a very social approach. And as highlighted by Simone of panel 3, the issue of ensuring access of the migrant population in terms of language, because often that aspect is not dealt with. So there were many positive reflections there, and I hope that they are useful as lessons learned and as recommendations so that we can replicate these experiences. Now I'd like to offer the floor to Adriana Oropesa from INEGI of Mexico. She's a Mexican economist with 28 years experience in the design and implementation of tools and practices aimed at dealing with information and policy-making needs. She has worked for the past 14 years in the National Statistical and Geography Institute of Mexico, INEGI. So, Adriana, you have the floor. Thank you. First of all, could you please show the screen? I am Adriana, not Andrea. And I'd just like to take 1 minute to thank all the people that are in the panel today, because in a very direct fashion, without you, without your support as a country, this director and our teams would not have been able to undertake studies, Suzanne, without your specific participation from the regional office in Costa Rica. We had not received the support and the of ECLAC and the Statistical Conference of the Americas, and the fact that we have received the support of the Statistical Division of ECLAC and of the Population Division, where you have a spectacular team. Simone was not here during the first part, but she has been able to evidence the results. But certainly without you, it wouldn't have been possible for us to establish this diagnosis. For me, it was For me personally, it was a marvelous experience, which enabled me to get to know a region, a phenomenon that has changed us as countries, and to have been able to participate with different countries. And especially because we went beyond the traditional question asked to statistical offices and to all the teams. So this has been indeed a major challenge. We have not only asked questions to the census areas, but we have been also asked or found information from survey teams. And the team in Chile, for example, established coordination with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Cuba, with the Central Bank in Mexico, with Costa Rica, with the migration authorities. It meant or evidence that we went out to find the statistical system everywhere, and we obtained marvelous answers. And thank you very much for the leadership and for the support that we received in these more than 2 years. That's me. What did we do in terms of the diagnosis and in terms of this regional learning, and how we move this or use this in the situation in Mexico, where we face tremendous challenges? For many years, we had, in traditional terms, been a country that expelled population, as mentioned by the director of Peru. But now we have the presence of different people, not only from the region, but also from other extra-continental countries. And I would like to very quickly show you some activities that we are undertaking, and our presentation, not only you will find there not only the name of our institute, but in specific terms, we have a strategic alliance with the Ministry of the Interior in Mexico.
And we have been able to join technical capacity and experiences in order to have more and better information in terms of quality and relevance, statistics quality, that is, so that it will be more useful. Next slide, please. Now, first of all, and I think this is something that the two previous directors have mentioned, and that is that information is there to be used. So when we have population policies and other public policies relative to development, these allow us to identify the population-specific needs or the needs of specific population groups. And this is very helpful. Allow me to take 1 second to point out the certain aspects relative to the map and just quickly show the countries involved. Now, we were not able to include all of the countries, but we in Mexico conducted a regional assessment because we know that this phenomenon is affecting different countries and affecting them differently. You may have migratory flows from the Caribbean, and these people may move to Brazil and then go back and then further across the mountains to Chile. They may end up either in Mexico, in the Republic, or Peru. So it really depends. So we have been able to identify that we know that these populations are exposed. We are aware of their vulnerabilities, but we do also know that there is an existing care or protection network to a certain degree. So we have also tried to characterize using statistics activities throughout the region. And we've also taken advantage of geospatial information. In recent years, there have been significant activities to do so, to have a more robust situation. We have been able to identify, well, we know that there are migratory routes, and there's work underway to geospatially determine this. The NSOs have not finished these activities yet, but nonetheless, we are working on pulling all of this together. And we also, in terms of the conceptual framework, there's a key objective. Well, we know that migration is a cross-cutting topic, similar to gender issues and human rights aspects. So we've seen in the past men only migrating alone, moving towards the United States, but migration today is different. We know that migration consists of irregular individuals or in irregular status, complete families, as we've seen in in the Peruvian presentation. And I have had to pull together many different requirements, coordinate these requirements, and delegate the responsibilities to different ministries. So, for example, I've received requirements from the Secretariat of Health, and we have a coordination strategy. We work closely together. We validate what our activities consist of. And at the bare minimum, we need people to validate the statistics. And in the end, we were working with 10 requirements. So what we have also done, or what I've tried to do, is to work with meet the needs of different international requirements and know what the various countries need. So we know that every country is unique, and so the migration policies are also different. That was our starting point in the end. And that's where we started to pull together our activities and efforts to provide information with other agencies. So we have a national statistic and geographic information system, and this involves interinstitutional committee as well, involving roughly 10 institutions in the different sectors, employment, health, etc. My colleague Graciela Martinez works with us as well, and we have the institute that provides statistics support. So anyhow, this is the special technical committee. We actually just changed the name. It was just international migration in the past, but given the conceptual update that was conducted in keeping with the UN Statistics Department, we changed the title of this committee. Sounds trivial, but it does involve different concepts that allow us to better reflect people on the move. Now here we have, we work together. We realize we work better together. We have information from different sources. Unfortunately, we're still missing a few, but we're working on closing those gaps. We also know that we have a wealth of information, but it might be dispersed, it might not be so well documented. And in the end, we are also reinforcing the joint activities that we carry out with other regional, national, and international bodies. So now, we have also talked about some of the main activities. One of the key actions was to work on disaggregating information for key relevant population groups. We are being quite conservative. In fact, we're not considering to delve into migration, but when we first set out to do this, we're working with the survey team, and we realized that the way the surveys were designed, they were not going to allow us to reach the migrant population. So the first effort was to make progress, and then we received support from the IOM. We talked about that a great deal, but IOM Mexico and IOM Costa Rica actually came up with a proposition to analyze certain indicators. There were parallel activities underway, for example, the Statistics Commission to identify which indicators are relevant for gender. There's 67 of those. The group of experts had also identified another suite of migration relevant indicators. And then another 19 indicators were also identified as being relevant for migration in keeping with the SDGs. So essentially what we did was identify which indicators were most relevant for the various groups. And then we prioritized the largest number of requirements. So we applied another filter. Maybe it's the most important one. It was a filter applicable to which indicators are most relevant for the countries. And here we wanted to work with what we already had, work with the source of information in existence. And then we focused on those indicators whose source of information was actually the statistics office. And then we applied a variety of different other filters consisting of variables, and then we identified 20 priority indicators in the end that we're actually working with. So let me explain what we actually did. And by the way, it's just very important to underscore that we worked jointly with the population groups, the censuses. We are disaggregating information by age, by sex, and we also have information for groups of individuals by indigenous language. We have information for people with disabilities. And here we also started working with the migrant population. We wanted to understand what this group actually consisted of, whether they were foreigners or what have you. So why are we doing this? Well, essentially in Mexico, the immigrants account for 1%. They could be Mexicans born in the United States, but with US and Mexican nationality because they were born there. We also have Canadian and US residents, primarily because of the various activities. But then we had to carry out conceptual work to understand what we have and what we're doing this for. So we calculated the indicators, we're reviewing them, and we're validating the various results. Moreover, in Mexico, we have an SDG framework. We meet 3 global requirements: global, conceptual, and regional. And then we have a national framework that made it necessary for us to have an indicator for refugees. And we have been working on the concepts for 1 year and how we can best take advantage of the administrative records. But we also realized that there are certain opportunities and legal mandates to work in the area of protecting boys, girls, and adolescents. And Mexico has quite a long-standing history of gathering information under specialty surveys. And given the context, we need to simply reinforce the efforts already underway. And finally, our Ministry of the Interior, which is one of the main statistics generating bodies, took on the challenge to reinforce their information and in keeping with the technical standard available, as well as the technical standard applicable to open data sources. And we worked with a team already in Mexico and Aguascalientes to do so. This is underway. I'm just going to quickly go through this. This is something we talked about yesterday. But in any event, the research team decided to take on yet another challenge, and that was to work with 2 non-traditional sources of information. In fact, yesterday we talked about the challenge of characterizing people who have passed away, and the other challenge was to characterize those who are still alive. Obviously, we're more interested in them given the context, and do this use web scrubbing techniques and working with the databases as mentioned by my colleague yesterday. Finally, I will talk, well, I've already talked a bit about what we've done with other international organizations, and this are the next steps. The idea here is to serve as food for thought for a future discussion. Now, first, I guess we could refer to the International Migration Conceptual Framework from the Statistics Commission, but now we need to put this into operation and adapt it and link it to the human movements that may or may not end up being international migratory movements. So we worked with Colombia on a methodological proposition to include, to assess the administrative records in the region. It would seem as though some countries, for example, Costa Rica, I'm saying the names because I know there may be experiences out there and other experiences, and maybe we could leverage these and obviously work on disaggregation. The Dominican Republic also talked about the various surveys in existence. We could perhaps utilize those. And I would also like to encourage the IOM to further work with a very interesting tool they have for field work and humanitarian assistance, but this has not been applied yet to our work here with regard to displacement. So thank you for listening to me, and I apologize for speaking so extremely quickly. Thank you for those interesting examples. I would like to underscore the interinstitutional group on international people on the move. This group is starting to work actively, and Mexico is a pioneer in this regard. We talked about how Mexico is creating greater awareness with regard to this conceptual framework, along with South Africa, and this has been mentioned in a variety of different fora, and it's a very comprehensive effort underway with regard to the SDGs and other initiatives as well. So here we saw how the challenges mentioned by Surma can be tackled. I would like to open the floor to the individuals in the audience if you have any very specific questions, because we are running behind a bit. So I think we could take 2 questions. First, the representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Okay, good morning. As we have done, as I've done every day during this forum, I would like to make some comments and represent and express my gratitude to a representative from Peru for the very valuable information that they have provided us with related to Venezuelan migrants to the country. First of all, I have to clarify that the figures that I mentioned, one day it's 5 million, the following day it's 8 million people. UNHCR also falls into that lack of coherence. People have even spoken of up to 10 million Venezuelans, and yet the following day it's 3 million. So there's no coherence, nothing that satisfies a correct information in that sense. There has been a slow but constant return of Venezuelans to our country, and that figure is not taken into consideration national international entities. As a result of the fact, and by the first of year of this year, we were able to reopen our border with Colombia, and therefore there was a transit between Colombia and Venezuela using illegal border crossings. A second element that I would like to add is that more than 40% of migrants have dual nationality, and therefore the responsibilities when it comes to statistics imply that we should take a little bit more time to analyze this phenomenon, because it is very significant that 40% of Venezuelan migrants have a dual nationalities. We must also take into consideration, and this is solid data that has been corroborated and confirmed in Venezuela. There are 300,000 Peruvians living in Venezuela, more than 600,000 Ecuadorians, and 6 million Colombians that also live in Venezuela. Now, what this reality shows is that these Venezuelan citizens that have dual nationalities, and most of them have been born in other countries. In Venezuela, it's very easy to become a Venezuelan citizen. As I mentioned yesterday and the day before yesterday, we have 30 million inhabitants in Venezuela, and 12 million are migrants. In other words, a third part of the Venezuelan citizens are migrants, and these figures are not reflected and transmitted neither by the IOM or by the UNHCR and other international entities adequately when they speak about the reality of Venezuelan migrants. That's something that is mentioned every day, but nobody mentions the 12 million foreigners living in Venezuela. No reference is ever made. I am not complaining, certainly, but the idea is to speak with the truth. But that is what is important, that 30% of the Venezuelan population is of foreign origin. In our embassy here in Chile, we have detected that 30% of the people that come and conduct consular paperwork in possess a dual nationality. We never ask them why they don't go to the embassy of their of the other nationality that they have, because obviously that is not something that is relevant for us. In that 30%, we include European nationalities, especially Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish, that are very numerous in Venezuela, and also Latin American nationalities. And over the past 8 or 10 years, a lot of citizens of Chinese and Arab origin. Now, with regards to the return of Venezuelans to our country, up until 3 years ago, Venezuelans could freely travel from Chile and return to Venezuela. Peru and Ecuador, after a north-south transit channel had been opened, reaching Chile, but today in Ecuador is demanding a visa that is very difficult to obtain in any consulate of both Peru and Ecuador. It's very difficult to obtain for a Venezuelan citizen to obtain that visa, and that visa is fundamental for them to be able to return to Venezuela. When they reach Colombia, having crossed Peru and Ecuador, when they reach Colombia, our citizens can travel freely in Colombia because of a very old treaty without a passport or visa, simply using their Venezuelan identity card. With a visa demanded by Peru and Ecuador, what that is leading to is that they still are able to come back, but they come back via these transnational gangs that charge people to cross borders. So they are not given a visa, but they still are able to come back to Venezuela using these human trafficking organizations with all the inherent dangers that that implies. Thank you very much. Okay, I thank you for your comments, highlighting the limitations and the challenges when it comes to data estimates. And it is true that we must always present a very comprehensive image, and not only talking about the Venezuelan migrants, but we must highlight that that continues to be a country of destination, which is very important in our region. But in our publications, we always speak about migration and immigration. And we have to still always communicate all the limitations that we face in all our publications. I think somebody wants to make a very specific comment, and after that, we have questions from our online participants also.
Thank you, Susan. My name is Bjorn Gilsetter. I'm head of the Joint Data Center on Forced Displacement, collaboration between the World Bank and UNHCR. And I want to address myself to the director for INE on Peru, Senor Dante, and really thank you for the quality of your work with your technical team in INE. This report that in the survey, the results that you presented today, it's amazingly strong, and it's the only one that we have been fortunate to support from the Joint Data Center that includes in-person interviews. And I believe this can be, I hope this can become a model in the region for how to conduct this kind of work. We've been very pleased, together with colleagues in the World Bank and UNHCR, to be associated with your work. I think going forward, I hope that, and I think that INE will be well positioned to take this even one step further, to include Venezuelans as you conduct your national surveys, and to have them included in such a way that we can draw strong statistical analysis from that work. And you can count on our support going forward in both technical and for financial purposes. So thank you very much. And thank you for the panel as a whole. It's been fantastic to hear all the country-specific examples that you brought up today. Thank you.
Gracias por esa intervención y pregunta. Y quería mencionar para ustedes una
comments. And I would like to share with you a question that we received from Walid Mohammed, who works at the migration unit data of Egypt, and he is asking about the challenges involved in the creation of these data systems of integrated migration data services, and how you dealt with some of those challenges. Perhaps we could use your final comments to highlight some examples of how that was achieved. So, Mr. Gavilka, please. Well, I believe that one of the most important challenges is to try to standardize, to internally standardize within our national statistical systems, involving all ministries, migration entities, and statistical offices, and then to also standardize at an international level, despite the fact that each country faces specific situations and that each country have migrants that come in, that leave, that are in transit. And as occurs in our case, which means that for the first time we have received such an important migration. And I believe that one of the fundamental tasks that we have in Latin America, and the entity called upon to organize and try to generate a permanent working group on migration, is ECLAC and ECLAC, because of the nature, experience, and level of coordination that they have, obviously involving our own efforts as well. And the last point mentioned by our Mexican colleague is also very important, in the sense that we need to have a matrix of the displacement of migrants. I believe that the challenges are first of all internal, and then also looking outwards, and that is the way in which we have to work. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I'll refer to what Dante said. When it comes to our work internally, there are many important issues, but in the case of the Dominican Republic, a lot of this is related to the conceptualization of migration, of our own debate on migration. Really said this in how we deal with this, how our survey has to be done with entering into tremendous alliances, creating trust, and so on. And this has to do with the way in which migration is dealt with, not only in terms of the interest of the National Statistical Office in the generation of data, but also on the part of all public policy institutions in terms of strongly demanding for this data, and then having the resources that are needed and in order to conduct the survey. In the case of the Dominican Republic, the 3 editions have received the support of UNFPA and the European Union. Today, the World Bank and the IDB is also is supporting us, but this is always a challenge, the issue of resources and financing. And finally, this capacity building. We, for example, are now within this process of this year's survey, and finding the main researcher for the survey has been a difficult task, and therefore how that capacity building involving human resources at a national and international level are able to accompany the analysis of the data, but likewise the whole process involving the design and the production of statistics. Thank you. Now maybe Diana can speak. I think I'll be a little bit provocative in this last comment. My question would be, what does an integrated service mean in terms of international migration? Perhaps we would have to start to define different types of international migration, or even perhaps we could encompass human mobility. And I use this term in terms of how we move with statistical systems. The second question is that migrants could be captured via different instruments because those instruments are specialized for that population, and therefore we would have to distinguish between populations because it's not the same to measure or to try to measure Mexicans living in the US. And since they have been moving for 30 years, they could have children and become well-established communities with links so that they can come back to Mexico or not, compared to communities that are being received in Mexico, and that may be very important during certain emergency moments in certain areas, so when they enter and then they disseminate throughout the country, but that could be concentrating in other parts of the country. In the case of Mexico, we could be speaking of people that are entering legally, complying with all the different conditions to enter the country, but at a given moment in time, those permits are no longer valid, and we find people that are illegal immigrants, and therefore we need to understand the meaning of these of this human mobility and try to determine what it is that we need to link all this up. And another thing that is easy in inverted commas is to identify via administrative records that could be linked to each other. I'm talking that it might be easy in inverted commas because it is something that we have known for many years. Its operation, however, is not all that simple. But basically, I believe that we have those two main challenges. One is long term, and another one is short term, in the sense that there are experiences, but perhaps it would be adequate to think about this in a regional fashion.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Allow me to briefly summarize this session. We talked a great deal about our current status regarding the assessment. We heard several examples of good practices, very inclusive interinstitutional frameworks. These tools have been helpful for us to better understand the migratory dynamic in the region. It's quite varied, in fact, among the various countries. Some countries are destinations, some countries are the origin countries, others are transit countries. I would also like to thank our partners, ECLAC and DESA, and all of you for joining us here today. And now let me give the floor to Simone for some closing remarks. Yes, I would like to in turn thank you, Suzanne, for your excellent moderation skills, and thank the panelists as well. We began this panel with a presentation by Sulma referring to the assessment on 10 countries and reinforcing the need to strengthen statistics systems. Now, the key point there was all of the countries have information. I think the panel also underscored this. For example, we have surveys that are in their second round, and these allow for comparisons over time. We can also characterize the migrant population. We can disaggregate indicators, for example, the SDGs and others. And we have also heard about some very interesting methodological innovations, interesting sampling tools and techniques, and how to best reach the target population. Of course, this is a response to the growing, changing needs. We see that migration as a phenomenon is growing around the world and in our region. Of course, the study was mentioned, the studies mentioned these challenges, this was underscored. And of course, Adriana referred to conceptual aspects. That, of course, is very important. It's key to work towards standardizing a conceptual framework, and of course, to address how to improve the data sources, how to make the data more interoperable, and the institutional aspect. You all know better than I do how challenging it can be to coordinate efforts among various institutions and agencies. And clearly the NSOs play a key role there and must take a leadership role here. So without further ado, I would like to thank you all again for joining us.
tardes a todos y a todas. Damos.
Good afternoon, everyone. We would like to begin this session on educational data for people in mobility in Latin America and the Caribbean, people on the move. And we thank you for the presence of all of you. We hope that you have rested and that you are now available for a very interesting discussion with my talented co-panelists. My name is Veronica Chaverini. I represent the Ministry of Education of Chile. And I would just like to tell you that in terms of data, this is indeed a challenge for the region and at a world level. But specifically, as data of people on the move, this requires different indicators and records to monitor them. We have been in Chile conducting a monitoring process for 6 years now of migrant students involving academic aspects of performance and people that have dropped out even, and access to social benefits, to the demand that we have of students that are still not enrolled, and how much time they have to is needed to stabilize and enter the system. This has to do with the complexity, accuracy, and required for this type of issue. Data for people on the move in educational contexts. And I don't want to, my role is not to speak at length to you, but rather to introduce the first co-panelist. I have the honor of presenting Arthur Borkowski. He's a high officer associated to the migration, displacement, emergency, and education area of UNESCO. His work focuses on statistics and data for education in emergency situations, paying special attention to standards and policies related to data production. His present work focuses on understanding data and policies related to populations displaced or living forced displacement. And he cooperates in the development of a global framework for these communities in emergency situations.
Thank you for the organizers for having me here. So yeah, Vero did a very nice introduction, but as the work I'm here to present is really the work of quite a large team. So it's me presenting, but it's not just my work. I just want that to be clear. This is the outset. And there's going to be some very preliminary results of some work that we're doing in collaboration with UNHCR to really understand two things. One, the availability of data for refugee education. And the other is how can we work towards including refugees in education data systems, basically. Right? So these are two things. And we've done a data review in the top 30 refugee hosting countries as of 2022. Prior to the Ukraine crisis, and 7 case studies. And I'll present a bit of that today. Right, so let me just flip through my slides. There you go. So what I'm really going to talk to you about today is what I've put on the policy data nexus. For those that work in education emergencies, no, it's not another nexus. I really just mean the intersections between policy and data and the interactions between those two, right? And I want to get at some of that and a little bit the nuance behind the policy and data migration stuff, because we're talking about migration in general, but it really depends on the migrant populations that we're talking about for education. And it gets more and more complex the further we want to disaggregate, right? So let's start with sort of broad policy outlook. Looking at this nexus, let's start with what policies we have in place. In the 2019 report on SDG 10.7.2, governments reported on the extent to which they provide nationals access to public education, non-nationals access to public education on equal terms to nationals, right? And so you have the slide here on the screen. You can see sort of the average is quite high. So on average, countries provide access to all migrants, 60% of countries globally, right? 30% only to legal migrants. So already here we're getting at sort of a distinction that's important to get at in data, right? When we're talking about access to education. And you can see the region we're in, LAC, there's actually more countries do it than the global average. So that seems like a good start. But as I'm trying to get at, the picture is actually a bit more complicated, right? So moving on and showing some of the work that we've done from the case studies is, first, I'm not criticizing any of these countries. They were chosen because they're promising practices to some extent. What I'm picking at here is the specific challenges that emerge when trying to link education policy and education data systems for refugees in this case specifically. So the previous slide talked about equal access to education, right? And so equal access defined how? So here, let's talk about on equal terms. And you can see that in most cases, that's true. But there's cases where non-nationals, in this case, refugees, do not necessarily attend the same schools as nationals, right? So we're talking here about either geographic or sort of temporal segregation, where the temporal one is probably a bit more complicated. So let's say in Jordan, they have double shift schools. And in the second shift, it basically only Syrian refugees that attend that school, right? So they're attending the same schools, but not necessarily at the same time as nationals. In other cases, you have geographical segregation, where the refugees will attend camp schools, but not the same schools as nationals, right? Another point on here is, even when they are accessing a school with the same curriculum, it may not actually be financed, administered, managed by the host government either, right? So it's not quite on equal terms, even though we're talking about something similar-ish. Another thing, moving sort of beyond just access, moving a little bit to progression and saying, it matters whether you're a regular or irregular migrant. We've heard this before several times during these last 2 days, but just to emphasize this from an education perspective. In the region, we know at least a couple of countries where migrants, for in this case, displaced Venezuelans, can access the education system all the way up until the end of secondary. They can even do the end of secondary exam, but if they're irregular migrants and they don't have documentation, they cannot get the certification to continue on to tertiary, right? So it's equal access, but up to a point. And my point here is not that these policies are bad, that these policies actually go beyond the education space. And it actually becomes quite difficult to capture this in education data systems. So if we look at the bottom columns here, we look at how the education management information systems capture non-nationals. They do that through things like country of origin, nationality, country of birth, on rare occasion protection status, and sometimes it's simply disaggregated between national and non-national, right? That doesn't quite get at the nuance of regular versus irregular status either, right? Or if there's been multiple waves of displacement, there may be different types of migrants within that same nationality, for example, right? So it's a good start, but by itself, country of origin, for example, does not really help us get at the nuance of the vulnerabilities of the students in these contexts, right? So let's move a little bit beyond 6 case studies and see what does the data look like a little bit more globally. So this is based on 460 data sources across 30 countries. And the idea is here to simply look at how in those data sources, which could help us get at specific aspects of refugee education, could we potentially identify refugees, right? And if you look at the slide, country of birth is the one with the most. So again, country of birth, it's not necessarily a reliable proxy for refugee status, right? So if we're trying to get at the education of refugees or IDPs, something like protection status is probably a bit more accurate. But in those 460 data sources, it only happens in 3 of them, right? So we're getting at migration status, but not necessarily going further in the nuance of that. And that becomes even more important when we consider something like interoperability, which we've been talking a lot about here again, and over the last 2 days, especially this morning, there was 2 panels on that. So considering interoperability here, the chart you're seeing on the slide here, basically each column is 100%, So the ones that are darker red are the ones that appear more often. The ones that are gray or white appear less often. And you can see that across the different data sources, which are the rows, the columns in this, if you will, that actually there's some data sources that collect things differently than other data sources, right? So they're not really interoperable in the sense that they're not really capturing the same populations. And there are ways around this. We actually heard this morning from representatives from Chile, Georgia, the US, the UK, on how these systems can work together, even when they're not necessarily measuring the same thing. But that requires quite sophisticated processes. And it would be easier if, I have 3 minutes, so I have to hurry now. It would be easier if they were captured at least in a similar way. And an important point for me here is that I'm showing you a very simplified version of this, right? Simply country of origin, country of birth, and so on. But there are international recommendations on how we capture this, right? EGRIS has the IRS, the IRIS. Those are international recommendations that have a set of questions. So again, this is preliminary work, but that will eventually be captured here. But so far, anecdotally, what I can tell you is that that's not used very often, at least for the data sources that can provide something on education, right? So what I'm saying here is we have a lot of policy on providing access for all, and that's within the remit of SDG 4, right? We want everyone to have access to education, but without getting at the nuance of migrant access to education. That is, do refugees get access to education? Do refugees without documentation get access to education? We're not really covering all, right? And without the data to speak up and build up to policy levels, to build up new policies, then really we're sort of making these people invisible. And I think was William Lowe from Save the Children yesterday or the day before was saying, basically, in its context where you have a more and more data-driven policy making system, if you don't have the data on these populations, they're going to be ignored in policy making, right? So the main problems here from this research and previous research is that we really can't disaggregate. We can't get at refugee status here. And even if we do in these data sources, and I didn't show slides on this simply from a time perspective, is that there's really an overemphasis on access to education. We don't have things around learning for forcibly displaced populations or the safety in schools of forcibly displaced populations, right? And I think Marcela is going to talk a little bit more about this later. And the other thing is, as I showed you in that previous slide, the integration between different types of data systems is actually quite challenging. Chile has done some work on this, and Colombia is also working towards this kind of integration, but there are huge challenges when the data systems don't speak to each other to begin with. And then finally, of course, and we've been talking about this again consistently for the last 2 days, is there's sort of key systems issues here, right? Capacity and interoperability. I've spoken a bit about those. Regional coordination and partnerships, political will, of course, and the larger migration infrastructure is important for education. Education is a sub-component of the whole migration system, right? Of providing social services to migrants. So it's easy to talk about education standalone, and education folks like myself tend to do that, but really it needs to be a sort of whole of government approach, right? And the final thing, which I guess is obvious to everyone in the room, is of course financing, right? And we need more financing for exactly this. It's a challenging thing to implement. So finally, and completely in my self-interest here, this is still a work in progress. So if you do have data that you think speaks to refugee education and you want it to be included in this review, again, as a case of good practice, perhaps, please just either contact me after or just scan the QR code and it'll take you to a mini survey that takes 3 minutes to fill out. So we can include it. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Arthur. Ya pone sobre la reflexión distintos elementos, ¿no?, a considerar. Le doy el turno a mi compañera Florencia Zafirio. Florencia es coordinadora asociada del programa de la sección Derechos a Educación e Innovación Educativa en Oreal UNESCO Santiago. Coordina el trabajo en torno a educación y movilidad humana en América Latina y el Caribe y la estrategia regional de la UNESCO sobre movilidad humana del 2022 al 2025. Adelante, Florencia.
Muchísimas gracias. Verónica, y muchas gracias a todos los panelistas que nos acompañan hoy día. Voy a hacer mi presentación en español, pero sé que está la interpretación disponible. Quisiera, al igual que Artur, comenzar comentando que este es un trabajo de un equipo. Hoy me tocó presentar a mí, pero quería mencionar también a mis compañeros Ernesto Yáñez, Diego Paz, Diego Figueroa, Felipe Calderón y a Juan Cruz Perusia, que fue un consultor que trabajó con nosotros en el trabajo que hoy les voy a presentar. Mi presentación se llama Garantizar el derecho a la educación de personas en movilidad, análisis de avances y desafíos en sistemas de información y marcos normativos en Colombia, Perú y Ecuador. Aquí está la publicación, que la pueden encontrar en la biblioteca de la UNESCO, en UNESDOC. Fue lanzada en noviembre de este año está enmarcada en un trabajo que estamos realizando junto al Fondo Education Cannot Wait, y lo hicimos gracias también a la colaboración de el IP Buenos Aires Instituto de Planificación de la UNESCO. Quisiera contarles muy brevemente cuál fue el objetivo de este trabajo: era dar cuenta de la producción de datos y su uso efectivo a la respuesta educativa para garantizar el derecho a la educación de personas venezolanas en Colombia, Ecuador y Perú. Pusimos el foco en estudiantes venezolanos, pero mucho de lo que yo les voy a contar hoy día es la respuesta a estudiantes en movilidad en general. Y este trabajo se enmarca en una iniciativa que estamos llevando a cabo desde la Oficina Regional de Educación de la UNESCO, que es el Marco Regional de Monitoreo sobre Estudiantes en Situación de Movilidad. Esta es una iniciativa donde estamos trabajando junto a 18 países de la región, y quisiera enmarcar un poquito, antes de entrar en los resultados de nuestro trabajo, en más detalle de qué se trata esta iniciativa. El Marco Regional de Monitoreo tiene como objetivo conocer y monitorear la situación de los estudiantes en movilidad en la región. Busca también la construcción de indicadores regionales comparables. Hemos visto en nuestro trabajo cómo los países de la región han hecho avances en buscar más y mejores datos para caracterizar a sus estudiantes en situación de movilidad, pero todavía tenemos el desafío de que esta información pueda ser comparable entre países, y ese es uno de los objetivos de este marco regional. Busca también diseminar buenas prácticas de inclusión educativa de esta población y ser un espacio de conocimiento, diagnóstico y apoyo a la formulación e implementación de políticas de inclusión. Y por supuesto contribuir al monitoreo del ODS 4, que es el mandato de UNESCO. Este marco regional de monitoreo también creemos tiene una distinción importante en la medida en que busca darle valor a la respuesta que está brindando nuestra región al tema de la movilidad humana y específicamente al derecho a la educación de las personas en situación de movilidad. Sabemos que este es un tema en el que como región tendemos a mirar a otras regiones, ¿no? O al norte para encontrar muchas veces las soluciones o los caminos para resolver la inclusión de esta población, y creemos que en la región ya hay cierta experiencia acumulada que mostrar, especialmente en el ámbito educativo. El marco de monitoreo se ordena o utiliza como concepto que trasciende en el fondo a los resultados que se van obteniendo y a la información que vamos recolectando en las 5 dimensiones del derecho a la educación. Toma las 4 dimensiones del derecho a la educación de Tomaszewski y incluye también la rendición de cuentas como un elemento fundamental también para el cumplimiento del derecho a la educación. No voy a entrar en el detalle de cada una de las dimensiones porque por tiempo no puedo, pero ese es el marco que estamos utilizando para hacer este monitoreo. Y quería mostrarles también este diagrama. El marco de monitoreo tiene 2 componentes, uno cuantitativo, donde estamos trabajando en la construcción de una matriz de indicadores. Ahí tenemos una mesa técnica de trabajo en la que están participando 18 países de la región. Hemos avanzado muy bien en ese trabajo y se han propuesto 14 indicadores, de los cuales los países han acordado alrededor de 12, ya están más o menos zanjados, y la idea es que durante el 2023 hagamos un primer ensayo con los países de recopilación de esta información en la medida en que cada uno de los ministerios de educación pueda hacerlo para ir avanzando en estos indicadores regionales. y tiene un componente cualitativo que está muy centrado en la revisión de marcos normativos, en la formación de un inventario de buenas prácticas y en comenzar a mirar la implementación de políticas de inclusión. Ya hay cierto recorrido en la región de políticas que se han implementado para la inclusión de esta población y se puede empezar a mirar ya con más detalle su implementación. Lo que ven en pantalla es el sitio web del marco regional de monitoreo, está en construcción, tiene un 30% de desarrollo a la fecha, y esta es una plataforma web de uso abierto que esperamos finalizar durante este año, y esperamos que sea un espacio de conocimiento y de difusión de contenidos en torno al derecho a la educación. Quiero muy brevemente, antes de entrar a los resultados del informe que comenté al inicio, dar un poquito de contexto de la migración venezolana en Colombia y Ecuador. Obviamente este ha sido un tema, lo sé, en estos días de foro, pero solo quiero ir a que miremos la matrícula de estudiantes venezolanos y su crecimiento interanual en estos tres países. Como bien, por supuesto, el 2019 fue un año muy importante en términos de movilidad de esta población a estos tres países, pero ha habido un crecimiento sostenido pese a COVID. Ha habido cada año más estudiantes venezolanos en estos sistemas de información, o sea, en estos sistemas educativos. Aquí hay una tabla que no espero no marearlos, sino que solo mostrarles que en los tres países, tanto Colombia, Ecuador como Perú, reconocen el derecho a la educación en sus constituciones y han hecho bastantes cambios normativos desde los últimos 5 o 6 años a la fecha para asegurar la inclusión de esta población. Los tres países han implementado, como decía antes, políticas educativas para esa inclusión, pero todavía hay muchos desafíos de mirar la implementación, cómo la normativa se está implementando en los territorios, ahí vemos gran discrecionalidad todavía, y también vemos mucho desconocimiento de la población en movilidad de cómo hacer uso o cómo poder acercarse a la institución educativa y a la normativa que los beneficia. Y también vemos con cierto interés, porque nos da una posibilidad también desde UNESCO de colaborar con estos países, de mirar los resultados de aprendizaje de esta población. Solo Colombia por el momento ha publicado información sobre pruebas donde han participado estudiantes en situación de movilidad. Ecuador y Perú todavía no lo han hecho y desde UNESCO queremos también este año brindarles asistencia para poder mirar también en detalle cómo le está yendo a los estudiantes más allá del mero acceso al sistema. Aquí me gustaría decir muy brevemente
Briefly mention the results of the review that we conducted of these 3 information systems. What is important is that we identified in all 3 countries that this is an interest group for education policymakers. This is a topic that is being addressed in a cross-cutting fashion. Specific universities, rather specific, certain ministries have included specific departments to address this issue. Also, they're addressing violence and xenophobia against the population in the school environment. And in Colombia and Peru, they are rolling out early warning systems. I'm not sure, I think Ecuador is actually piloting the system, but the 3 early warning systems take into consideration nationality as a variable. It's very good news because later on this will provide us with data which will allow us to understand whether or not this population group is at a higher risk of dropping out of school than the other populations.
This slide explains each one of the systems, but I would like to say here that what is characterized as these 3 countries is differently what is nationality and the country of origin, and that obviously leads to certain complexities if we wish to achieve traceability. I'd also like to say that out in the 3 countries, there is an identification of the access and participation gaps into education. And there has been certain progress in terms of the interoperability, a concept that has been repeated on several occasions. There are certain exercises in order to connect databases, but there are still a lot of work to do in this sense. We're also very pleased and excited with the fact that education system information has been useful in order to enhance intersectorial type of work in all three works in order to promote the inclusion of this population. And here I would like to highlight that the information on educational systems in these countries also supports the work of international entities. And we see how these databases possess a very rich information that can also be useful for the work of other sectors and also of a humanitarian nature. Lastly, I would like to highlight that in the three countries, you also find a lot of progress in the publication of statistics related to access and the participation of this population in the educational systems. And that is certainly promotes accountability of the educational situation of the population, but we still have a long way to go in this sense. This is as far as I would like to go with my presentation, and I hope to be able to supplement all this with questions later on. Thank you. Thank you, Florencia. Now we would like to continue with this presentation with our colleague Galo Lopez. He's National Director of Analysis and Educational Information of the Ministry of Education of Ecuador, and he has worked on the digital tool on open data, presenting historical data on the national educational system. He was also advisor in the National Statistics and Census Institute and National Director of Analysis of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Technology and Information, and also in the National Institute on Evaluation. He formed part of the High Commissioner, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. Statistical production, analysis, and research is not an end in itself, but rather inputs that enable us to generate public policies for the well-being of everyone. Thank you very much, everyone. And this afternoon, we will talk about the experience of educational data in integration and the inclusion of persons on the move in Ecuador. Without data, you're nothing more than a person with an opinion, as Edward Deming said. And in this sense, the question that comes to mind is how much is it that we have learned during this pandemic with regard to the generation of statistics of data? Thus, the Ministry of Education of Ecuador, as the leading entity for this national system in Ecuador, beyond guaranteeing coverage, access, permanence, and the quality of boys, girls, and teenagers, undertook a diagnosis in order to identify what is important in order to measure and generate information. And within Ecuador, there is a document which is called the National Development Plan that has a 4-year duration, and each public entity generates indicators in order to project the goals that have to be met in the objective of complying with those milestones. So that's in 2017 and 2021, and the Ministry of Education of Ecuador, 100% of these indicators belong to external sources outside this ministry, as you can see on the slide. And after that, then we conducted an inventory of all the systems that the Ministry of Education has, and to date, it has more than 40. But in this presentation, I have shown the ones that are mostly used. First of all, the master tool for educational records. This is opened every 4 years, compiling a nominal education data on students, teachers, and all the establishments in Ecuador, be they state-owned, municipal, and private. After that, we have a system of teacher management, the teacher for the allocation of students, for the management of educational establishments, and the system for school management, Carmenta. These 4 that I have mentioned are transactional types of systems. In other words, it can be updated on a daily basis. And finally, we also have the one that distributes salaries. Within this inventory of the Ministry of Education, of Education, we also have the civil registry. In other words, all children registered in the national educational system, that information is automatically transferred to the civil registration record. Therefore, following both recommendations of both the OECD and UN, we ask ourselves, well, why should we use administered records? Well, the UN promotes this for official statistics, and the Ministry of Education since 1993 already had administrative records in place, but a decision had to be made, and that decision was made now. Now, in order to generate timely, effective, reliable, and truthful information, the system, since it became part of the national system in 2014, headed by the Census Authority, created 8 phases for these statistics: planification, design, collection, processing, analysis, dissemination, and evaluation out of each one of the statistical operations in the ministry. And in that sense, when we apply each one of these phases, our idea is to be able to achieve the quality certification of this statistical operation. Along this road, since May 2021, we have already certified what the statistical calendar. In other words, now we have updating dates to publish. We have transactional systems, but we cannot make political decisions or strategic decisions if the data begins to change on a daily basis. And in that sense, on a monthly level, data is published. Thus, in the National Development Plan, the 2021-2025 Development Plan, we changed the color of this cake. Beforehand, 87% was external sources, and now we find that 87% of indicators that are official Ministry of Education indicators are administrative records of this ministry. In addition to that, we began with a process of executing what we now call interoperability. In other words, we now have the Ministry of Public Health, the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology. We're working with the Ecuadorian Institute of Social Security. We're also working with the system of domestic revenues, with the INE and other state entities, in order to generate, among other products, the trajectory of our graduate students. Now, I would like to present what Florencia has already mentioned: open data from the Ministry of Education. As from July 2021, the Ministry of Education of Ecuador has provided within its webpage the digital tool called Open Data, which presents historical data on students, the teachers, and educational establishments, if and when they comply with the confidentiality of information. In other words, so this is disaggregated data at the level of territory, maximum at the level of educational establishment, and at the level of parish in terms of territories. It also has access to databases for the subsequent download and for its use by researchers. Now, beyond this interactive viewer, we also have viewers for infrastructure, for those that have received COVID-19 vaccines, and crossing information with the Ministry of Education. We were able to establish at the level of educational establishment what percentage of teachers and students already had the first shot, the second, the third, or the fourth shot against COVID-19. And thus, this plan that was headed by Minister Marina Brown, we were able to go back to face-to-face teaching in classrooms. So we also have the databases present here. We have tables of historical aspects about teachers and students, and the manual of methodological information sheets, which guarantees standardized methodology to estimate different indicators and publications and descriptive analyses, such as the ones that we can see here. And likewise, we have an educational research agenda, which comprised of 8 areas of interest and some 20 different research lines within this sector. And evidently, in the case you require additional information, you can find the respective emails there. Now, people in on the move, well, data about that group. Well, out of everything that I have said, we also have internal and external data. Here you can see the inter-census population pyramid, and despite with regards to the rate of growth in the 17 to 23-year-old, and which is the age group within the system. And we can mention that the last data represents 16,000 educational establishments in the country, out of which 6,000 receive students from other nationalities, and out of those 16,000 establishments, we presently have 162,000 teachers that facilitate the teaching and learning process. Now, with regards to absolute figures, we can view that we have an accumulated of 80,000 students within our system in the last year, 2022-2023, despite the fact that we are placing emphasis on Venezuelan children of 60 to 55,000 students. That doesn't mean that this is bad. We have mentioned that there is a sustained process of children returning to Venezuela, so that may be one of the causes for this drop in figures. We have also broken this down into initial basic education and higher levels of education per nationality. And here we can view that the fiscal support is prevalent among these children. We also have the breakdown of the enrollment, the dropout rate, the non-promotion rate, and the rate of promotion of each one of the students. Now, among the actions enabled by the Ministry of Education in general terms, we supply virtual education and likewise, we launched a system to reopen and strengthen rural schools, the inclusion of schools of education for children with special needs, cultural and diverse education, and likewise the promotion of vocational education. These are some of the actions of the ministry in order to guarantee, as I said, access, permanence, culmination, and quality. Now, all this information may be found in open data in the Ministry of Education in Ecuador in its main webpage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Galo. You have made a very interesting presentation of how we have viewed general models and how they are applied specifically within a territory. Now we would like to offer the floor to our colleague Marcela Ortiz, who is studying a PhD in education at the University of Michigan in the US, and her research focuses on the educational integration of students on the move in Latin America. She has 15 years experience in the educational sector, where she has worked in projects related to the development of advanced human capital, international learning, teaching policies, financing, and the management of education. Marcela, you have the floor. Thank you, Vero. Thank you very much, everyone, for your presence today in our panel. I would like to begin my presentation by showing you this photograph that I took during my field work in last year in Colombia. This is the bridge Simón Bolívar in Villa Rosario. We're all aware of the Venezuelan migration crisis and the consequences that this has for the integration of thousands of Venezuelan children in the educational systems of their countries of destination. It's important to see this image because the reason what summons us today to this panel is indeed the improvement of educational opportunities available for these children and young people. And in this sense, the work that I will share with you is based on the research that I'm conducting as part of my PhD program on the process of refugee children in national educational systems in their countries of destination.
Just to provide you some context, well, we're all fully aware of the global migratory crisis. We know that the more 7 million people, Venezuelans, are displaced in our region, and 40% of these are young people and children, school-age individuals who need access to the education system. And so they need to fit into the host system. So it's also necessary to provide them with access, but as mentioned, it's important to ensure that they stay in school and eventually graduate, because that will allow them to gain access in the future to the labor market. Now, how is this carried out in the different countries? Well, they apply different strategies. As mentioned earlier, Florencia referred to what the countries are doing in terms of adapting the regulatory frameworks. There has been increased financing for this. there are data being generated, but I think the most important of all these processes is that all of these initiatives really should be aimed at generating school-based integration that actually goes beyond access to school. So I am conducting a research project working on identifying the processes and experiences during this integration process, how they occur, who's involved in these processes. I have conducted a literature review. I have also been gathering information in Colombia on the integration policies, and that's where my field work is really occurring and focused. Here I have information with regard to the principles, the guiding principles of the conceptual framework. The first of the guiding principles is this concept of two-way integration. This means that integration cannot just apply to those arriving, but it's also necessary to work with all of the different members in this community to ensure that they work on integration as well. We also know that there's multidimensional aspects, and there are already different spheres involved in the education context, and there are different opportunities, spaces that contribute to a student's success. That's a multidimensional aspect. And I also know that education is an enabling cycle. It involves integration occurs in subsequent stages, and this allows the students to move into additional education stages. This is the multidimensional integration cycle as I propose it. It includes 3 key dimensions. One is regulatory, administrative, pedagogical, and socio-emotional. And you have the gray circles on the corners of the triangle, and these are what I call the underlying necessary conditions for education integration. The first is structural capacity, and there is a study that specifically refers to physical capacity. We need physical capacity in our schools to allow for these students to enroll, the refugees and other students, and we need technical capacity as well. We must understand where we lie in terms of the technical capacity to appropriately meet the needs of the students in the 3 different dimensions addressed under this model. The first dimension is the administrative dimension. Now here, I am really focusing on regulations and administrative aspects that govern access into the education system in the host country. As I mentioned, structural capacity, because without actually having any physical space, you can't even begin to launch the integration cycle. Also, it's necessary, as mentioned by Florencia, it's necessary to have a regulatory framework to understand how you can make changes to do away with administrative barriers that will prevent the students from actually entering the system. Now, with regard to information, what do we have? What do we need? What can we use as input, feed into the system? There's a lot of experience in the region. Galo referred to what Ecuador is doing in terms of integrating certain variables so that we can actually have a more precise understanding of how many migrant students are in the system, characterize them. I do the same in Colombia, and I work directly with their SMAT system, which is an integrated enrollment system. They do include the country of origin as a variable, and they also have a documentation type indicator that is a proxy that will let us know if the student is a migrant. Now, this access dimension also, well, we need to know more. We need to know what's going on outside of the school environment, and ideally information on depth. So what happens to a migrant family that comes to the education system and is actually unable to enroll their students there? We need to have information with regard to insertion. It needs to be disaggregated by nationality, and it's also important to have information on the movements, the transfers, the commutes. We know that these people are on the move. Maybe today they're in one city, but tomorrow they may move to a different city, and we need to be able to follow their moves. Now, once we secure access, we enter the other dimension, which is the pedagogical or teaching dimension. And this is not just related to learning needs, but this is also important in terms of understanding the teaching practices aimed at supporting these students in particular. Now, as mentioned by the panel, it's important to assess or include students on the move in national standardized testing, but not all students actually reach that point. And because there are preparatory stages involved before becoming a regular student in a regular situation status. So there are some leveling projects and processes underway that aim to bring the Venezuelan students in Colombia up to speed, for example. And once you have secured access, once the students are prepared, and once the students have the necessary skills and knowledge to actually go into the regular classroom, the socio-emotional dimension comes into play, and that's important. I'm not saying that the socio-emotional aspects are not important in the previous stages of integration, but once they're in the class interacting with their local peers, this dimension plays a more important role. So it's important to focus on that. This is also when an area for which we have fewer data, so the information is weaker. We do know that there are certain variables related to emotional aspects that affect the learning context, that we also lacking certain concrete indicators to understand the impact of the migrant population on locals. Now, we know there may be discrimination, there may be xenophobia, but we really don't know what's going on. We don't know what type of relationships are emerging, and it's very important for us to have information on that. I know I don't have much time. I am speaking so quickly, and I will try to provide you some concluding remarks. I just wanted to work my way back to the main ideas, the overarching goal of interventions, public policies, normative frameworks, and data production really should be the successful integration of students on the move in national education systems. We also there's a pressing need to strengthen data systems to inform the educational system of refugee students beyond access to schools. This is a multidimensional experience, and so we need to report on the various dimensions to make sure that this is actually an enabling cycle. We know that the education system is quite complex, but we need to ensure that it's enabling and actually allows students to be educated, to move into other realms of society going forward. And so it's important to have data to shed some light on what is going on in each stage. And that's why it's important to have information on the more comprehensive aspects of the student's status. Thank you, Marcela. Very interesting proposition that leads to other interesting concepts. Let us move on with the next member of the panel so that we can finally wrap up with the Q&A period. We have Zulma Sosa. Since 2018, she has coordinated the population development area of CELADE, of ECLAC's population division. She provides technical assistance, or her department provides technical assistance to developing countries. For example, support for understanding international migration, demographic phenomena, etc. She was the Paraguayan director of the Statistics Institute from 2003 to 2013, and has worked for the National Institute for Natural Resources in Paraguay as well, among other positions. So thank you, Zulma. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to UNESCO for inviting me to take part in this interesting and very useful panel discussion. I would like to share with you in the very short time allotted part of the study and part of the contribution that CELADE has made to the social outlook publication. Many of you are familiar with this. This is a broad publication that is launched annually by ECLAC. And in fact, one of the chapters of last year's report was related to the silent crisis of education. And my division contributes in the form of conducting analyses on the most recent statistics databases, regional information. We also work with the most recent population censuses as well for the 2020 round that was conducted in 5 countries. And we have been able to glean information with regard to the existing gaps relative to the access of education by boys, girls, and adolescents, migrant boys, girls, and adolescents. So we have heard a great deal of information, which clearly speaks to the seriousness of this situation, and it truly warrants all of our attention. And in terms of public policy, it's something that needs to be addressed from a comprehensive approach. Let me provide you with context. Global figures and regional figures would indicate that in 2022, the percentage of boys, international migrant boys, girls, and adolescents was close to 14.6%. And over the last 20 years, from 1990 to 2019, migrants under 20 years of age increased their overall percentage in the region quite significantly. We can observe this in Central America. We have the Syrian gap, and a large percentage of the migrants from Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador that actually reached the US border during the half of 2021, for example, were unaccompanied minors. In other words, 15% of these roughly were unaccompanied minors. And unaccompanied minors also account for 21,000 requests, individual requests for asylum in 2020 globally. Now, although there was a drop when compared to the previous year, which was 25,000. Now, in the region, the migration of boys, girls, and adolescents takes place in a very unsafe context. We also know that it's irregular, and again, they are unaccompanied minors. So as a result, we see that there is abuse and child labor in many different forms, abandonment, exploitation, etc. And these are some of the key characteristics of this type of migration. And school dropout clearly is something that has an impact on this population group. Once they reach their country of destination, they drop out there as well. And we know that these consequences are felt over time. And we see that the school systems need to reinforce certain aspects, and the children are also affected by xenophobia, and they tend to spend a great deal of time in detention centers where they often do not have access to education. So this is a very summarized situation of what we are seeing regionally, and the situation of unaccompanied migrant boys, girls, and adolescents. Now, as already mentioned here, immigrants overall, and specifically boys, girls, and adolescents, face severe hurdles that eventually keep them out of the school systems. And as a result, they are unable to take full advantage of their situations. And so Marcela talked about a very important study that is being conducted in Colombia in that regard, and in keeping with the UN Development Program in Colombia in 2020, for example, they analyzed the fact that close to 14% of the Venezuelan migrants are boys, girls, and adolescents under 18 years of age. And although, as already mentioned here today, the Colombian Constitution does state that education is a public right and a fundamental right of immigrant children from Venezuela, still they face a variety of different barriers to gain access to the Colombian education system. And you can see what occurs. There's xenophobia, there's discrimination, there's a dearth of spots for them at school. They live in poverty. There's a lack of quality school programs and a academic calendar of Colombia is different from the Venezuelan one.
With regards to documentation, we can mention that a large part of children of migrants with no documents do not go to school because they fear being deported, for example. Now, with regards to certain indicators that we have processed in CELAE, under the coordination of my colleague Jorge Martinez, and with the support of Celine Van Hen, they were able to generate certain indicators of school attendance and absenteeism based on some questions to educational establishments during the censuses in 5 countries that have been able to obtain this information during the 2020 census round: Colombia, Guatemala, Peru, and Chile. And what we see with regards to this attendance indicator to school establishments of native and migrant children classified in accordance with the question of date of birth, of place of birth. And clearly we observe there that in the case of Colombia and Mexico, that there is a lower school attendance in the case of children that have been born abroad compared to native countries in that to native children in that country, with a difference in Colombia, for instance, that 90% of school attendance of native children versus around 64%, for example, in the case of children born abroad. And in the case of Mexico, the differences are also very significant, from 87% to 74% approximately of school attendance. Likewise, we can observe in terms of other indicators, in the case, again, Colombia, based on the 2018 census, when one analyzes school attendance of children in accordance with their country of origin, the country of origin of this population group, we can also find differences if they come from Chile or Argentina, where there is practically no difference in terms of school attendance with regard compared to those that are native in Colombia. However, if boys and girls come from Venezuela, there is a significant drop in the school attendance indicator. And once again, we observe these weaknesses. We have also noticed an inverse relationship between age and the schooling. Age at the time of migration is indeed a determinant factor. And we also find a rate of schooling which is different between boys and girls. And what we already mentioned, in the sense that some migrant nationalities have received less schooling. And what is important is to look at the other side of migration when it comes to the analysis of education, where a study, for example, by UNESCO in 2019 reflected, based on the analysis of a group of countries, that southern and children of Latin American migrants achieved a higher level of education than those that did not migrate. And this is information that has to be taken into consideration, in the sense that in some situations, that may be a factor that contributes to improve this situation. And finally, I would also like to share with you some conclusions of a recent study done by UNICEF. And he has regarded the cartography of affection, where as a result of discrimination and other negative situations that impact the education of migrant children, some actions are proposed aimed at conducting the exercise of educational rights of boys, girls, teenagers, and teenagers that are refugees. And that implies not conditioning access to education to to the migrant status, regular or as a refugee. And we also need to coordinate educational policies of migrants and of the rights of young people in countries of origin and of destination. Evidently, this coordination of policies between countries of destination and origin is absolutely fundamental, and there regional cooperation has a lot to contribute and a lot of ground to cooperate. Likewise, it's also important to facilitate information with regards sexual and reproductive rights within a context of migration and displacement, and other actions also are aimed at the fact that educational systems must include migrant professionals in order to provide more qualified and welcoming service to boys, girls, and teenagers, and above all, promote the participation and decision-making of those people directly impacted, and I'm talking here of boys, girls, and teenagers, among many other actions. Thank you very much. This is as far as I would like to go, and of course, we're willing to answer any questions. Thank you, Sulma. I think we have a lot of information here in order to enter into a dialogue in the next block. I have some questions here so that my colleagues can round up their presentations, and after that, we'll open up the floor to all of you. If you're interested in making comments or putting forward an idea or proposal. Going back to Arthur, at the end of your presentation, you mentioned some aspects that could facilitate or hinder the inclusion of refugees in educational data systems. Could you outline some of those?
Thank you, Vero. Yeah, I think, I mean, I have a list of like 7 that have emerged from the case studies, but I think maybe starting from the top and going beyond the education system. I mean, one thing is political will and public attitudes towards refugees, I think, or towards forcibly displaced persons in general. I mean, in the UK, where I was living, that the attitudes have shifted towards the negative, right? And I think that's unfortunately a sort of global phenomenon. But that really shapes the way policies can be phrased, right? Or even implemented. For instance, and how explicit they can be in the inclusion of forcibly displaced populations in education systems. So if the politicians perceive, or policymakers perceive, that there is a negative attitude towards, let's say, Venezuelans as an example, then they're less likely to make policies that explicitly include or mandate the inclusion of Venezuelans in the education system. That also means that we're less likely to have policies that include the mandate data for Venezuelans in the education system, right? So I think that's one thing. And of course, that's linked to the broader migration infrastructure. I mean, if there's a negative attitude towards Venezuelans, again, sticking with the example, then they may require documentation, or it might be hard for them to get documentation, right? Because there won't be policies in place to make it easier for them. Then again, that's a barrier to access to education. So these are sort of going beyond the education system. There's a lot of barriers in place already. I think within the education system, it's really, having the capacity within the national education system to be able to collect this kind of data, or to make the partnerships outside of the education system, right? Outside of the ministry, as in Ngalo's case, right? Going with the National Statistical Office, the Interior Ministry. We've heard that several times. And that's quite challenging in an environment where you don't have sort of the policies from the top to say, okay, you know what, data on this is a priority. Let's all work together to make this happen. So I think really these things go beyond, but capacity is also linked to financing, right? If it's not a priority, you're not going to get money to do it. And you need money to do these things. They're not straightforward to do, and most systems are not designed to work this way. Yeah, so it's sort of lots of intersecting challenges there that I mentioned, but I think I'll leave it there and let the others speak.
Muchas gracias, Arthur. Florencia, tú nos comentabas acerca de los sistemas de información y nos gustaría consultar cuáles son esos principales logros y desafíos en la producción y uso de la información que se han logrado recopilar en Colombia, Ecuador y Perú.
Muchas gracias, Verónica. Bueno, en el trabajo que realizamos desde UNESCO, identificamos que efectivamente estos 3 países producen información sobre estudiantes en situación de movilidad, pero lo que está en falta es utilizar esta información para caracterizar cómo las trayectorias educativas de esta población se ven afectadas por su situación de movilidad. Es decir, ¿qué ocurre, por ejemplo, cuando estos estudiantes han pasado por más de un país y han tenido que hacer pausas en su escolaridad, poder usar en el fondo la información para identificar mejor cómo se van dando las trayectorias educativas de esta población? Y en este sentido, a futuro, resultaría muy importante también poder conocer un poquito más en torno a en qué medida la vulnerabilidad de esta población se diferencia de lo que puede ser la vulnerabilidad de la población nacional, ¿no? En cada uno de estos países. Quizás saber específicamente cuáles son los factores de riesgo o los factores que están haciendo que esta población sea más vulnerable que las personas nacionales. Más o menos, también podría ocurrir lo contrario. Es necesario también continuar avanzando en mejorar la interoperabilidad de los sistemas. Hemos repetido mucho esto a lo largo, bueno, también del foro, no solo en el ámbito de educación, pero vemos que ahí hay potencialidad en los 3 países. Como dije en mi presentación, hay avances en torno a interoperabilidad, pero se puede seguir trabajando más y mejor en esa línea. Y en los 3 países también hay una necesidad de mejorar la accesibilidad a la información. Obviamente Ecuador, como bien Galo nos presentó, ha avanzado mucho con su plataforma de datos abiertos, pero todavía podemos mejorar en torno a la accesibilidad y a la rendición de cuentas también, ¿no? Para que incluso con la idea de que sea la propia población en movilidad la que pueda acceder a esta información más allá de la academia o de otros actores. Y por último, me gustaría destacar también que los países que analizamos no priorizan el uso de la información que producen sus sistemas para informar a las políticas para el aseguramiento de la educación de las personas en situación de movilidad en edad escolar. Y en este sentido, quizás la conclusión también del estudio que realizamos es un poco eso, ¿no? Como se está recopilando información, pero ¿para qué? Y ese sigue siendo el desafío, ¿con qué fines y para planificar qué tipo de acciones tanto Colombia, Ecuador como Perú están hoy día levantando información sobre estudiantes en situación de movilidad? Y eso creo que es muy importante plantearlo, porque no basta solo con tener los datos, que ya es un esfuerzo muy grande que están haciendo los estados y los ministerios de educación, sino que hay que buscar las mejores formas para aprovechar esta información y para que esta información vaya en pos de las mismas comunidades, ¿no? Que nos aseguren que a través de ella podemos llegar de mejor manera, podemos dilucidar cuáles son los nudos de su inclusión educativa, podamos también brindarles, por supuesto, la garantía del derecho a la educación, pero que nos permitan también resolver algunos nudos que, como también decía Artur, no solo dependen de educación, sino que dependen de otros sectores del Estado, y es importante que podamos seguir haciendo ese ejercicio en nuestra región. Como dije anteriormente, destacamos los avances, pero sin duda hay mucha información hoy día que puede ser mejor utilizada para asegurar la inclusión educativa de esta población.
Perfecto, muchas gracias Florencia. Continuando con eso y retomando una de tus últimas reflexiones, la pregunta para Galo tiene que ver con cuál es ese proceso que lleva el Ministerio de Educación del Ecuador en tanto el uso efectivo como de los datos de la CIGET.
Muy bien. Ahí antes de responder la pregunta que muy gentilmente nos realizan, hay algo que se debe de manifestar bien fuerte, ¿no? Dentro del Ministerio de Educación, a través de su página web principal, ahí se encuentra accesible.
You will see that we provide open data with access to everyone who has internet access. Now, in order to reinforce timely access to information, we have carried out many efforts. For example, we are trying to secure the interoperability with different state public agencies. For example, the Ministry of Public Health has provided us with information relative to how many migrant students have been vaccinated against COVID-19. And then we also work with the Public Education Evaluation Agency to understand what the results the students have secured with regard to the DESA test and a variety of other evaluations. Now, all of this, we also work with the Secretariat of Higher Education and the IES, the internal tax system. And the idea is to have a global group of agencies and provide access to them. Now, the ministry, the country, and the region also aspires to what the other panelists have mentioned, that is interoperability, not just within a country, but within a region. Why not? I think we really need to work on having an ID, an across the board common ID throughout the region that would secure information confidentiality in keeping with each state's national legislation. And that way we would be able to avoid a great deal of bureaucracy, and we could come up with an agreement and save time and prevent any snafus. For example, when you're actually processing information, you realize that 3 months down the road, you cannot continue because of regulatory issues. So let's work towards this interoperability and standardizing the statistic systems. So the Ministry of Education, as already mentioned, has worked quite diligently on the gathering information on the students involved in the education system. So thank you. Thank you. Let's continue with Marcela. Marcela, you refer to an integration model proposition based on the principle that students arriving at school as well as the host community should be involved in the integration process, two-way integration. Could you provide us with some examples of the data we need to gather with the education community to foster this integration and to foster the formulation of a policy that would also foster this? Thank you. I didn't talk much about this two-way concept. I know that's key, as Florencia and others have mentioned. We need to go beyond the actual migrant student if we want to foster an integration cycle. So in that regard, the various system stakeholders also need to be prepared. And I think we also need to gather that information. For example, the first dimension was the administrative. Regulatory is related to access. We need to know whether or not the students are enrolled. Hopefully we can disaggregate that data and have very specific information with regard to the deadlines and what's going on with the mobility and how many actors also are in. What is the training level of the administrative personnel in terms of their ability to implement legislation that will secure the right to access to education? How many students are in the school system as well? We need to know that information. All of this will allow us to better work with their or meet their learning needs. What about socio-emotional aspect? What resources are available within the education establishments or the system, as the wider system, to foster healthy relationships or ownership or a sense of identity? And so again, I would like to reiterate the importance of not just focusing on the migrant students, but focusing on the other stakeholders who could encourage this integration process. Who are they? Where are they? What are they doing? What are we doing to support them so that they can in turn support the students? Thank you, Marcela, for those specificities. Sulma, last but not least, question for you is how can we actually improve information and access to information and generate information that will be telling in terms of education learning gaps? Well, as far as information production is concerned, I think it's important to specify that what the research unit is, as statisticians say. It's important to characterize the problem, the issue. It's important to be able to This is important so that we can actually assess some of the indicators we have already addressed, the administrative records as well, and census information. Also, we'll have to include variables that will allow us to identify, to discriminate between the migrant population and the non-migrant population. It's very important for the national statistics systems to be able to follow international recommendations applicable in this realm as well. We know that there are manuals attached to the population census, and manuals are available from the UN system. We also know that the group of experts on international migration statistics have also actively participated, and they have been assessing the conceptual frameworks, the recommendations, for example, with regard to the type of variables and indicators we really need in order to quantify and understand the scope on the ground of what is occurring in the schools relative to migrant boys, girls, and adolescents, so that we can actually improve the measurement and make sure that the gaps, the setbacks, the delays, and the challenges are more visible. Now, allow me to refer to the recommendations or guidelines or guiding actions that emerged from the assessment conducted by ECLAC with the International Migration Statistics Working Group and with the NSOs. We assessed the capacity to produce international migration data as a whole, but we also assessed our capacity to come up with indicators applicable to this specific topic. And one of the aspects that the countries mentioned regarding needs also was related to strengthening the technical capacity of the NSOs themselves. They have requested more training, in fact. They have requested access to harmonized conceptual frameworks. In addition to the conceptual frameworks, they have requested access to harmonized methodologies. So I believe that our role, the role that we can play within international organizations, is essential, because that's really why we're here. We're here to provide technical assistance, of course, in keeping with our purview. And with regard to actions, it has been repeated here. And I would say that if there's one word that has emerged often is the word interoperability. And we talk about the need for the databases to communicate with each other, to be in contact and linked up, because that is essential. That will allow us to link different data sources. There has been a great deal of work already carried out. There's a lot of information out there, but we really still need to, on the one hand, build greater technical capacity to assess and link data with public policies. And then on the other hand, we need to delve deeper into our actions in order to better characterize the situation relative to migrant boys, girls, and adolescents, and their situation regarding school. Thank you. I'd like to give the floor to the audience. Are there any questions for our panelists? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Natalia. I'm working with the expert group on refugee IDP and statistics, and it was really interesting to listen to the presentations. I apologize, I came a bit late, so missed the very first one. So forgive me if my question has already been covered. I wanted to dive a bit deeper on this identification variables question that you were just speaking about. Because country of origin or nationality, perhaps date of arrival or entry into the school, may in many contexts, and I think that is definitely the case in this region, be quite a good way to identify a refugee population within the school or refugee students. But in many contexts that won't be enough, like by far won't be enough. So what do they do? So I'm wondering, you know, how I have two parts of my question. One is a broader one in terms of, you know, in this region and from all the presentations, administrative data systems are more advanced than in some other regions in the world. So what advice do you have for regions and countries who may be establishing these systems and trying to improve their systems? And if you have advice from your experience kind of orientated towards these contexts. But then also more specifically, if anyone would like to explore a bit further, you know, how about when those kind of basic variables that, you know, we know are usually included in these EMS systems, you know, what about when that's not enough to identify and distinguish between refugees and the general migrant population? Thanks very much.
Perfecto, no sé, ¿a quién de los panelistas les gustaría iniciar? Adelante, Galo.
Una pregunta justo para el Ministerio de Educación. Sí, dentro del Ministerio de Educación en Ecuador existe un proceso que es inscripción automática para la asignación a una institución educativa. Es decir, en la página web, cuando un niño, niña o adolescente quiere ingresar al sistema a través de su representante legal o su padre o madre de familia, ingresa el número de cédula, sube un documento que es un certificado de cartilla de agua potable y con ello se le asigna automáticamente un cupo a alguna institución del país en el sostenimiento fiscal. A esta situación le llamamos matrícula ordinaria. De igual forma, existe otro periodo de tiempo donde es la matrícula extraordinaria y posteriormente la matrícula lo que le llamamos de aprestamiento. Es decir, en todo el periodo lectivo, por hablar del régimen sierra, desde septiembre hasta febrero, está totalmente habilitado para que se puedan inscribir a los de NNA. Cuando corresponde a otros sostenimientos, como fuese particular, municipal o fiscomisional, automáticamente se generan de forma autónoma por cada una de las instituciones de acuerdo a la demanda o al requerimiento que genere el niño. Esa por la parte del tema de inscripción o asignación de cupo que le sabemos llamar. La otra pregunta es con respecto al tema de las encuestas, si mal no recuerdo. Resulta lo siguiente, sí, contamos con registros administrativos, pero si bien es cierto, este conjunto de variables que cuenta a veces no son suficientes para poder abordar alguna temática. Entonces, dentro del Ministerio de Educación existe una dirección que se dedica a la investigación, en donde tiene tres tipos para realizar esta investigación. La investigación interna, que conforma con todas las personas que forman parte del Ministerio de Educación, la investigación externa, que son solicitudes de personas que no forman parte del ministerio, y la investigación mixta, es un conjunto entre el personal del ministerio con agentes externos para poder realizar alguna investigación, sea cualitativa o cuantitativa, a través de un nuevo levantamiento de información, como ustedes ya bien conocen, a través de una encuesta o la organización de algún grupo focal, para poder obtener insumos necesarios para así la generación de la misma. Básicamente es cuanto puedo manifestar y espero haber cubierto la pregunta.
So, Natalia, it's a great question. It's one that I've actually been agonizing over as well, because it's not so straightforward in an EMIS to ask the set of questions that EGRIS proposes, right? You can't ask 5 questions and categorize based on that. It doesn't work like that. It's the school principal that's filling this out, right? So there's a few countries, Chad being one of them, where you can disaggregate by protection status, right? And that's done through, like, when the student is registered, as he or she is registered as a refugee, and then that works its way up. Again, it's the principal that's reporting the numbers at the end of the day, but at least there is the underlying documentation for protection status. And I think in Chad, it's both refugee and IDP. There's a couple of other countries that do that as well, but it is relatively uncommon. And I actually don't think there's another sort of good solution for a standalone EMIS. Again, I think, like I suggest, if you sort of connect with other systems, if you have a unique ID, I think that makes things a little bit easier. But in the absence of that, I mean, we are relying on other data sources, but that's also okay, because for things like attendance, we do tend to rely on things outside of the EMIS, right? Again, some countries not the case, but, and that we can ask those 5 questions, right? Or those 6 questions recommended by EGRIS. So I think it depends, but yeah, I don't, it has to be a really one-off simple thing. And I think it's quite challenging. I think it's even more challenging for learning assessments though, which aren't included in EMIS often. And you kind of have to ask the child if they're a refugee, and that's not something we've solved, I think.
Estamos en el tiempo, yo no sé si tenemos posibilidad de una última pregunta. Si es que alguien está interesado. ¿No? Entonces, damos por finalizado este espacio de conversación. Creo que han salido reflexiones tremendamente interesantes. Solo quiero terminar con lo que Galo comentaba al comienzo, ¿no? Como que los datos en sí mismos no son el fin, sino que son los insumos importantes para tomar decisiones, decía él, ¿no? Haciendo una cita. Y cómo es necesario esto para mejorar las oportunidades educativas para todas las personas en los sistemas educativos, cómo la experiencia multisectorial también es necesaria, ¿no? Como ampliar esos cruces de información, como el principio de bidireccionalidad que ponía Marcela, en tanto miramos a las personas, pero también miramos a las instituciones y cuán preparados estamos para la acogida y los requerimientos que de ahí surgen. Artur hablaba de la intersección entre la política y los datos, ¿no? Cómo es necesario esa mancomunión y cómo el marco de monitoreo regional puede ser una oportunidad para integrar información de la región que efectivamente nos abre una oportunidad distinta de diálogo y de desafíos comunes para las personas en los territorios, ¿no? Entonces, creo que nos quedamos con muchísimas ideas. La última, la necesidad de los indicadores en tanto aspectos socioemocionales y afectivos, ¿no? Que también pareciera ser que no es el punto más desarrollado que tenemos en tanto la interoperabilidad, y creo que también es una de las reflexiones importantes en tanto educación. Así que sin más, les agradecemos muchísimo el interés, la muy buena conversación a todos y todos los panelistas. Ha sido un agrado compartir este espacio con todos y todos ustedes. Muchísimas gracias.
So, hello everybody. Just to say that my name is Jean-Christophe Dumont. I'm going to chair that session. We're going to start with a slight delay because people are still coming back from the coffee break. Just wanted to let this know to the people who are following us online. Just 2 to 3 more minutes and we will get started. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, welcome to this last plenary session of the third IFMS, where we will discuss the links between data and migration narrative under the title Data Communication, Visualization, and the Public Opinion. I think you would all agree that we still need more timely, more comparable data on migration and on migrants, not only to identify and respond to migrants' needs, but also to improve the design of public policies. However, I would argue that that might not be enough to achieve a common goal, which is, please allow me to frame it like this, to set better policies for better life for migrants and host community altogether. Well, if you were here this morning where Chala Osden has presented the key finding of a World Development Report, I think there is a clear common sense of what the economic analysis tells us in terms of macroeconomic of migration, whether it is on the fiscal impact, on the labor market growth, it's positive. And maybe you remember the number that Stefano Scarpetta, Director of Employment, Labor and Social Affairs of the OECD, has quoted in his opening remark, that migrants in 2017 contribute 547 billion more US dollar than in income tax and social contribution that they receive in individual benefits. The evidence is clear, but people in the street, they don't necessarily see it like this. First of all, I mean, we have a number of evidence on that. They tend to overestimate the importance of migration. Second, they tend to underestimate the net positive impact. And third, the real question that matters for them is the extent to which migration or the arrival of new people will affect them and their host community. Averages don't mean much for people in the street. So to overcome the prejudice on migrants and migration, we strongly believe at the OECD, and I'm sure that's going to be shared in that panel, that we need also not to have more data, but to be able to communicate this data in a timely, transparent, and more accessible manner. We have, for this afternoon session, 4 distinguished panelists from different parts of the world with very diverse backgrounds. And I am sure they will help us to discuss how communication on migration data can help to shape migration narrative, but also in relation to the measurement of public opinion. So also understand how the public is reacting to migration policies and changes. So with that very short introduction, and without further ado, I will like to introduce our first speaker, Mrs. Kukiko Nagayoshi, who is Assistant Professor of the Institute of Social Science at the University of Tokyo. Thank you very much for being with us today and sharing your perspective on this issue from Japan. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you. Before answering to the question, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this wonderful conference. As a migration researcher, I have used migration statistics through my career. So I would like to thank all of you involving the data creation process. And first, I want to talk about the impact of the social media on the public opinion toward immigrants. So access to information, mainly through social media, could cause many issues. And the issue most striking and closely connected with the theme of this conference is the dissemination of misinformation. There are not still enough gatekeepers in cyberspace. Furthermore, in cyberspace, people can link different websites, such as political blogs, SNS, and video sharing platforms, making the information look credible. So we see the same information or supporting information on different political blogs, on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube. And this repetitiveness of information make the information look credible, even though it's not valid data, it's not correct data. In Japan, those who believed the hate-based information spreading in the web cyberspace actually committed the hate crime against Koreans. So misinformation is a serious issue, and it has serious impact on the living conditions of minority population. And it is pretty challenging to fight this hate-based misinformation. Previous studies have shown that misinformation spreads more quickly and more widely than factual evidence-based information. Misinformation often includes emotionally provocative content, which motivates people to disseminate it. So fact-checking can be a solution, but studies have shown mixed results on the consequences of fact-checking. According to some studies, fact-checking helps people abandon misinformation. However, other research has demonstrated that fact-checking is not entirely practical or reinforces belief in misinformation. Another possible solution might sound obvious, but not easy to do. The information must be presented as straightforward and easy to understand as possible so that it can spread quickly and widely as misinformation does. Previous studies have suggested that fake news is easier to read and does not demand high cognitive skills, which explains its popularity. In contrast, fact-based information is often complicated and requires more cognitive effort. So, for example, the most common concerns claimed in immigrant receiving countries is that immigrants increase crime and abuse the welfare system. And if I look at Japanese data, the crime rate per 1,000 population is high among the foreign nationals living in Japan than Japanese nationals. The proportion of those who receive social assistance is slightly higher among foreign nationals living in Japan than among Japanese nationals. So it is easy to cherry pick these numbers and blame the immigrants. However, as all of you already think, we should not come to this conclusion because the demographic composition of between the foreign nationals and Japanese nationals is different, and their labor market conditions, economic conditions also differ. So without taking into account these factors, we cannot understand the, we cannot compare the crime rate or welfare dependency between the foreign nationals and the Japanese nationals. So to understand the immigrant situation from statistics, we need detailed analysis and more nuanced explanation. So the conclusion is also often nuanced. So it means the fact-based narrative is hard to go viral. Therefore, fighting misinformation through social media is maybe not very practical. I would recommend preparing the portal site to collect and present information on migration and to make it accessible to the public. By using that website, people can get fact-based information whenever they are interested in the migration issues. So it would be good to create an environment providing fact-based information as a basic knowledge of the society. Yesterday, I learned about the great effort to establish that kind of website by IOM. And unfortunately, there is no Japanese translation. So I must establish the one like that in Japan. And providing not just information, but a narrative is also crucial. And alternative explanation works to collect misinformation by overwriting a person's worldview. So in that sense, as a researcher, we must communicate with public using the data. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your perspective on this topic, focusing on social media and how to fight misinformation. I think you said a few very important things regarding the need to anticipate rather than trying to counter the misinformation when it's already spreading is probably too late, and that basically you need this infrastructure this transparency, accessibility of the basic information, so you can cut the negative prejudice before they emerge. You also mentioned the importance of gatekeepers on social media. And I think, obviously, there are serious hate crimes which are easy to identify, but there are much more complex cases. And I think it's also the responsibility of the platforms to make sure that they maintain some level of control over their information role. With that, let's move to across the Pacific, in that case, to Canada. And I'm very pleased to introduce Juliana Dobos, who is Assistant Director in the International and Governmental Relation Division at Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada. Mrs. Dobos, will you have the floor?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to discuss with you today about the exciting topic of public narratives on migrants and refugees. I will take it from where Kikuko left it. Thank you to the organizers and especially the OECD for providing the space for this key conversation during this forum. And I'm very glad that we have the opportunity to continue the conversation started this morning during the parallel session on public opinion data, as it allows us to approach additional dimensions of this topic during this afternoon session. I think it's worth taking a moment to remind ourselves why this conversation matters. What is it that makes public opinion on migrants and refugees so critical that it compels us all to pay particular attention to how we communicate to the public about migrants and refugees? We have been saying for a while now that globally, we are living at a time of deep polarization in public attitudes towards migrants and refugees. This conversation matters. The polarization can impact negatively people's well-being, throwing up barriers that make living and working side by side uneasy instead of thriving together. As such, public attitudes towards migrants and refugees have a direct impact on broader issues, including economic growth and innovation, as well as support for diversity and social cohesion. This is also one of the reasons that migration narratives are part of international commitments. The Global Compact for Migration, The Global Compact for Migration includes an objective on promoting open and evidence-based discourse, and the Sustainable Development Goals aim, among other things, to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for all. We heard in other panels during the last couple of days here in Santiago and earlier from Kikuko that negative attitudes towards migrants and refugees are often fueled by misinformation, despite data evidence that they make important economic, social, and cultural contributions to societies. If we are serious about taking concrete steps to address this polarization, to shift the balance towards more positive narratives and contribute to the GCM and SDG objectives related to integration and social cohesion, we need systematic investments in planning and implementing communication activities that engage the public on migrants and refugees issues. And it is equally critical to measure the impacts of such activities to know what works and what doesn't. I would like to draw your attention today to the work of an international community of practice on migration narratives that has been active since 2021 within the Global Forum on Migration and Development, GFMD. The GFMD is a global platform where representatives of governments, local authorities, youth businesses, and civil society meet to discuss challenges and successes at the intersection of migration and development. The community of practice functions under the name of GFMD Working Group on Public Narratives on Migration, and is co-chaired by the Government of Canada, the Government of Ecuador, and the GFMD Mayors Mechanism, which gathers representatives of local authorities from across the globe. Since 2021, the group had the opportunity to discuss how to best shape the narrative on migrants and refugees to strengthen integration. At the local level, the city of Mechelen in Belgium, the city of Sao Paulo in Brazil, and the city of Johannesburg in South Africa have provided their best practices and challenges about communicating with the public on migrants and refugees in their respective contexts. At the national level, Ireland and Morocco collaborate on the Global Migration Media Academy to support balanced and accurate migration reporting in the media. Canada shared how we use our domestic campaign, Immigration Matters, to highlight migrants' contributions and push back against anti-immigrant rhetoric. Immigration Matters combines storytelling with data, as well as in-person community conversations on migrants and refugees, and it leverages a wide variety of community partners to propel campaign messages. From the organizations involved in community of practice, OHCHR provided useful insights on their Stand Up for Migrants communication campaign, which seeks to reframe toxic narratives given their heavily negative impact on human rights. Welcoming International leverages their annual signature event called Welcoming Week to create incubators for partnerships and affirm the importance of inclusive spaces and achieving collective prosperity. The Migration Youth and Children Platform has been actively promoting balanced public narratives on migrants and refugees, and they keep us on our toes within the community of practice with their continued engagement, action, enthusiasm, thoughtful reflections, and innovation in this area. These examples are not exhaustive, and they do not do justice to the rich work that each of the members of the community of practice is doing. But they are an indication of the varied interest of many actors in this topic. A key activity of the GFMD community of practice is the global social media communication campaign called It Takes a Community, or simply ITAC. ITAC draws on storytelling methods and the power of peer-to-peer networking to engage diverse stakeholders in sharing community-focused stories on social media about the positive impact of migration. The goal of this campaign is not to take a myth-busting approach to prove opponents of migration wrong. Instead, it seeks to elevate the positive side of migration through everyday stories that help break down divisions between us and them. ITAC was developed in 2020 and fine-tuned in 2021 with the help of many members of the GFMD community of practice and outside experts. It is co-chaired by Canada, Ecuador, and the GFMD Mayors Mechanism, and implemented by the IOM while also leveraging the efforts of many GFMD members. The campaign is not branded on purpose, so that all our partners could make the content their own and communicate the campaign's core messages about migrants and refugees in a way that would resonate with their local and regional audiences. Last year, for example, ITAC implementation successfully included a series of global stakeholder takeovers, where businesses, local authorities, youth, and civil society each used a dedicated time frame to amplify through social media their voices highlighting migrants and refugees' contribution. This year, ITAC has adopted a regional implementation approach to reach the public at the local and regional levels in South and Central America. Activities have not started yet, but they will focus on dialogues with migration experts in these regions, as well as engaging influencers and the public in live chats and dialogues on select migrants and refugees issues. At the global level, Positive stories about migrants in their communities are shared on a central ITEC campaign website and social media channels, with stories provided from around the world by working group members. Members of the public and migrants themselves are also invited to take part in the campaign by using easily accessible social media templates and hashtags to join the conversation and share their own stories about the positive impact of migration in their communities. We see ITAC and ITAC-like activities as key actions that we can take collectively to make a tangible impact on shaping migration narratives worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you reminded us collective commitment that we took through the SDG, but also the GCM and the GCR to leave no one behind, and to work towards strengthen social cohesion at different level. That's important because obviously, if we cannot bridge the gap, as you put it, between us and them, we will not achieve that goal. And therefore, the number of initiatives that you have highlighted, both from Canada and through the GFMD special mechanism that you have put in place are very important. And I certainly encourage everyone to take a look at the ITAC initiative and contact with Mrs. Dobos if you want to build your own. I mean, another message I get from your presentation is that it's not all about numbers. Storytelling sometimes makes more of a difference. And certainly, I think this is something on which we need to reflect, how to combine the storytelling positive narrative with evidence. And I think I can now take a long flight from Ottawa to Santiago, change hemisphere, and go to Mr. Rolando Campo, who will actually present us some data, because data still matters. Let's not forget about that. You have the floor.
Exactly. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm going to switch to Spanish. If you agree, so voy a hacer una presentación muy rápida. Lo que queremos presentar nosotros es dentro de la estructura de la base de datos que tenemos aquí en CEPAL, que es estadística, y ahí sí me referiré a
to statistical data and how we are incorporating migration data into our platforms so that they may be accessible and so that they may include different elements. ECLAC has had a good beginning and a success in being able to present and disseminate different platforms in order to disseminate data at a regional level. Now, this is not something new. We began with this since 2006, and we have made progress with technologies until 2013, when we launched the first CEPALstat portal, where everything included graphs and figures. But in 2021, we launched a new version of CEPALstat, where we already included a geo-referencing of all the statistical information. And not only that, but we also incorporated geographic layers that are related and that can be viewed in order to mix statistical and geographical information. Now, that has enabled over the years to create a data ecosystem where on the one hand we have statistical information, and on the other we have geographic information, and on the other we have our repository, our library that is digitalized and being able to link statistical and geographic data with the publications that we have within ECLAC. And we are advancing towards a non-structured data, incorporating that in some issues and videos of the press releases that enable us to disseminate this information. The whole data ecosystem that enables us to have, on the one hand, the advantage of having open data. Everything is done with open source, and we have the APIs that enable us, the apps that enable us to obtain information so that users from the region and the world can gain access to that. And who are our users? So, well, member states, the statistical offices, the governments, or geographic offices, academia, civil society, and the general public, and of course the whole UN system that compiles information through in the same way in which we compile information about all of them. Our idea is to have a process that deals with open source and open data, but what is most important is that it is interoperable, so that it may be useful and be able to obtain information from different data. How is our database structured? Well, it has a whole set of statistical indicators. We have a geo portal, regional data, but also thematic portals and national profiles. We have, as I said, thematic portals. We cover all 33 member states of ECLAC, plus the 14 associated states of ECLAC in Latin America and the Caribbean. And the structure is a demographic structure, demographic and social aspects, the part that includes all aspects related to migration, environment, economic aspects, and then other cross-cutting issues such as sustainable development goals and other cross-cutting themes such as gender, cities, and social cohesion. Now, where do we obtain this information from? Well, from country sources, and we have built databases both on households and economic data that we use. Now, how is this Cepalstat structured? Well, it contains a whole series of important data. It has a data bank, as I mentioned, with apps that we are able to download, and the 4 pillars, and we can download information about the 4 pillars. We have entry and direct access to the geo portal and also to other databases, the ones that come from the statistics division of the UN, in order to obtain information related to sustainable development goals, plus our regional aggregates and also the national profiles, which contain information that we obtain from countries. We also have regional profiles on for the sustainable development goals, climate change, economic, and so on and so forth. And also, as I said, information from countries, and we have the statistical yearbook. This, as from last year, is also present in our website, so it is not only present in PDF format, but in a virtual format that enables us to move data around and so on. We also have the Social Observatory, the Climate Change Observatory, and others that are also included here, plus the UN databases. I would like to refer to, since I'll be speaking about the demographic and social issues, I would like to go to where we have specific data and indicators that focus on immigration. There we find all the information that we have downloaded as a result of our collaboration in a data ecosystem. CELADE forms part of that data ecosystem, and this information is obtained from the CELADE databases that enables us to incorporate all ECLAC information into one single repository. We can move from, well, on the bottom you can see a map, and if you click on that map, you will be able to obtain a geographic view and then identify years, percentiles, and divide this up in order to generate specific maps per country. But not only per country, you can also deal with different aspects. For example, we have the migration rate, and we also have data for extreme poverty, and we can link both variables in this process. But we can also go at smaller disaggregation levels. For example, the second level, we can go to provinces or states or different administrative divisions below the national level. But again, with the databases and because of the fact that we can benefit from the ECLAC database and all the information, we can identify major cities. Those dots in red represent the percentage of recent migration. And if we look at the points, the dots in red, that is part of the Colombian border with Venezuela. And that enables us to have a far more interesting and important view. Why? Well, because we have these data banks that have already been incorporated into the structure of this regional platform that encompasses the whole of Latin America and the Caribbean. It is based here in ECLAC with open data and with open infrastructure as well. But not only that, also in the ECLAC webpage, that was the platform. What we saw, it was a Sepanstat platform, but in the ECLAC webpage, in terms of social aspects, so we have everything related to migration, all the work, publications that has been done and that has been produced by social development related to migration issues, and also some graphs are presented there which contain information. This is the platform of the Sustainable Development Goals that the region has, that we call the SDG Gateway, which includes the goals and the indicators that come from the UN database, but only for our countries in our region. There, we monitor and provide continuity per year, per region, per year, with all the information that comes from our database. This is in general terms what I wanted to show you in terms of how we can view this with a joint data ecosystem and how we can reach the specific issues that we are working with as ECLAC in this region. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I forgot to introduce you. You are Director of Statistics Division within ECLAC, and clearly, I mean, we can see the wealth of data that ECLAC is putting together. And I just, 4 points basically struck me. First, the importance of a visualization, not only the data, but finding ways to communicate this data in a way which is more accessible for people in a way that non-technicians can understand very easily. I think your slides on the region was also extremely important, because it's also through international comparison that we can see the strength and the weaknesses of a different system, but we can see common issues. And I think your website can certainly help to dismiss a number of preconceived ideas and maybe raise some other issues that might not be visible when you look only at national data. But I was also very interested, echoing a little bit what I was saying in my introductory points, that you pay a lot of attention to subnational levels, getting the data at the level that matters for people, showing city by city the share of immigrants. I think this is rare, to be frank, on national websites, and I think this is probably something on which we can reflect, and maybe some colleagues would like to contact you to see how that has been possible in the context of ECLAC. Well, I think you pointed to us many traditional migration data, but I think our fourth speaker will also tell us more about more qualitative information in a different context. So now we're going to cross the Atlantic, almost going around the world to Estonia with Mrs. Christiana Mand from NGO Mondo. Madam Mann, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hello. Tere, it's an Estonian for hello. First of all, the invitation to come here from a relatively small project is very much appreciated, and you made us very proud. And it's also a very timely moment for me because the project actually finished in October, and Monday is my last day at work when we are submitting the final report to the EU. So I think to celebrate the end of a project at a conference in Santiago, very appreciated. Happy to, very happy. Thank you. So, and I'm a bit struggling because I'm actually seeing myself and it's a bit scary, you know, but anyway, we'll be good. So let me tell you a little bit about several organizations in 8 countries in Europe were about 5-6 years ago worried about how migration was perceived among the young people as a threat, something exaggerated in numbers. Yes, there was always data, there always has been data, but the data is presented in a way that it doesn't make sense to a person who is not a specialist. So we put together our ideas and heads and prepared a project called I'm European, IAE, with an extension saying facts and stories of migration for the 21st century. So I think, Jean-Christophe, this already answers sort of your question. We have to deal with those things together. And the purpose of this 3-year project funded by the EU was to have an open, peaceful, and inclusive culture towards migrants and migration in Europe. It is a communication project. It's not an advocacy or policymaking project. It's purely a communication project. We wanted to reach 2.5 million people across our countries so that, like I said, at the end of the day, we can say we as Europeans are more open, peaceful, and inclusive. We put together a solid theory of change, got the money from the EU, and started off. Now, of course, we had data. We always have used International Organization of Migration's data. We had European Migration Network data. In Estonia, we had Estonian statistics, the same in other countries. But so, okay, 10%, 200 million people. How many IDPs somewhere? Yeah, but so what? What's a young person or a teacher or a journalist going to do with that fact? So we needed to build a bit more flesh around the bones and used Eurobarometer opinion as much as we could, which told us that about 37% of the youth who had answered Eurobarometer survey said that they were aware or pretty well aware of what migration is. Okay, so what are we going to do it? Because it still didn't give us any input to planning. We needed to plan things. We needed to plan activities. So we did more qualitative research as to the whys and hows of migration and how it is regarded among the people, and the misinformation and the beliefs and the fears that people might have. And in order to do that, in all the countries of the project, we did numerous focus groups. So we got this information, and because we realized that if we wanted to change the minds of the people, simply having data doesn't help. We need to put something in it. We need to know how to access people. Now, how did we communicate? In the theory of change of the project, we had 3 clear stakeholder/beneficiary groups. We had 2.5 million young people we wanted to reach or work with, not with the whole 2.5 million, obviously, but we are powerful in Estonia with our digital developments and all that, but that's even above our level of skills and ability. We also wanted to reach about 900 multipliers. Multipliers are folks who use the information and data and education materials through the project and do something with it in their own context. These are mainly youth workers and teachers in our case, and about 600 journalists, 900 journalists, sorry, and 900 journalists, because they have the power of telling the stories and of approaching people in their own context. And we wanted a lot of the folks we would work with to have a migrant background as well, so that we don't do things for them, but with them. So putting all those things together, like I said, we did the first research in the first year, summed the data up with Eurobarometer opinion, and then with qualitative research that we did, and designed a lot of activities. The biggest of them being a social media campaign, or social media campaigns would be more accurate to say, all around Europe, accompanied with special videos, VR and AR or virtual reality, augmented reality, simulation games, events, speaker tours, study trips, trainings, courses, and visual materials, and exhibitions in countries. But most of all, personal stories that people could share and hear, and ability to actually meet with people from with migrant background, because this seemed to be the biggest problem, according to the qualitative research that we had. Well, I think migrants are bad, but actually, no, I haven't met any. You know, or yes, they are migrants because they want to come to Estonia, but if I go and work in Finland, I'm not a migrant. You know, this is a normal thing for me to go. So wait a minute, this is actually not true. And the teachers were very appreciative, because the question of migration is part of so many school topics, like English language classes, mathematics classes, physics, biology, geography, and so on. So we looked what they needed and build the materials for them. We visualize them in this matter, that we don't only present facts, but we build the story around it. So for example, we visualized 14 infographics for universities and schools to say, for example, what is migration, or what is the economic effect of migration, or who is an IDP, and so on. You can see there the percentages coming from IOM or numbers coming from IOM, but then explained as a travel or as a story, you know, using all those arguments that we gathered because we had done the qualitative research and understood what people didn't know or knew wrong, if you can say it this way, or had misinformation about, and so on. So, so the visualized materials, everything we visualized, we had, I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit old, I can't see what I've written, but we used three key things when we visualized anything. It had to be user-friendly. So something for the teacher, and this for the journalist, and this for the young person who would like to go and do a migration class in their school later. Number two, it had to be honest. We would never lie about the numbers, but we would try to explain the context, and not just us, but for that, we use the migration experts from Estonia, from South Africa, from Finland, and so on. And we used the migrants themselves, who were happy to share and tell the stories. And the third component was, it has to be unbiased. We are not saying migration is good or bad. We just state the fact that it exists and it's something we live with. Well, I personally think it's good, right? But maybe not everybody does, but it's something we all live with. Now, about the opinion, and that's probably my last point, is that with all those activities, with all that abundance of information, like I said at the beginning, we were supposed to reach 2.5 million people through social media and youth-related activities, 900 journalists, and 600 multipliers. Well, happy to tell you, because this is actually in the report that's going to EU on Monday, we reached 25 million people. okay? Out of that 25 million, 2.5 million took action themselves, which meant that they did something with the information or the materials they got from us. That doesn't only mean that we were so super brilliant. What it means is that we used information and qualitative research to talk to the folks and give them something that they valued so much that they can go and use and do something with it in their own turn. We reached over 1,200 journalists who were supposed to write articles and pieces of information to reach about 900,000 people. Well, we reached 1,200 journalists, worked with them, and what they wrote has reached 7 million people. That's what we can prove, probably more. We wanted to reach 600 multipliers. We reached, I think, over 1,000. They, in their turn, during schools and events, were supposed to reach 24,000 people. They reached 45,000 people. These are impressive numbers, and we are very good. And like I said, let me stress it again. It wasn't just because we were so good. Well, actually, COVID helped because we had to redo some of the activities and go more online. And of course, with online, you can have more presence, but you might have a bit of less impact. So we had to build up the impact part as well. And as when the project finished now, or was finishing, starting from May until September, we did the second research, the research on year 3. The Eurobarometer didn't help us because it was information was collected in 21 and didn't include information on Ukraine. So it showed that the awareness of the people about migration was 38%. So it's like 1% rise compared to the previous one. So we just decided to ignore that research and rather do our own. You know, you have to find facts that support your story. So what we did was we did online survey and focus groups with the same journalists and the same multipliers that we had been working with and asked them, so how do you rate your understanding of migration now? What did you find useful? What you didn't find useful? And what you're going to do with that information? The good thing is that about average 90% said their awareness is much better. They can use what they learned, or they already have done that, either as writing articles or doing classes. To get the information from the young people has been much more difficult, and we used focus groups because we can't reach those 24 million people around the world, right, or around Europe. So we just we did focus groups, and it showed exactly the same things. We monitored the social media reach and the use of influencers. And again, when we chose influencers in our countries, we looked at what the qualitative research in year 1 had told us, And the last but not least, we did something that we call impact stories. We're very big on measuring impact. I love measuring impact. And people say, oh, you can't have impact with a 3-year project. Of course you can. So we did that. And we chose 17 people among our multipliers, among our journalists, and among our young people, and showed how this project, from the very beginning until the very end, had made a difference for them. And one story of a young migrant journalist who specifically focusing on her life as a migrant person, of how she felt the attitude in school or by the media had changed towards her. So that's basically what we did and what we achieved. And what's really, I think, important is not only to look at the stories of migrant people we want to tell, but look at the stories of the people we want to address and whose opinions we want to change, and see what it is that they need to change their opinion or improve their understanding. And 2 key things when it comes to migration. The 2 key things that everybody relates to, most people like and appreciate, and are the easiest to get any migration data wrapped nicely to get it over to the people. What do you think those 2 things are? Food and music. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this experience, which I think is really a very interesting one. I got three quick points out of that. First of all, also echoing what Juliana Dobo said before, I mean, it takes some investment. It's not something that can happen by itself. You need to make the effort, but it can pay off. And I think that was very clear. Second point is that it needs to involve multiple stakeholders. It's not only one stakeholder on its own. It's about the multiplier, the journalists, the teachers that you mentioned. And third point is that it's about telling story. But if I understand in your case, it's also telling story with data. And I think there is a lot to learn. I mean, we would have loved to have Gapminder on that panel. They have made a breakthrough in terms of being able to tell story with data. And I think we need to invest more in how to tell story with the data we have, so we can reach out to the people in a way that touch them really more directly. Well, let me now move again to all panelists with one quick question for everyone, starting with Mrs. Kikuko Nagayashi. I think you mentioned the role of social media in Japan, which are widely used and widespread. Japanese society is changing very rapidly. What has been the change you could observe recently in terms of a public opinion on migration in Japan?
Okay, thank you for your questions. The number of foreign citizens living in Japan has increasing rapidly. So the situation is rapidly changing, but in my view, the public opinion toward immigrants has not changed so much. So in the early 2000s, Japanese people had no idea about migration. So for the Japanese people, immigration is not their issues. Immigration is their issues. Something we can find in the US, in Australia, in Canada, but it's not for our problem. Since the mid-2000s, due to the labor shortage, Japanese government has started to accept more and more foreign workers. And compared to other immigrant receiving countries, Japan has not faced serious surge of anti-immigrant attitude. So, as I said, the Japanese people have a strong negative views towards neighboring country citizens like Koreans and Chinese, but it's because of our historical relationship and the recent political conflicts. So, if I asked about the attitude towards immigrants in general, Japanese people shows kind of a favorable attitude toward immigrants. If we look at the cross-national public opinion survey data like international social survey or world value survey, Japanese people is one of the most favorable country towards immigrants. But it reflects what has not changed in Japan. It is a view that the immigrants are just foreign laborers who temporarily stay in Japan and go back to their own country after a few years. It is problematic because belief in temporary stay prevents immigrants from claiming their rights as residents. In the World Value Survey, there is a question if employers should prioritize native population over immigrants if jobs are scarce. The majority of Japanese respondents agree with this statement. So for the Japanese, rights of immigrants can be deprived of if it threatens native Japanese living conditions. It somewhat reflects Japanese immigration policies and how the government explained it. Japanese government keeps saying that Japan is not a country of immigration. We accept temporary foreign labor and they do not stay in Japan permanently. So there is a kind of a vicious cycle. The policies treating foreign residents as temporary workers maintains public belief that Japan is not a country of immigration. And because of these public opinions, the government cannot implement the policies that accept immigrants, even though Japan faces serious labor shortage and population decline. And in fact, large proportion of immigrants in Japan have permanent residency. So this myth of temporary stay is long, but there is still has strong myth of their temporary stay. And we are now in the stage of accepting the fact that Japan is a country of immigration. And sometimes I had a lecture to the citizens, and I was surprised how little the citizens know about the living conditions of immigrants. One day, one audience asked me that if the foreign residents living in Japan pay tax in Japan, and of course, if they work in Japan, they pay tax, they buy something in Japan, they pay tax, but they cannot, or the Japanese citizens cannot imagine the foreign citizens pay tax in Japan. So, and we do not have enough data of living condition of immigrants in Japan. So actually, we are now in urgent need to collect precise data of living conditions of immigrants in Japan and let the public know about it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. This is extremely interesting. Now, a question to Juliana Dobos regarding impact. We've heard from the last speaker, then yes, it's possible to measure impact, and obviously Canada is investing a lot of human resources, time, financial resources in these programs. What is your view on measuring impact of these campaigns?
Thank you. And I would say there is no easy answer to this question, but I will try to back up what Christina mentioned, because we have similar experiences and positive results of measuring effectiveness of campaigns. We all know that measuring behavioral change requires huge investments in time and financial resources. And this measurement also comes with methodological challenges, given the field of communication and social communication specifically is quite complex. And on top of that, migration by its nature adds to this complexity. Moreover, migration data and evaluation specialists are in the early stages of looking into this. As Christina mentioned, we also had quite a good experience with trying to understand how change occurs, how people form their attitudes, and which factors and values influence their perceptions of the surrounding world. This provided us with a better sense of where to start for effective measurement. However, we need to be very clear about what we want to measure. Are we interested in just insights and knowing what has been learned to inform a strategy or a policy? Or do we want to track outputs to know simply if we reached our audience, or are we interested in intermediate outcomes, like, for example, the responses that we are getting from our audience? And of course, the ultimate goal is to measure impact. And we all like to learn what attitude or behavior change has occurred directly as a result of the communication campaign. Public opinion research is usually a good indicator of people's sentiments and attitudes towards migrants and refugees, because it points to trends that in turn can be quantified with various metrics and from which information can be extrapolated. In Canada, we conduct every year public opinion research with Canadians using telephone and online surveys and focus groups. The same questions are asked every year allowing for longitudinal comparisons. New questions, however, are also added to allow us to explore emerging issues and keeping a finger on the pulse of the public attitudes. While there is no direct or absolute correlation, however, between the results of public opinion research and the effectiveness of campaigns or other communication initiatives, we learned that taking small steps and using progress indicators is driving us in the right direction. And I think this is what you also found in your study. For example, measuring engagement in the campaign is helpful in pointing out details about its impact. So let me give you some example using metrics from the Immigration Matters campaign and the ITAC, those two initiatives that I'm more familiar with. So for example, we tracked the number of people who saw the content, hence we measured the reach of the campaign. In the case of ITAC, over 10,000 people visited the website in the first 6 months to access the campaign toolkit, which is used for designing posts and videos. We also looked at the number of times the content is displayed. This is how we measure the impressions. For example, last year, Immigration Matters included an ad component to the campaign and shared key facts, such as percentage of doctors or dentists in Canada who are migrants. This ad generated 150 million impressions. These numbers are positive as the main objective of the ad was to make people aware of the high percentage of immigrants in the health industry, which helped people understand a sector that benefits the entire Canadian population. We also tracked time spent on a page. In case of Immigration Matters, we noticed that over the first 2 years of the campaign, the average time spent on our page increased by 1 full minute. This is a small win, but it counts as enhanced engagement. Equally helpful metrics when measuring the campaign effectiveness is to determine what people are doing with the messages after they see them. The number of people who share or like the campaign content on social media, the tone of the messages left once they view the campaign content also point to the effectiveness of the campaign. In the case of Immigration Matters, we look into the extent to which stories, facts, and infographics have been cross-promoted by a range of partners. And in ITAC, we track the organic engagement from additional influencers who share our messages and content. Another important progress indicator for the effectiveness of a campaign on narratives is the number of partnerships this creates, the multiplier that you talk about, Christina, that we looked at, as they have value in reaching various networks of people. In the case of migration narratives, partnerships expand a campaign beyond the usual audience of people who are already supporting migrants' contribution to society. We found that they are very effective in reaching that movable middle, that segment of the population that is neither for nor against migrants and refugees and can be convinced either way. We noticed that systematic efforts to increase engagement through reach and partnerships helped move communication campaigns beyond educating people and encourage them to connect with migrants and refugees. In the case of Immigration Matters, we focused in Canada on increasing our partnerships with the sports, hospitality, and transportation industries. Last year, for example, 11 airports in Canada displayed our content with a potential reach in airports of 3 million people per month. In the case of ITAC, partnerships gave the campaign the ability to reach diverse audiences and contributed to 12 million impressions in less than a year, with 115 pieces of content that were created and distributed on social media. The current plan for ITAC implementation is to make use of social media influencers, as they can be those trusted and familiar messengers who help increase the reach and visibility of a campaign. And I will give you one last example of measuring progress and effectiveness that OHCHR shared with us recently, and it relates to influencers as well. They ran a campaign in Australia called My Great Story, where influencers had a conversation about migration while cooking, talking about the food, and sharing a meal. After the event, they carried out an online survey and found that there was a 56% increase in support for migrants. There was a 72% increase in confidence to discuss topics related to migration, and the 88% increase in likelihood for participants to engage with migration-related topics. To conclude, I would say that we need to be humble and recognize that we do not have all the answers, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. And yes, there is no perfect formula for communication initiatives to secure a long-lasting impact on how the public views migrants and refugees. We need to take continuous actions. And yes, there will always be trade-off in terms of measuring the impacts, but we need to persevere. We need perseverance in pursuing progress by taking small steps and improving the development, implementation, and evaluation of initiatives that shape public narratives on migrants and refugees. The field of communicating about migrants and refugees' contribution to society would greatly benefit from a global knowledge management catalyzer to consolidate and share what has proved suitable to date and provide training, build capacity, and also develop and fine-tune an inventory of tools and methods to measure effectiveness. Would this catalyzer be the next generation of GFMD's work, or the IOM, or the OECD, or the UN Network on Migration? We all looking at the same final objectives of meeting our GCM and SDGs objectives. I'm not sure, but I know that there is pressing need, and such a platform does not exist.
Well, thank you very much also for the light at the end of the tunnel, and passing now the word to Mr. Ocampo. Please tell us a little bit about the impact of your website and all this infrastructure that you have shown us on informing the public debate in the region. Do you have any evidence that you can share with us about how this is used and what, to which extent it helps to inform the public debate at the national or regional level?
Thank you. Let me tell you. Let me give you 3 examples. The first one is a publication that we made every year. We call it a Panorama Social, and it's the one in 2019. It has a chapter that has to do with migrants, and in this presentation, so we have a press release with all the press from Latin America and the Caribbean. We have an open debate with them. We made a presentation, and then we accept question and answer questions from all the media from all Latin America and the Caribbean. So, and that gave us the opportunity to show them the way that we are working and the information that we produce, and the chapters and the information in particular for migration in this case. Another and a second example that we have is that during the pandemic, we create as a mandate of a regional organization, ECLAC, to create an observatory for COVID-19. And we began to work with countries just to incorporate all the measures that countries made during the pandemic, means lockdowns, stop of in-person classes in the schools, supermarket closings, and all those issues. And we have to measure and give the continuity during the whole pandemic, and what the way that they were modifying the lockdown and modifying the measures in the countries. Even, and in addition, we made some documents trying to identify the economic damage that the pandemic was doing. And again, we called the press, We made presentations in all those issues and from the economic side, but the social side, by the population side, and those issues. The third example that I would like to mention is that our colleagues from CELADE, they made a series of infographics for four countries, Chile, Peru, Mexico, and Costa Rica, and where they focus on the contribution that in terms of economic, social, demographic, and cultural, that means food and music and all those issues that the migrants support in the countries. So that they are doing in this regard, so giving and trying to show the possibility, the positive phase of the migration, and not the one that we usually see in the media against the migrants. And all this information, so you can see it in our webpage and in ECLAC, that has over a year an average of 1 million visits in the region. So a lot of press colleagues from the media and from the press, they use our information. And for example, we have in Cepalestat, we have more than 800,000 transitions downloading APIs and visits to the web page and all those you saw. In Latin America, ECLAC has an important position in terms of the information that we produce and the documents that we produce, and that give the opportunity to know and then compare the way that Latin America and the Caribbean is taking in these years the process.
Thank you very much. And I can tell you that goes beyond Latin America, because we also use your stats. So Mrs. Christina Mann, last question for you. I mean, maybe you want to follow up on the remark from Julian Dobos on the impact, but I wanted to also ask you a bit more insight about this combination between quantitative and qualitative data. What are the pros and cons? What challenge you met in trying to bridge these two sort of information together?
I don't remember any serious challenge. Maybe the key for us was that if there is a fact about something, for example, I'm just making it up now, but let's say that, because of the war in Ukraine, 70,000 Ukrainians have come to Estonia. Okay. Now, that's a number, 70,000. Some people can be scared about it. Some people can be, positive about it. Some think, oh my God, my job will be gone. Some people think, oh yeah, good, more workforce for our healthcare, right? Teachers might be intimidated because they don't know what to do with all the kids, right? Some politicians will say, look, this is really bad because now the prostitution will be growing. So anybody can interpret that data, that fact, in a different way. Our job was not to change the fact. Our job was to say, this is a fact, but it is up to your intelligence, your awareness, your attitude, and your ability to understand the context where you put that fact in. So for example, our research showed that, the qualitative research showed that with a lot of journalists, their understanding of migration was on a shamefully basic level. And from a fact of 70,000 Ukrainians in the previous days, they would quite quickly jump to very populistic opinions about something, depending on their own personal attitude towards migrants. Some over super positive, yeah, that's great, we're going to get more good food, to some people saying, no, they're going to take my job. So our job with this project, based on the qualitative research, was not to tell them only about migration, but to educate journalists about fact-based, balanced journalism. Today, it's about migration. Tomorrow, it's about HIV. In 2 months, it's going to be about climate change and so on. That is the point. What we could see when the war in against Ukraine started and Ukrainians started to come to Estonia, what we could see that most of the journalists who had been in our trainings courses, the way they reflected that showed awareness, it showed education, it showed an ability to contemplate before writing something stupid, you know, like seriously, okay? They might not all be positive, but they were balanced. And that is the key here to me. With the teachers, the qualitative research showed that they didn't know how to talk about migration. They even confused the words. Refugee, migrant, immigrant, oh, it's, you know, all the same thing, you know? And let alone that, you know, all the immigrants are Muslims and all the Muslims are terrorists. All right, well, that's not necessarily true, but, you know, there were teachers who thought so. So what are we going to do about it? It's a bit the same thing, plus the responsibility of being the mediator to the kids at school. And how do you do that? When the war against Ukraine started, a lot of kids from Ukraine came to Estonia. Their teachers, who in their schools were the biggest advocates for taking Ukrainian children into Estonian schools or Russian-speaking schools, it doesn't matter, but to our schools, were the teachers who had been in our training courses. They were stronger. They were well prepared. They knew how to deal with it. They even knew how to talk to migrant folks because they had been through those trainings. And my third point is that when we, based on the qualitative research, when we talked to the youth, when we designed the activities and materials for the teachers and for the multipliers, we didn't necessarily, only present them like facts. Maybe we didn't even talk about migration, but we talked about this open, peaceful, and inclusive attitude to other people and used migration as an example. So we empowered them as individuals using migration as an example. And Estonians have welcomed Ukraine. Of course, we can't say that that's all because of I'm European project, right? I mean, that would be, a bit too presumptuous. But I would like to say that we helped a lot in this field. So I would love them both. And combination or collaboration between statistics, people who work with statistics, people who work with data, people who are able to tell stories, people who are able to visualize things, people who are education specialists, global education specialists. That's what it takes to put those fact-based, balanced stories together.
Well, thank you very much. I think we have a few minutes now for questions, remarks, comments from the room. If anybody would like to address a question to any of the panelists or to bring in his or her experience, that would be most welcome. Do I see any hand up, or this is, oh yes.
I just have one very quick question to our Estonian colleague. I found your presentation so good, so convincing. Do you do TED Talks?
Let's collect a few questions. Anybody else in the room would like to raise a question to any of the panelists? Yes, here.
Thank you, Thomas Liebig from the OECD. Thanks for a very interesting panel discussion. I just wonder, I'd like to get your views on how do we make sure that our data are not turning against us and our work is not turning against us. Quite often we call for action because there's a massive phenomenon, a massive issue, massive integration problems, or we need to do more. And how do we make sure that our messaging is actually not countervailing like a balanced discourse on migration and integration more generally, particularly when you look, for example, at COVID. And we had this discussion here in the COVID session earlier during the conference where we were talking about the impact that migrants were particularly vulnerable, that they catch the disease more often. How do we make sure that this is not turning into a message that migrants are drivers of the pandemic? So which then happened. So thanks.
Thank you. Any other remark, comments, questions? Not thoughts that I see. 1, 2. Okay, sold. So maybe let me turn back to the panel and give you like 1 minute, 30 seconds to just share your last thoughts and maybe in reverse order, starting with TED Talker.
I can do that and answer your question as well, is that the way I would do it and what we have done is collaborate with people who are fact checkers, collaborate with people who are statisticians, is that a word? Yeah, okay, complicated. Visual artists, PR people, communication experts, policymakers. So you don't have to do it alone. We can do it together. And I would say that, you know, this would also be my takeaway from the I'm European project or anything related to using a balanced data and information together is collaborate with the others. Okay. And if the data shows that something is going worse, then rather than try to understand the reasons behind it. And there probably are explanations why that would happen, or turn it into a positive thing. Look, this is fantastic. Now, you know, people can actually get medical help and get vaccinated. I'm just, you know, randomly sampling here, not that. And my last point probably is that stories are fantastic, but stories have to be backed up by evidence, okay? Like evidence has to be backed up by a story. A good story is worth a lot. And it has to be a story, maybe in our case, about the migration, but moreover, it has to be a story that addresses that person that we want to talk to. In our case, a journalist, a teacher, a politician, or somebody else. One story doesn't say it all to everybody. Okay, so we have to have almost like a box full of stories, right? And then choose, but they're all based on the same facts and the same data. And this, what we in Mondo with this project are really, really good. One day I looked at 47 different interviews we did last year. There were 3 migration-related facts that we stressed in each of them, exactly the same facts coming from IOM, but the stories around them changed because one was about migration, one was about teachers, one was about food, one was about music, but the 3 key factors, the 3 key data was the same. So collaboration with the others and combined stories and evidence will be my suggestion.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ocampo, last word.
Thank you. Trying to respond, I think the way that so have this mix of stories and evidence, that's where the national statistical offices, and I'm talking about in terms of a statistician, the number of the statisticians, I think is that what we have to do more, trying to show the evidence and in our household surveys, in our process, and not only in the process of censuses, but in now we have in Latin America and the Caribbean at least 2 big events of migration, one in South America and the other one in Central America and Mexico. So there are different ways, and so we have to measure in a better way and try to use that information to build these infographics that we could make with our colleagues from Chile, Peru, Mexico, and Costa Rica, and to see what are the positive things that the migration brings to the countries more than the disadvantage that they try to show in some other places. Thank you.
Juliana Dobos, last word, 30 seconds.
Well, I'm just backing up what Rolando and Cristina mentioned, you know, that the need of data is so important, but moreover, I think the need of experts to know how to measure this data is important. So I would like to urge the experts gathered here at the forum, as well as your networks and data and evaluation specialists, to keep in mind and incorporate in your work the topic of public narratives on migrants and refugees and how to measure it. I think it's quite important. And last but not least, while it is true that most effective actions on shaping public narratives on migrants and refugees are taking place at the local level, I think this requires global partners and support. We need to be able to exchange and learn from each other, from our successes and from our failures. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Nageyoshi.
Thank you. I'm also kind of optimistic about the power of evidence. If I show enough evidence, people do not use it in a wrong way. I published a book about the impact of immigration on the society a few years ago. And in that book, I wrote about the crime rate, as I explained before. And when I wrote it, I'm concerned about it may trigger anti-immigrant attitude. Maybe readers say the crime rate of immigrants is higher than the Japanese nationals. But what I found is some readers did not believe the data, so they said this result is wrong, but no one used it in a wrong way. So no one used it to support their claims that immigrants has a higher crime rate. So if there is enough data, people are kind of at least convinced by it. So yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Please join me in a round of applause for our four speakers. Thank you very much. Which concludes the last session of today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will go directly into the closing session. Please stay where you are if you can. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. After 3 days of very fruitful exchanges, we have come to the closing session of the third International Forum on Migration Statistics, which, as you all know, is organized by DESA together with IOM and the OECD, and which is hosted by the ECLAC. And to close IFMS 2023, we have an excellent panel. And first and foremost, it is my honor to present the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, Mr. Jose Manuel Chirinax. Mr. Executive Secretary, you have the word.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. I understand you have had a very fruitful and extremely productive forum. Congratulations. I can see you have several days of work and the room is full, so that's a very good indicator. Besides expressing my appreciation to all of you, I would like to formally recognize Mr. Luis Eduardo Thayer, National Migration Service of Chile, Mr. John Wilmoth, Director of the United Nations Population Division, Ms. Marina Manke, Chief, the IOM Global Migration Data Analysis Center, Mr. Jean-Christophe Dumont, Head of the International Migration Division of the OECD. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, since the beginning of my mandate as Executive Secretary of ECLAC, I established that international migration should be one of the 10 priority areas for transforming the development model in Latin America and the Caribbean, together with productive transformation, employment and productivity, macroeconomics, reduction of inequality, regional integration, social protection, education and skill development, gender equality, climate change and green growth, and digital transformation. This is said very quickly, but if you could think carefully and with time about each one of these 10 areas, I think you would agree with us and with me that all these are 10 big, enormous challenges, each one of them that the region is confronting, and therefore important areas for the work of ECLAC. And in fact, we are already working in all of them, and there are a lot of synergies between these areas as well. It is thus with great satisfaction to have hosted the third International Forum on Migration Statistics here at ECLAC, considering that in order to develop good public policies, it is essential to have very good data. At ECLAC, we have enthusiastically welcomed and supported this third forum, in particular through the Statistics Division and CELADE, our Population Division. We value all the lessons learned from the experts who have shared their knowledge and experience on migration statistics, making very relevant contributions on the challenges of producing all this evidence on migration and informing us with their visions and innovations. During the forum, we learned, among other issues, about important national experiences in the measurement of migration, about conceptual and methodological innovations in population censuses, household surveys, and administrative records about social inclusion of migrants, as well as about the linkages that exist between environmental challenges and migration. In order to strengthen the production, analysis, and use of migration statistics, it is evident that we need to strengthen national statistical capacities in the fields of population and housing censuses, household surveys, and administrative records. In addition, innovative data sources offer a great opportunity to complement traditional migration data sources. We encourage countries to keep improving statistical information, properly allocating the often scarce resources available, deepening interinstitutional and international cooperation, and opening permanent communication channels between data producers, researchers, and decision makers in the field of migration governance. The Statistical Conference of the Americas, which is a subsidiary body of ECLAC, represents an excellent example of how a regional space for collaboration is necessary and useful for countries to work together and find common solutions to statistical challenges with the support of the United Nations. An important result on migration statistics has been the production of a report on the capacity of production of international migration statistics by 10 countries of the region: Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Mexico, Paraguay, and Peru, as part of the activities of the Working Group on International Migration. Looking forward, we will work with the Central American Statistical Commission on statistics on internally displaced persons. Additionally, through the Knowledge Transfer Network of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, we will convene webinars to promote the implementation of methodologies oriented towards improving the measurement of international migration. Let me also mention collaboration on international migration statistics among United Nations agencies. Together with IOM, UNHCR, UNICEF, ECLAC co-chairs the issue-based coalition on human mobility, which has set up a data task force which produces periodic information sheets on mixed movements in the region. This information is used to keep up to date resident coordinators and UN country teams all over Latin America and the Caribbean. Furthermore, the United Nations Regional Network on Migration for Latin America and the Caribbean, which we co-chair with the IOM, is working to meet the priorities established in the Declaration of Progress of the 2022 International Migration Review Forum and support the implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. As many of you know, the first of the 23 goals of the Global Compact is indeed to collect and utilize accurate and disaggregated data as a basis for evidence-based policies. When designing and implementing public policies that address migration, we have to consider all too often that migration represents the only option for many people who lack opportunities. Inequalities within and between countries push a great many people to seek better opportunities for work and well-being in countries that are relatively more developed or that have better security, institutional stability, and access to goods and services. Migrant persons contribute to the welfare, prosperity, and development of communities and countries of the region, whether migrants add to the local labor supply or send remittances to their countries of origin, providing incomes to meet basic needs. Our studies show that international migrants contribute to the development and GDP growth of destination countries. In Chile, for example, the migrant labor force contributed 13.4% of GDP growth between 2009 and 2017. Migrant persons also contribute to more diverse, youthful, and intercultural societies. To take advantage of the contributions of migrants to economic development, it is important both to recognize, encourage, and increase their contribution to the labor market, and to include migrants in the coverage of countries' health, education, and social protection systems. In this respect, it is key to promote decent work, that is, to avoid situations where the greater vulnerability of migrant workers leads to abuses in the labor market. And it is also important to allow migrant workers to fully develop their potential based on their qualifications and skills. In sum, we need to address the root causes of migration and maintain a development and human rights perspective on migration, as I'm sure you've been discussing extensively. An example of such an approach is a joint United Nations initiative, the Comprehensive Development Plan for countries of Northern Central America and South and Southeast Mexico. The CDP proposes 4 pillars: economic development, social welfare, response to climate change, and comprehensive management of the migration cycle, and emphasizes peace development, regional integration, multilateralism, international cooperation, and respect for the sovereignty of states. In conclusion, I wish to recognize how inspiring, productive, and useful this forum has been, with all the exchanges happening during its plenaries and parallel sessions. From ECLAC, we are very satisfied to have learned lessons from our regions through participations in different panels, organizing the panel session towards integrated migration data systems, the experience of Latin America, which took place this morning, as well as the side event jointly organized with the ILO on filling the knowledge gaps on international labor migration, learning from global standards, regional opportunities, and good national practice, which will take place tomorrow morning and to which you are all cordially invited. I also wish to thank each and every one of you who have traveled far and wide to be here in Santiago, representing governments, international organizations, academia, and civil society. Let me also give a big thanks to our colleagues from the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, DESA, specifically the Population and Statistic Division, as well as to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development and the International Organization for Migration, who have done an excellent joint work, collaborating smoothly for the success of this third version of the International Forum on Migration Statistics. Thank you, and to all those of you who travel back to your duty stations and homes, very safe travels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Secretary, for sharing your vision on the importance of migration for our region, highlighting the contributions that migrant persons make, and also the human rights-based approach. And now I have the honor to present the representative of the host country, Chile, Mr. Luis Eduardo Tayer, who is the National Director of the National Migration Service of Chile. Luis Eduardo.
Muchas gracias, Simón. Un saludo, José Manuel, John y Mariana. Es para mí un honor estar aquí en esta ceremonia de clausura de una actividad tan relevante para los estados. Nosotros como gobierno, como estado también, relevamos la importancia de la información estadística en materia migratoria, principalmente por dos cuestiones. ¿Ya? O entendemos la importancia de las preguntas que se hizo este foro, ¿para qué? ¿Ya? ¿Para quién? ¿No es cierto? ¿Y por qué las estadísticas migratorias? Sobre la base de dos premisas. ¿Ya? Una que es más o menos evidente, ¿no es cierto? Que es la premisa de que la producción de estadísticas tributa a las políticas. ¿Ya? Requerimos de buenas estadísticas, de buenos sistemas de registro, de buenas capacidades en nuestras instituciones públicas para orientar nuestras decisiones, evidentemente. ¿Ya? Y una segunda, ¿ya? Que es menos evidente pero igualmente relevante, tiene que ver con la producción de estadísticas como una política propiamente tal. ¿Ya? Hay consecuencias derivadas de la producción de estadísticas que son muy relevantes en el ámbito de la migración, ¿cierto? En relación a lo primero, ¿ya? Es muy evidente, como decía, que necesitamos capacidades robustas de producción de estadísticas para la toma de decisiones. Necesitamos también producir buena información estadística derivada de las políticas, ¿ya? Para su evaluación, para el acopio, para ver si efectivamente están teniendo resultados nuestros objetivos, ¿ya? Que tenemos como autoridades públicas, como funcionarios también, ¿ya? Hoy día en nuestro servicio tenemos un mandato legal, lo voy a ejemplificar, ¿ya? Nuestro servicio tiene el mandato legal de entregarle al Consejo de Política Migratoria información sobre las necesidades y capacidades de los territorios en relación a la migración, ¿ya? Tenemos como servicio, por lo tanto, el desafío de fortalecer nuestro departamento de estudios en función de poder medir, de tener termómetros en los territorios para saber cuáles son las necesidades de mercado de trabajo, cuáles son las capacidades, además, de absorción de la fuerza de trabajo que tiene nuestro territorio. El desafío y el mandato, ¿no es cierto?, ¿ah? Por decirlo así, que tenemos de fortalecer el orden, la regularidad y la seguridad de las personas migrantes en su flujo migratorio va a depender de la capacidad que tengamos de imprimirle racionalidad a la política migratoria. Y esa racionalidad no puede venir de ningún otro sitio que de la producción eficiente, eficaz de estadísticas. Naturalmente que esto no podemos hacerlo solos, ¿ya? Nosotros como servicio, independiente de la capacidad del fortalecimiento de nuestras capacidades, dependemos y necesitamos al Instituto Nacional de Estadística, dependemos y necesitamos, y ellos también nos necesitan al registro civil, digamos, a los ministerios sectoriales de trabajo, por ejemplo, ¿ya? Salud, educación, o sea, es una tarea que es intersectorial, ¿ya? Y enfrentamos en relación a estos desafíos normativos, porque cada servicio y cada institución tiene un mandato legal respecto de la información que produce. Salud produce intercambio de información para que las personas puedan acceder a su servicio, ¿ya? Educación lo mismo. Entonces, cuando yo me acerco a salud, le digo, salud, necesitamos sus estadísticas para hacer política migratoria. Bueno, tenemos ahí desafíos normativos que son importantes, que tienen que ver con usar estadísticas para hacer política, para imprimir racionalidad en la política. Medir el mercado de trabajo, medir el volumen del flujo y medir la irregularidad son para nosotros los tres principales desafíos. Respecto del volumen del flujo, tenemos un instrumento que es muy destacado, que ciertamente lo desarrollamos con el Instituto Nacional de Estadística y el Registro Civil, que es la estimación que tenemos de población migrante. En lo que viene, lo que buscamos es incluir a la población, la medición de población irregular en la estimación de población migrante, lo cual es por decirlo así, un disparo en los pies, por decirlo en términos coloquiales. ¿Por qué? Porque medir irregularidad, mostrar irregularidad, al Estado están mostrando el volumen de la irregularidad, estamos demostrando la deficiencia de su política migratoria, ¿ya? Eso es la irregularidad, déficit de política migratoria. Entonces, normalmente el Estado no asume, esconde esta realidad que espontáneamente es invisible. El desafío que tenemos nosotros y lo que nos hemos impuesto y esperamos poder tenerlo ya sobre la mesa dentro del próximo año, es tener en la estimación la población irregular, que hoy día la conocemos por datos aproximados poco confiables. El segundo desafío, en términos de la política de estadística propiamente, o la producción de estadística como política, tiene una dimensión que es técnica, ¿no es cierto? Que tiene que ver con disponer de información sobre personas extranjeras en el país, de depurar nuestros registros administrativos y de poder transformar nuestros registros administrativos en estadística. Hay un desafío que ahí es técnico, ¿no es cierto? Pero también hay un desafío político, porque la información estadística da cuenta del servicio, da cuenta de la realidad, es útil, es el instrumento que tiene la sociedad para medir y hacer auditoría de nuestra gestión, ¿ya? Es un instrumento de transparencia y es un instrumento de confianza en la gestión pública. Mientras menos información se le entrega a las personas, menos confianza tienen en el Estado. Yo debo decir que nuestro servicio probablemente es uno, por motivos históricos, en los cuales no voy a entrar a detallar, es probablemente la institución donde sus usuarios tienen menos confianza respecto de ella, ¿ya? Nuestros usuarios se relacionan con nosotros desde un malestar profundo, histórico, diría, ¿ya? Por un déficit, digamos, de gestión de arrastre. Entonces, para nosotros es muy importante recomponer la relación con nuestros usuarios, y uno de los instrumentos que tenemos es transparentar la información, entregar la información, ¿ya? Y a la sociedad en su conjunto. Ahora, respecto de esto, la disponibilidad de estadísticas como herramienta para fortalecer la relación con los usuarios, el control social, la transparencia y, en definitiva, la democracia, ¿ya? Necesitamos de traducir la información estadística. Si no, la transferencia de información va a ser leída naturalmente por quienes puedan descargar las bases de datos, quienes puedan procesarlas, quienes tengan capacidad para interpretarlas, y finalmente va a ser una transparencia focalizada y centrada en las élites. Nos interesa no solo transparentar la información, sino entregarla, traducirla y hacerla asible para la ciudadanía. Por lo tanto, subrayamos que nuestra política de estadísticas, de producción de información, tiene que estar vinculada y enlazada a nuestra política de comunicaciones, porque es la forma en que nos comunicamos y nos ponemos al servicio de nuestra sociedad y nuestros usuarios. Es necesario traducir los datos a lenguajes asibles a la ciudadanía, ¿ya? No solo porque permiten integrar a las personas en la política y en el Estado, sino también porque permiten contrarrestar, ¿ya?, falsedades y mentiras que habitualmente dan aire y fuerza a populismo extremo. No puedo dejar de señalar esto. Así de importante es traducir en un lenguaje asible para la ciudadanía la información verídica sobre la realidad y sobre el Estado. En síntesis, creemos que estamos ante desafíos no solo muy complejos en términos técnicos, que ciertamente lo son, sino también muy relevantes en términos políticos. Y espero sinceramente que en el próximo encuentro de este foro podamos volvernos a encontrar con más y mejores avances en estas materias para tener más bien, mejores políticas y también una democracia más fuerte y consolidada. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Luis Eduardo. Es muy importante escuchar de la persona, de quién está a cargo del tema de la migración a nivel de un país, la importancia de producir estadísticas para la toma de decisiones, para la evaluación, la importancia que destacaste de la coordinación intersectorial y todo lo que están haciendo, reconociendo los desafíos, pero para la transferencia. Así que muchísimas gracias. And now we move on to the organizers of the IFMS 2023. And in the first place, as a representative of the leading organization, DESA, I have the honor to give the word to Mr. John Wilmot, Director of the Population Division. Thank you.
Thank you, Simone. Buenas tardes. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, as we conclude this third edition of the International Forum on Migration Statistics, I would like to thank you for joining us for these 3 days of debate and information sharing, which have been rich in content and full of insights. We have had 30 sessions with 167 speakers from various regions, institutions, and backgrounds who have highlighted key challenges and innovative approaches to improve migration data and support evidence-based policymaking. We have had a broad and active participation with 230 people who have joined us here in Santiago and more than 400 following online. Participation in the forum has been balanced by gender, with close to a 50-50 ratio of men and women among both speakers and other participants. I think it's fair to say we all agree on the need for more and better data on migration and migrants. Such information is crucial to inform policies and programs and to support governments and communities in harnessing the potential contributions of migration to sustainable development. We need reliable and relevant data to ensure that migrants and their vulnerabilities are not invisible and that migrants receive the necessary protection and assistance. In the face of rampant misinformation, statistical data offer a crucial tool for countering misconceptions and highlighting the positive contributions of migrants to countries of origin and destination alike. We have learned a lot these past few days. In our various discussions, we have highlighted the progress made since the first IFMS in 2018 in documenting both the contributions and the vulnerabilities of migrants. Statistical offices have taken the lead in exploring new tools and new data sources. Many offices have shared the solutions that they have implemented to close data gaps and to provide disaggregated data to inform policies and programs. We have seen examples that illustrate the value of data sharing, both across countries and between entities of the same government. We have been reminded of the importance of adopting a human rights approach in the production, use, and communication of data on migration and migrants. And we have seen the value of exploiting all types of available data. We have heard updates on the ongoing efforts to improve the statistical frameworks that underlie this work, recognizing that this is a long-term process. Despite the progress made, many challenges remain. Many data gaps remain as well, limiting our ability to understand the vulnerabilities faced by migrants and to document the contributions of migration to sustainable development. We often lack adequate information on specific groups of migrants, including migrants from indigenous communities and those with disabilities. We have observed the challenges faced by origin countries in gathering data relevant to their national circumstances, using global recommendations that emphasize data collection in the places where migrants reside, not in the locations they have left. The statistical community has an important role to play in fighting misinformation and misconceptions about migration and migrants. We should continue to focus as we move forward on education and communication, both to inform the public and to guide policymaking. For this purpose, it's critical to make data widely accessible, including by offering tools for data visualization. And to counter xenophobic narratives, mixed modes of presentation may be helpful, combining stories about individual migrants with aggregate data on migrant populations, as we heard in the last session. We should continue to experiment with better tools for data collection. We should be innovative in the face of technological changes. For example, the use of new financial instruments like cryptocurrency for the transfer of remittances. While the COVID-19 pandemic created many challenges for our statistical work, it also opened the door to many innovative approaches. For example, we should build on the increased interest in register-based censuses. We should also continue to explore the possibilities for using big data, including from social media, and to develop new techniques of estimation, forecasting, including nowcasting. At the global level, new standards are being developed to support and harmonize these efforts. Revised conceptual frameworks are being developed and additional indicators are being proposed. But national strategies are critical for moving this work forward. Increased investment in national data systems with a focus on developing human resources is essential. A whole of government and whole of society approach is critical as well. Statistical offices should continue to take advantage of traditional data sources and ensure that upcoming censuses collect the data needed to monitor existing agreements. At the same time, government should continue to cultivate partnerships with non-traditional actors, including the private sector, to help fill data gaps. From a long-term perspective, there is immense value in experimentation and innovation. In conclusion, let me take this opportunity to thank all who were involved in the organization of the IFMS. Many thanks to all the speakers, moderators, poster presenters, and those who submitted papers. To the team at DESA, to our colleagues at OECD and IOM, and to our host in the statistics and population divisions of UN ECLAC, and to the executive secretary himself, as well as to all the interpreters and other staff of conference services. Thanks to all of you for making this meeting possible. The closing of this third IFMS is not and should not be the end of our dialogue. Like the first two editions of the forum, this event has provided an opportunity to expand and enrich our networks and to make new and important connections. Between now and the next forum, let us continue to exchange information and ideas and to realize our mutual aspirations for more and better data on migration and migrants. UN DESA, along with our partners in IOM and OECD, will continue to be with you and to support you in this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John, for making such a rich summary of the 3 days of discussions. Indeed, it's a great contribution from international organizations to gather the experts, the people with the most experience and knowledge on an issue, in this case, migration statistics. And John really made a very good summary of the usefulness of the meeting, of the gathering, and also reminded us among the lines about the importance of standard settings from the United Nations, obviously, to promote the comparability of in migration statistics at the global level. So thank you, John, and we now move to the International Organization for Migration, and in particular to Marina Menke, who is the chief of the Global Migration Data Analysis Center. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Simone, and thank you all the distinguished speakers. It's always good to come almost the last on the panel because a lot of key messages have been already shared. And John's intervention, just to tell a secret, actually, we also contributed our thoughts and ideas. And the plan was that John really summarizes the work of the 3 days and also looking forward. So let me just be very, very brief and maybe not focus on what we have done together, and we've done a lot, but really say a few words about how we envisage our collaboration moving forward and where we perhaps should focus given all the exchanges that we have made. So the 3 words which I'm taking with me moving forward are the following. The first one is, the word which I'm taking with me is consolidation. I think what we have heard a lot is that there are so many initiatives happening at global level, at regional level, the country level, and there is a really big risk that some of those initiatives are not necessarily coordinated because we are so eager to contribute and make a change. But I think let's try to pay particular attention to ensuring that whatever we start, we do not start from the scratch, because the migration data space has evolved so much so that we really can learn from each other and really help bringing those things together. So I'm thinking about the various networks, alliances that exist. Tomorrow is another day of zooming into the focus situation of children on the move. So from our perspective as coordinator of the network of the United Nations on migration moving forward, as we start developing the list of limited set of indicators to measure progress on the global compact and looking at John, I think we should pay particular attention that we really try to really align all those different initiatives together. So for me, first word is consolidating efforts and really creating larger impact. Impact is the second word I wanted to draw our attention. I think we spend a lot of time during these days thinking about the question why, so that we do not collect data for the sake of data, but really we are, by collecting data, by shedding the light, by having narrative, proper balanced narrative, we really always look into the situation of migrants, of families, of children. So always have this human-centered approach that the policies in a specific country, in a specific locality, in Santiago, our collaboration here on developing a joint migration governance indicator approach. So this needs to really have a bare concrete impact on the ground. So for me, the impact, the second word, I would like to take with me and with you, hopefully moving forward. And the third word is something what I want to actually repeat from John's statement. It is about networking and collaboration. I think you already heard me speaking about the importance of staying in touch. A lot of you approached not only us, but among yourselves. So moving forward, let's continue nurturing this connection, and so that we do not meet next time, and I'm not stealing the announcement from the next speaker, but next time when we come together in person, we come as friends, and then we have even more things to share that we have done things together. So networking, remember I mentioned LinkedIn group, we are going to make an announcement to all of you, and without any bigger new processes, just let's continue staying connected here. Thank you everyone, each of you. And thank you everyone from our organization, our Director General, our regional offices, our country teams, the organizers, the interpreters. I think we haven't been so nice to you, but you're with us. Thank you, the hosts of this beautiful country, ECLAC. It was a pleasure spending this time together and looking forward to still working together in the next years to come. So over to my next colleague, but first probably Simone, you wanna do the moderation.
Yes, because
sorry.
I want to thank you, and also to thank you for telling us the secret behind John's excellent summary, right? No, but thanks for highlighting those 3 points: consolidation, right? Impact and networking. And I think that everybody really wants to keep in touch. Let's do it. And now, yes, I have the honor, last but not least, to present Jean-Christophe Dumont, who is the head of international migration at the OECD. Jean-Christophe.
Well, thank you very much, Simone. Let me start by thanking ECLAC for who has been a wonderful host. I think you give us a sense of Chile and also of a region. Through all the interaction, we've learned a lot, and it was because of you stepping in and accepting to host this event that has been possible. And really, thank you very much. And we hope that this was not a one-off, and that you will continue to be a partner in this endeavor going forward. Obviously, thank you to the partner organization, IOM, UN, DESA, but as Marina said, to all of you, those online, the interpreters, everybody. The list is so long. I don't want to use my 30 next seconds quoting everybody, but I really mean it. My takeaway is very similar to what has been said already, but I will, put it in a different angle. I think we always complain about the lack of data, the lack of comparability of data. Well, we could maybe have more information on this, on that. Well, I think the wealth of data has been proven through these few days. I mean, the progress in terms of measuring migration and forced displacement has been tremendous over not only since the first IFMS, but in the past 10 years. We are at a place where we could not have imagined being like 10 years ago. The progress is tremendous, and we should acknowledge this progress. I think this is also important if we want to maintain the political and financial momentum on migration statistics, which is necessary for making further progress. We have more data than before. I mean, the example of a UNHCR microdata library is really a great example. I really encourage you to check it out. We have better frameworks with a revision of migration definition under the leadership of UN DESA. We have heard so much about the potential of big data. I mean, this is a topic that has been around for so many years, but now we see really the progress. We see what it can deliver, and this is really encouraging. We've heard a lot, and I was surprised, but that's great news about cooperation in the region on migration statistics, cooperation at national level between different institutions. I remember a Mexican delegate mentioning superb cooperation between the ONS and the Ministry of Interior. That does not always happen like this, but that is happening in a number of countries. We should just stick on these things, because this is what makes, I think, the next step feasible and enjoyable. Obviously, there are still challenges, but again, quoting one of the participants, I think we have no choice. We have some commitments with the SDG, with the GCM. We know what can be the impact of not having the statistics on migration, as the director, Luis Eduardo, just mentioned. I mean, this is a must. So we need to continue the progresses. We have no choice. And so we hope that the IFMS is contributing to some extent to this effort. And certainly, as John mentioned, IFMS is not a meeting. This is not a conference that takes place every few years. This is a network, yes, and we want to build on that, as Marina just mentioned. And this is a journey. This is a journey that hopefully will lead us from Santiago back to the OECD. And I can say that the OECD is committed to organize with partners, IOM and UN DESA, the fourth International Forum on Migration. It will take place most likely in 2025. It will take place most likely in Europe. And if any country is interested to partner, that you are welcome to step forward, by the way. But certainly we are committed to that. We want that this journey is an active one. So we will maintain the links, we'll find new ideas, and we welcome any ideas from any of you to make that work better, not only at the 4th IFMS, but in between. And with that, again, thank you everyone for your contribution. I come back to Paris and energized, and this is because of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jean-Christophe. John?
Yes, just I wanted to encourage you, those of you who have taken many photos, if you could please send them to us at the email address is ifms2023@un.org. If you will send the photos that you have taken, if you would like to share them with others, we will try to compile them and put them on the website as for all to enjoy. That was my final announcement. Thank you very much.
And thanks again, Jean-Christophe, for the positive vision about the availability of data, big data, and also for inviting already everybody to the 4th forum. I think people are already setting that in their agenda. So before closing, just reminding that tomorrow we still have 2 side events, right? One for the International Data Alliance for Children, which will take place in this room at 8:30. And then another event, a side event organized by ILO and ECLAC, starting at 10 a.m. in Sala Furtado on labor migration. And with that, I think we all deserve a big applause for the excellent work done in this forum. Thank you all. Muchas gracias por